Hello and welcome, everyone. We are going to be playing a little bit of a start with Paraguay. The main focus of this run, or at least our playing here, is going to be exploring the content more so than trying to min-max Paraguay. I have not done a practice run for Paraguay. There are some interesting, or there's supposed to be a lot of interesting, content for Paraguay that I'm not entirely aware of exactly how it goes. We have the Paraguayan nation as an event that requires that we research nationalism, so we might do that earlier than normal. We have Populating America, Rio de la Plata. Can we form the massive... I think the big thing though is the unique ideology despotic union, which supports technocracy, oligarchy, autocracy, single party state, secret police, total separation, mercantilism and isolationism, which isn't so nice. But the very, very interesting one, they endorse multiculturalism, which I actually have to do a double check what exactly unlocks enlightened monarchy. Multiculturalism is really not that hard to get if you are aggressive about rolling some of the stuff, but if you are trying to get it more organically, Paraguay is going to be one of the better countries, I believe, for getting multiculturalism, and so this will be an interesting one. There were a few questions in the chat before we got started, so I thought I would just answer them for the people who are watching it back and had these questions before we got started. Can we discuss how the Excel spreadsheets might compare to the in-game advice on tooltips, expect value versus productivity, and to decide what to build? Yeah, the in-game tooltips lie a lot, and so, but the math doesn't lie. And so, if we were to, evaluate stuff on the basis of spreadsheets, very often, stuff like automobiles, they'll be like, wow, this is the most profitable, best thing ever, but automobiles suck. And I've had this discussion with a lot of people who think that automobiles are just fantastic, but the PM's just really bad. It actually has negative productivity if you're on electricity, automobile, and rotary valve engine. You actually have negative value added if everything's at base prices. So you need to have really expensive automobiles to make this work. However, you can get really expensive automobiles, but it decreases your engine output, which I think is also bad because the motor industries are already demanding goods that you are going to anticipate to be high in price. And so when your inputs are going to be stuff that's high in price, already, then that makes it so that you are going to have inflated prices if you're thinking of things in terms of price equilibriums where more expensive inputs are going to affect things. And so the tooltip often lies. It doesn't take into account what prices are going to be afterwards very well. A lot of times, it can't take into account the fact that you are going to get increased employment in, electric places, for example, so you have to override really aggressively with swapping onto electricity because it won't take into account that you'll get increased employment at the current, electric places that you have. I should tell you to get the children out of the room before the spreadsheet. I'm sorry. I forgot to mention that one. But I do think that is a bit of a thing. Already got the Paraguay achievement, definitely. Ooh, there's a Paraguay achievement? Let's take a look at what that is. Maybe we can try and get it. Although, generally speaking, you guys seem less interested in me trying to get achievements, so... closed borders law, that sounds right. Let's see. Form Federation of the Andes, I guess we could do that. As Paraguay, complete the expanding Paraguay and populating America's journal entries. Okay, we could probably do that, I assume. Assuming we don't have to do any... scummy swap nation type things because the game is bugging out. As Russia stay in 1914 borders and try and reach 2 billion GDP, that'd probably be pretty easy. If you had to pick a country to not expand your... Well, that'd be insanely hard because my sanity could not take going after Circassia. But Paraguay were in the poll, so we're going to be doing Paraguay. Do we start with secret police? Real? Bro, we start with secret police. We start presidential republic, autocracy, racial segregation. Secret police is the weird one. Isolationism is also a little bit of a weird one. Legacy slavery. How you fitting to have isolationism and legacy slavery, bro? And I know we also have this crazy negative modifier that makes it hard to pass laws, right? We have plus political strength of the age of Cadillos, which is generally bad, and we have this as well. Minus enactment success chance, plus 10% authority, plus 200% intelligentsia, political strength. Minus radicals from... That's not even that bad on the minus enactment chance. I think it was like minus 40 on release. So, yeah, perpetual dictator here, we're trying. Hey, can we do a tutorial how to best set up communist economies? You mean, so you have to distinguish between which type of communism, right? And so, if you're talking about command economy, the tutorial is don't do it. It's going to be really bad as your GDP gets bigger. And if you are going to do it, I would advise trying to make it so that your buildings are as efficient as possible without having a positive weekly balance. It's just not good. It obliterates money as you get a higher GDP. And then cooperative ownership, you kind of just play the same as normal, but like you play a little bit differently because of how like consumption goods go. You will tend to have really expensive luxury goods. And so this makes it so that you actually want to stop exporting the luxury goods, which is a normal play pattern, and instead export like the basic goods, which is kind of an interesting deviation. Have you considered playing a historical resource distribution mod? I think they do a pretty good job of distributing the resources. I think that they are, it's keen or important to them. We're gonna, of course, do the thing. Well, maybe we could do something other than stock exchange. I have to imagine stock exchange is just gonna be best. Well, we have isolationism, right? And we have this. And we're probably gonna build mostly here. What's our pop? Bro, we have 280k pop. That's not ideal. Okay. But we have so much authority, though. So does that mean stock exchange is the first tech? It is for almost everyone. Maybe we're supposed to go ammo first. I mean, we could see what's nat spreading to us. I mean, really, because lathe is not gonna nat spread, I think we go stock exchange, but it's a lot worse when you're isolationist, and you only have 2 states. Which is our current state of affairs. Get it? States of affairs? Okay. I'll see my way out. We could try and get onto homesteading here. Off the start. We're already on tenant farmers. This isn't the problem. Isolation is not even the mega problem either. I'm not even sure what laws we're trying to pass. Paraguay is not hard, go for it. Alright. Is the spreadsheet available anywhere? Yeah, we could link it in chat. Although, yeah. I do want to make a video on some new changes I've made with the spreadsheet, so if you're a YouTuber, please don't make a video with the spreadsheet until I've made a video for the labor update. All the purple things in there is new and updated. The 2 achievements might be mutually exclusive. The truth hurts. Go for multiculturalism before he dead. Yeah, but we can randomly roll, like, other stuff. I'm surprised we have such low legitimacy. We could maybe swap to landed voting or something. It will radicalize the intelligentsia. Maybe we can't. Maybe we could just go oligarchy, though. That'll allow us to get the industrialists up a little bit. They're already in pretty good shape, though. I mean, we could do this, reduce taxes, and go oligarchy. Let's see what this gentleman even has. Erudite, political strength of bureaucrats, and... Alright, cruel. The truth hurts. Minus decree cost is really nice, though, especially because we're playing a small start. And we have, Jesus, we have all the investment in police. Okay, so or in secret police, not real police, only the secret ones. We definitely want public schools. I think that I forget which... Do we start with the tech we need for it? I think it's empiricism, right? Yeah. We do start with empiricism. Wow, we start with egalitarianism. This is an interesting tech tree. I don't think does anyone else have a tech tree where they start with tier 2 stuff without having all the tier 1 stuff? That's wild. We have the central archives. I mean, you gotta keep we need this for the secret police, right? And then this we might need for something else we currently have. Wow, that's fascinating. For the extra investment. Brother. Interesting. So that means, actually, I think that the Tier 1 tech nations don't start with central archives. I'm not sure on this, but if they don't, then that means they actually will start not spreading central archives at the start of the game now, and I just haven't noticed this. Before, as a Tier 1 tech nation, you would not NAT spread anything, but now we can NAT spread central archives. I must have overlooked that. Okay, so let's get started with some decrees, because we're going to be using a lot of those. Let's use social mobility, road maintenance, probably resource industry. I mean, we're going to go into manufacturing pretty early. And how big is our army? 5 battalions. And then can we conscript anything if we do that? We can conscript up 8. Okay. Would that be enough to fight Argentina? It probably would. So we would ideally want to fight our way to the coast. Day 1, is this coastal? It is coastal, so we could take these 2 states off of Arge. We can't subjugate Arge, right? But we could take 2 states off of them. We'll probably want to save before we do that. Well, actually, we probably restart until we can actually get that done. Why do we start subsidizing a bunch of stuff? Okay, but we have a positive balance here, and we're floating a ton of authority, which would love to actually make use of. Man, we're only got 50 cost on our stuff. Would love to actually make use of this authority float and pass some laws faster, but what laws do we want to even pass? Like, this is such a wild start. Okay, taxation. We maybe want to go back to land-based taxation so we can go forward to prop tax, because we start with egalitarianism. That's maybe something we can do. We could go total, well, I guess maybe we go total separation off the bat here. Do we have any unique interest groups? I don't think we do. No, it just looks like it's standard. And then we could go schools. Wait, why can't we go schools right now? Ah, because of the 10% penalty. Is it bigger than a 10% penalty? .4% of the cloud endorses 10%. So, because we do not have enough support, we can't pass it. If we had the industrialists in government, we could go pub schools, but the industrialists in government would not be very... We would not have a very nice government, because when we reform... Okay, I think we do this. Yeah, I think we say yes. I think that truth hurts. I think we do that. I think we then go oligarchy. We could go technocracy. Technocracy seems on theme. I think people would like that, right? It does radicalize the landowners. That's maybe a problem. Ooh, they start out with elitist. That's a little bit of a change. Landowners are maybe a little bit too powerful to do that. I mean, we could go just schools right off the bat. Let's just do that. We're going to get faster law ticks because we're floating a bunch of authority. And then we could put some consumption taxes in. They're really not going to do a whole lot, though. I don't know if we can afford the first construction sector. But I don't hate subsidizing this at this juncture, I guess. Let's check all of our PMs and make sure we're using good PMs. We do not have, we are isolationist. Alright. We'll auto-expand this. Ooh, rice. Very nice. Alright. So I think it's time to go for Arge. You can't even join the GP market because you're landlocked? Yeah, not for long. So we need Santa Fe and Corrientes. I wonder if we should take more from them. Oop. I think we'll take that gentleman. Put him on adamant defense. You want one guy advancing, one guy defending. We will, I think, put 1, and then 6, and then an additional one. Something like this. Oop. Did we not? Wait, what? Okay. They're worried. Where's Mendoza? Why is it so cheap? Alright. And then Santa Fe. And I suppose so we have a little bit of an option. We can make Santa Fe primary and just generate an additional 2 infamy. Or we could try and min-max and risk it to get the biscuit. Of course, I think we'll have to restart if we don't. Well, actually, we'll get refunded. And then we could just go for Uruguay if they back down. But to make them less likely to back down, we can make this primary and not incur the extra infamy. I think I like this. And then we could probably spend a little bit more authority. I think we greener grass here, maybe? Yeah. So lathe, Napoleonic warfare, and banking are not spreading, so that doesn't really change too much our calculus. Do think stock exchange, age of Cadillos, might makes right. Yeah, the truth hurts. Alright, we will have the age of Cadillos. Should be 1.5 have no egalitarianism. Oh, so it's new on this patch? Interesting. What taxation do they have? They have per capita, so we might move back and then move forward. I supreme, so this gives us minus 10% enactment chance. But it gives us some other stuff that's interesting. The minus 10% enactment chance hurts a little bit though. Oop, we forgot to do this. Brazil is improving relations. I think we don't want to fight Brazil in the near future, so I think we're okay with that. Also, if we want to form the mega South American thing, we need to do this. Corrientes Infra. Is it really bad? That's a lot of infra. We like those. We take those. Plus 20, plus 20. Parana and the Pampa or Paraguay River. These outfits just send me. Why do we have the minus? Should we not be stronger? Alright, so we get a meeting in Assumption. So this does look like some of the unique stuff. Going slave trade for pops later. We could. This is like... Wait, what? I Supreme was completed. Did our guy die? Bro, our guy just dies like that? What the frick? Okay. With the death... Okay. With the death of Dr. Francia, all of Assumption is in motion, with the civilian and military cliques maneuvering to secure themselves reigns of power. That makes sense. That's it. The paranoid wreck is finally dead. The truth hurts. As dead as El Cid and my grandmother. But El Cid lives on in our hearts. Or if you're from Barcelona, El Cid. About time. The serving ahead of their day. Now the right people can get Paraguay back to glory. And so we can get this guy. By siding with the reformers, despotic union will forever fade. Nope, we're not doing that. By continuing with his legacy, you will be locked out of Paraguay's modernization and expansion. Oh my god, what are we supposed to do? I assume we're supposed to do this one. The second one, where we get to cling to our despotic union. I think that's what everyone wants too, so... it's a lot easier. The journal entry helps out a lot for getting pops. It's a shame that South Brazil can't build rice farms since IRL we have plenty down here. Yeah, it's like wet enough for the rice, right? Hey, Rationalist, how's it going? Hey, Strimmer, he says. I don't know if you know this, but you can increase your GDP by building more buildings. You seem to be new at the game. I have at least 35 hours at the game. Thank you. Fully annex them? We're supposed to fully annex? Oh, we could fully annex, huh? In history, Paraguay declared war to Argentina and Brazil at the same time. That seems a little ballsy. The UK was like, nah, yeah, that seems like a UK thing to do. Why not take a bit more from Argentina? Infamy seems rather cheap. Yeah, I think this is the way. The reason I didn't want to take it... So, generally how you want to play is you want your only war goal that accrues infamy to be your primary demand. Because when you back down, when they back down, you get refunded, I think, 75%, but you still eat that 25% infamy. So your main throttle is maintaining low infamy, and so as a result, we actually might have to restart, actually. Can we, how much maneuvers? 26 maneuvers. 26, or 24, 27, 30, 33. And we don't have enough maneuvers to full annex them. Shoot. So I think we actually restart here. Because we went dummy mode, and we put in more reparations. Okay, so we're going to restart, but we're going to take all the same actions. I didn't realize we had enough maneuvers to full annex them. Oop. We're not loading the game. As you guys can see, we have already recorded up to episode 7 in the Transvaal run. But full annex, definitely seems the way to go. Still migration nerfed to the ground? Yeah, pretty much. Good evening, Paul. How's it going? Brazil wants to be your friend. Buy cheap electronics. We do like some cheap electronics. Poland has minus 50% in one of the mods you've been trying. Minus 50% what? Okay, so we know our guy's gonna get bopped. And we're gonna do kind of the same actions here. I don't think we're gonna need road maintenance on this one here. Do enlistment efforts. We'll open with getting another one of these. And nope, not that. We'll go. And then I think we did this. Let's actually just do this. I mean, we could go colonization immediately, but I think we want the pub schools. And then we will add a couple here. And then, actually, cuirassiers versus artillery arty might be better. The kill rate's particularly nice versus someone who really doesn't have a lot of dudes. So let's actually just do that. And then we will just deck for everything. And since we can put everything in the demands, what will end up happening, and we'll kind of come in here. We will recruit the defensive strategist. We will put him on defense, and we might... It's tempting to promote this guy all the way, but 35 bureaucracy is kind of a lot for us right now, so we won't. But for clout reasons, it would make sense. We're gonna improve relations, and then we're gonna conquer all the... Just full annex this boy. Oop, and not go for war reps. Yeah, I did not realize we could do this, because when you're full annexing someone, you see he's worried. It's minus 43. As soon as we put the last one in, he'll be like, oh, you know what? Would-be annexed. Oh, did they change that? Did they change the would-be annexed thing? Bro. Alright, we would have to restart again. This is a little scuffy, wuffy. Migration should be fixed in 1.5.10. That was 2 patches ago. Day 1, I'm dead. Achievement, need to choose the first one. We need to choose the reformy one? That's tragic. Alright, well, on this channel we don't care much about achievements, do we? Republic or death. Okay, so we do need to... yeah, that does make sense. So let's end the poll we have, and, which option do we do? Option 1, the Republic. And option 2 is Despotic Union. And we'll start the poll. Did they really get rid of that in this particular patch? That so now he doesn't know that he is full annexed? Or are we missing a little piece? Is there like some piece of colonization? I'm a little confused here. We are really dependent on conscripts. We're actually going to set both these guys to defend at the outset of this war, I think. We will be better served. And then let's also do this for the morale recovery. And then... what supplements can we give you? We'll give you liquor. Yeah. Do we actually even have tobacco? We do have tobacco. I guess we give them tobacco here. We have a movement for landed voting. I guess that's... whether or not that's going to be used is going to depend on how we do. How we vote. Looks like you guys are saying Despotic Union. The fall of Saliveri. We get against the Confederation. We're gonna do this. I think that long term we actually would want to subjugate Peru, Bolivia, if that's possible for us. I think at the outset of this war. Why are we... did we forget to... we forgot to click the erase conscript button. That's not a good button to forget to click. Of all the buttons we could forget to click, that's probably not a good one. You would not annex Argentina. The South American colonization is locked for Argentina. If you annex them, it's free game for UK, France. Oh my god. You're right. It's fine. We can actually just leave them with one state. We can leave them with Mendoza. We don't need to restart over this. We'll just leave them with Mendoza. But then they'll colonize real slow. Oh, whatever. We'll just leave them with Mendoza. I wish we could switch to subjugating them instead, but you're right. We will just not enforce on them. We'll take everything but Mendoza. And then we'll subjugate them later. And it'll be really cheap subjugation. But that makes sense. Looks like you guys are saying Despotic Union overall. Yeah. Does increasing military wages increase trading? I don't think so. I think it just increases morale recovery, which is a modifier you can get from the most part from your, like, things, but I think that, or your, not your things. I mean, they are your things, but you can most part get them from your mobilization techniques, and I think this is the preferred way to get them. However, we can't use all of them, and this war is also hypercritical, and so, I think that this is worth doing for us at the start here. Public schools. Nice. NICE. So I guess if we are wanting to do the Despotic Union, we probably, for theme reasons, don't want to go with voting. And maybe we'll go with a technocracy or an oligarchy, depending on how things shake out. Technocracy would be preferable, oligarchy would be much easier. France is bankrolling us, as they should. Oh my god, we're idling construction. What are we doing with our lives? Clearly not winning. These are, like, subsidized. We don't really care too much about them being subsidized right now, I think. I think we actually do kind of want Pops employed. Where's the migration coming from, girl? Or woman? I have to get better about that. Looks like it's coming from here. Might as well build that. increase demand for all the stuff, like we actually do want the construction goods getting purchased, right? Or it doesn't create any demand because we don't have our first thing. Can we afford our first construction sector? Man, the first PM picks and shovels just really sucks, and we can't export to create demand. A little bit of an annoying situation. Where can we see the mapping of your province? You go to local prices and then you click on one of the things. It will tell you the mapping of that individual province. Top 5 South American states you probably should have, but aren't really worth the maneuvers. The most specific list of all time. We probably could be having a more decrease here, right? We wanted, we're gonna get rid of a lot of these decrees once this war is over. Okay, I think we have a good enough advantage that we can push. So we're gonna push with this gentleman. We've ground down a lot of their troops. If we take a look here, they have been ground to dust, and we have not been ground to dust. I mean, we've lost some boys. We've lost some good men in here, but we've not been ground to dust, so I think we win these, and looks like we do, because we're bringing like 30% more troops to bear in these fights, and we should just be able to roll over them. You know, maybe we wanted rapid advance, so maybe this is a reason to use cuirassiers over artillery, but the artillery did give us a ton of or it would be giving us a kill rate. We get the beep boops outside. Landowners and trade unions in the same movement. South America is a lawless place. The truth hurts. Boys and girls. I think we just choose the enactment time here. Maybe that's not worth. But we need to get a positive tick on this in just a second. The minus 10% does hurt for anything that you don't have a pretty solid support for. And, like, this is really rough. What is the landowner support? I suppose you'd maybe want to... This guy's a moderate, so we could roll... He could be anything. And so, in theory, the absolute optimal, like, way to start this would be by exiling this guy. You probably could get a despotic union guy off of him. I don't know what the role conditions are for despotic union. But we could make that landowner anything. I think we'll just wait until we research stock exchange. That way he can be a market liberal. I think now that we've gotten to this border here, where we can... I was going to say let's not recruit a Democrat, but once we occupy this state, we will be able to push into 2 states at once, so we're recruiting that extra general. But it does look like we're pushing in quite nicely here. In your spreadsheets, you don't include the cost of rubber for tools? Really? That's a pretty big leak, huh? Let's check that. Cost 20 rubber. This is an emergency, guys. The spreadsheet. There's been an error. Some idiot forgot to include rubber. What? The rubber cost... Oh, you can't see it because... The rubber's in there. What you mean? What you mean? The rubber's in there. The PM is just that good. It's just all the way to the right. If you thought it was here, these are the output goods. It doesn't output rubber. Nearly had a heart attack. Here I had been touting, like, for a while now, I had been like, rubber tools are the best PM ever, and it would make sense why they would look extraordinarily good if I had accidentally misput it and not put in rubber cost. But, shouldn't we be bolstering or suppressing someone? Actually, you are 100% correct. This is actually what we should be doing. No available interactions. Oh. We clicked the wrong thing. You are 100% correct. This is how we should be using our authority. TBH. Well, we'll lose a little bit of enactment time here, so we can actually rake back some of these decrees. Something like this. Now, Buenos Aires is the capital, no? It is, so why don't we do this? Why do we have a huge disadvantage now? Alright, we're going to switch both these guys on defense. We're just going to occupy the capital with that one stack and then merge them back in. And then we're going to take everything but Mendoza. That way they won't be able to colonize here. Which is actually going to make Argentina colonize and suffer really slow, but that's not the biggest deal. Looks like we're killing enough guys on the defense here. You don't include the cost of rubber for tools in the formula? Okay, let me take a look. So, the problem is it needs to be in the inputs, right? So this is BX4. Where is BX, if we have it? So one of the, here, let's actually look at it from here. Because it, like, the way the spreadsheet looks, it's like, it covers up, so it's actually hard to verify. And I don't want to include it twice, right? BW, BV, BT, BS, BR, BQ, BP, BO, BN, BM, BLA, BG. Well, you might be right. That's why it looks insane. Fuck, man. Alright. Small brain hour. Holy shit. I think the PM's still going to be absurd with the rubber tools. It's just not going to be as absurd. Damn. And what's the base price for rubber? I think it's 30. That's 40. That's 800 less on the net. And we have to do this. But why did we have it for... The PM's still insane, but why did we... Now the thing is, I think we have it twice for the... No, we won't have it twice for these guys. But I know we had it on the... Oh, did we also not have it on the cars? Bro, the cars are even worse than we thought. Oh, that's such a huge leak for fucking videos. If we hadn't been including that on cars. Cars are just even worse. Generalist wants one thing, and it's to rip on the cars PM. Oh my god. All my hard formatting work. All that work at the academy wasted. But the cars PM being way worse than I thought, man. This is like one of the things that like makes doing the spreadsheet take so long is like we're trying to check for this type of stuff, but then like, yep. Definitely made a mistake. I thought we got all of them. I thought that, because the Cars PM was already there, must have been the reason why I didn't think that I needed to double check for the rover tools, but I guess I'd just been like, the Cars PM's just even worse. Get a beep boops in chat if you think the Cars PM is terrible. God knows I do. Alright. But taking a look at it now, the PM is still like the cream de la creme. It's still the best PM, basically. Not anywhere near as good. Well, it's actually not even the best PM anymore. Well, okay, it's kind of the best PM, just cause, well, is it? Might be Boom Booms on brine electrolysis. The problem is electricity is, like, generally going to be expensive. Arms industries, you won't have enough of them. Shipyards. Bone China is got... Oh, this is per worker. I gotta look right here. So how... I mean, machine steel might still be kind of cream of the crop, relativistically speaking. Yeah, it's still insane, but nowhere near as good. Damn. Alright. Let's get back to the chat. It's really not a live stream for playing, it's just a live stream for spreadsheeting. The automobiles are correct, I think, though. How would the automobiles be correct and the other one not be correct? Unless I just put it in just for the autos. I mean, the thing updated, or... Oh, the autos were correct. But just the autos were correct, not the... How did the automobiles plus the other stuff change? Oh, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Hey Marcus, how's it going? Came just in time for the spreadsheet. Yeah, forgot to warn the chat. Why don't we delete this? And he'll go to the other army. And then we are going to take everything but Mendoza. What? We could have taken one more. We could have taken one more. Could have taken Mendoza. Of course, they would actually not be able to colonize if they didn't have Mendoza, so I guess we had to leave it with Mendoza. I guess we couldn't take that because we didn't have an interest in the region before. Oh, so that's also why they didn't want to back down, because we were not full annexing them. Big nice. Alright, what's our infamy? 15. Cool. Are we gonna go to being one power rank higher? Maybe. Discipline and punish, the truth hurts. We already have a minus enactment time modifier. We are gonna absolutely fly. Oh no, wait, we're not 90. We're not 90 on this, but we are over 50 now, which is super good for us. We also want to maybe rethink our decrees situation. Let's just get rid of everything. Just a little fresh slate, because it's almost like starting a new country. Actually, we can't build in these places yet, because turmoil. Actually, we totally can. Alright, let's take a look. What do we have? So 2 commands, probably the best, but I'm guessing it has, like, no pop. That's correct. Okay. Why don't we... do something like this. And then, where is most of our pop? 240k. Yeah, we don't have pop, like, anywhere. I guess here. That's half our pop, so we'll promote social mobility in these 2 places. And then I think we're not running... Yeah, we're not running the full minus enactment time, so we'll just keep the enactment time bonus. And then we'll put both of these in the queue. and that'll be pretty good. And I think that we just want to go after Uruguay, so we'll take a little bit of a save. We'll save skis, see what we can do. That should be enough. We won't need to conscript up, but maybe we're supposed to conscript up anyway. Did we not? Did we not do this? Alright, I guess we did. We'll conscript up the cannons. Do something like that. Now, we don't have a lot of pops, so that's a pretty significant issue for us. And we can't trade with anyone, also a significant issue. And someone might open up our economy like a can opener here. I guess we would also want a boat, but we have a boat. It says we actually have a boat. We'll do something a little bit cheeky. Now, how many diplo interests do we have? 0, so we can't do anything too cheeky. But yeah, the truth hurts the formula. Oh, maybe go arty because the... Yeah, you might be right with the not going arty because of the shortage. And it's not like we're going to resolve that shortage. Right? You might be correct. We'll delete that for the next war. I think that this war, it's not going to matter too much. Conquer Uruguay. We're going to need to do some conquering up. We're almost certainly going to want stuff like this here. We don't really want it... Well, I guess we could build the iron mines just because... Look, the... Oh, no infra there, too. God, that's like... Welcome to South America, where the infrastructure's not real and it always hurts you. Been doing Brazilian runs with inconsistent results. Your tutorials have not helped me at all. Oh, that's unfortunate. No, they've helped, but I struggle with the turmoil and getting revenue early game with consumption taxes and such. Any tips? Yeah, if consumption taxes don't generate you a lot, you should instead use your authority a little bit differently, if possible. Which is kind of what we're doing. I think we'll just take the... This applies to subsistence farms, too. I think we'll just take that. We are getting public schools in here. And with these guys, Reformer, Protectionist, I think we'll take the Reformer. And we'll also land with the 1 stack. All these guys, the fact that we're close to even probably, yeah, it implies that these guys are basically all wrung out. I Supreme, that's true. Are we playing with Victoria Tweaks mod? We are not, currently. How can I see the spreadsheet anywhere? The link is in the chat higher up. Although, whoever made it forgot to put rubber in, so that's a little bit of a problem. I need to have a chat with that gentleman. I think they should separate automobiles into a separate factory. I think one of the mods that OPB uses alongside Victoria Tweaks mod does exactly that thing. They should make the PM maybe not suck really hard though. That would be fantastic. Hello Magua, how's it going? The pain, it's always real. Is it worth it to move the capital? We actually probably should move the capital. We actually probably should be incorporating. We should be playing better. considering this is 24 months, but I think Buenos Aires will be relatively good for us. Now, can we not colonize? I guess we can't colonize Buenos Aires, huh? Well, we can't colonize anything, but I mean, later. Looks like this war might be a little bit of a slog. Looks like we've also killed a lot of their guys, now that we've conscripted up. Yeah. Cool, we get pub schools. Nice. So we could do this, but we have to keep in mind that anything we try to pass with this guy is going to have minus 10%. I think we're kind of tempted to go for... Oh, we can't go for technocracy now, so we could go for oligarchy. Except why can't we? It must be above 0%. Do we have something else that prevents us from... going this? Another, like, local flavor thing? Because we have 25% clout that would support that, right? Or am I... No, it's the Intelligentsia doesn't support it. It has to be someone else, doesn't it? Yeah, the Landowners. So if we put the Landowners in Gov with, like this, we could with them do the thing. We also can wait for us to get stock exchange so we can actually roll a market liberal landowner. How many landowners do we have right now in this? The problem is well, we only have one landowner, so it's just this guy. And he is well liked, but we can roll for a market liberal. Do you do customs union with France or the UK? Ideally, we would want to do it with Russia, but speaking of France and the UK, ideally we'd want to do it with Russia, but Russia doesn't have an interest in our region, so might be a little bit tough. I think that we'll just kick that to the back. Okay, minus 26% construction. We get Tucumán, or we're getting it. We have a decent chunk of infamy. Now we would like to subjugate Bolivia, to be honest, but they're a minor power and we're insignificant, so maybe we have to play this a little bit different. I mean, we could go after Chile. They're a minor power as well. Wow. Are we really just not that cool? Probably not that cool. So the question is how do we get the migration? Where do we have that has the most migration attraction? And then we probably slap down an edict for it. Here, Cordoba. What do you have going on here? We also should just take a look at the PMs. Don't have lathes, that makes sense. Swap these anyways. Can't turn on gas streetlights. We don't have glass, and we're isolationist. Man, being isolationist sucks. The truth hurts. We'd actually kind of love to be in anyone's market, but not be by ourselves. It's annoying to have to mix PMs between cars and engines rather than full switch. I low-key think you don't switch at all and you just let your pops eat plus 75% goods. Because it doesn't affect the bottom line of any buildings, it just crushes your pops SOL a little bit when they already have a lot of SOL. And it's inefficient. And you just don't use any of the military PMs that use them. I think that if you never swap onto using them in the first place, you actually... don't create demand for them, though. And so I think this is how you're supposed to play it. Yeah, we got Uruguay, baby. Alright. So, we are we're at 1 million GDP. And the question now is, okay, we could just wait. We could, or well, we definitely want to pass a law, so let's think what we want to pass. Let's go total separation. So, What are we supposed to do from here? We could take 2 states off of Chile. We could take 2 states off of Bolivia. Or a few states. Can we full annex Bolivia? No, doesn't look like it. We actually can't even get an interest in up high enough to do anything. So we need to. What we really need is, okay, we're gonna call our one time. We're gonna use our luck for the stream for on this next tick. We want I forget what it's called. The event that gives us plus 20 prestige. This is what we want. All right, Age of Caudillos. I think that we want to deplete this because Caudillos sucks, if I recall correctly. And we don't want to get Age of Caudillos permanently. So negative conditions, what are they? They're marginalized, they're not in government, we have census or universal suffrage, we have politician who's loved. Belongs to an group that doesn't approve of one of these. We have a ruler with authoritarian ideology. Ugh. So I guess we could suppress the armed forces. Let's also start paying them less. Bro, it's like the Transvaal run all over again. We got gold, baby. I mean, we could just try and conquer some of the gold states. We're spreading Napoleonic warfare. Did we just super high roll our first spread? Oh, I guess we sort of high rolled. There's only 2 things that can spread. You're a millionaire, grats. It was that easy. All we had to do was conquer Argentina. Don't you want to be a millionaire and just conquer Argentina? Maybe we use, actually, road maintenance here as well. And we ditch... maybe we just float a little bit less and get a slower enactment time. This seems fine, too. I mean, when you only have, like, 1 government building, this can be, like, really cheap. It's not quite there, though. To be fair, the SOL here should be nuts once we build out the iron mines, right? Get some extra support. Nice. It's gonna help out, as support often does. What the fuck, you should be at war with all your neighbors, unrealistic? Yeah. I think that we're supposed to go colonial affairs next, but we need the military to be able to do that. Because we can't, because the minus 10% enactment chance penalty, we really need the Industrialists to come up. I feel like when you annex someone, you should keep all their colonial claims too. It's not how it works, but you should. Uruguayans, Giga Chads, this is the case. Daniel Sars says, thank you for all the tutorial videos. You're welcome. You joined the UK's market as Paraguay until Russia invited you to theirs. Yeah, this is absolutely what we would do if we have this opportunity. What we need is actually, we could actually see, I want to check and see if this will happen. So we're going to save, and then we're going to declare war on the UK. We're gonna pull in Argentina here. We're gonna declare war for the Falkland Islands. We're gonna say those are our Falkland Islands. We want them. I just want to see what the primary war goal they put in on us is. If it's open market, I think that we don't do this now. Okay, Even if it was open market, I don't think it's worth the 3 infamy, but I was just very curious as to what it would be. We do want to... I mean, we do want to get off of isolationism. We just... I guess we just really need the industrialists to come up, and we just really need to have industrialist buildings in order to do this. I don't know. My kingdom for lathes. I mean, I guess it's just... yeah, we're just gonna start doing this in the queue. This is the way of the wood. Have you learned the way of the wood? Let's ask chat. Man, I'm so annoyed with myself that I messed up the tools PM and it's not as good as it looks. But why didn't you conquer half of Brazil at the start? Can you do this as Paraguay? I'm not sure we can. Mato Grosso into Minas Gerais would be really nice. Could we do that? Okay, so first of all, we can't even target them with an interaction and we don't have an interest. So we actually can't declare war on Brazil. I guess we'll stop improving relations with them though. We're actually not that far off being able to fight them, so... Having a couple of automobile factories for flavor would not hurt. It absolutely will hurt. When you research the PM, your pops don't demand automobiles. As soon as they get the first taste of a car, they will demand automobiles. And so they will have unfulfilled needs. And so, like, it absolutely, the first, you can't let them taste the first car. Playwright. Yep, that's the one we were thinking of. It looks like we didn't roll it, so I don't know what that was about. We used our one time. Oh no, you're right. We shouldn't pass total separation in the early game, because now we wouldn't be able to get the Catholic Church to pass a law. You're right. I forget about this a lot. This is a new meta thing where you need them to pass public health insurance. Because they're like the only one other than the trade unions that support it. And it's really important law. Man. Alright. You right. We can try and ban slavery. That'll make the landowners mad. Try and go property women. I think we just wait. Can we get a place above? There's no way we can get a level 10 urban center, huh? Yeah, that's like not in the cards. So we're asking because stock exchange allows you to roll market liberals. The rolling rate is much higher, much higher, if you have a place with a level 10 urban center. There's no way we can do that though. So yeah, and we'll actually get a couple rolls at it. In a sense, because we're going to be exiling this guy. I mean, in theory, we could save scum it. What we could do is, as soon as we research stock exchange, we could exile this guy. We could save and exile this guy, and then if we don't get the ideology we want, we would reload and go on a different day, and then exile him, and do this over and over and over until we get a market liberal. Jingoist actually wouldn't be terrible though on that gentleman, but he would be able to really help us pass laws because he has a ton of clout. But market liberal notably would allow us to get off of isolationism, which would be really good. Not even sure if we want to go agrarianism. That bug, or the laissez-faire, that bug is so obnoxious, where you like lose control of your entire queue. Armed Forces ideology is kind of annoying though, yeah. UK opened Paraguayan market and invested on them. We would love that. Is it possible to YOLO Brazil at the beginning, but very hard with RNG? How do we even YOLO when we don't have an interest in the region? Deficit spending detected? Yeah, but we're about to finish this gold mine. Okay, so now we can roll the market liberal. So we'll start doing this. Okay, so why don't we wait 1 week? Just in case that's how the game works, although that wouldn't be the game logic. Yeah, I don't think... It is very easy to save scum. I don't know if we want to do that, though. Okay, so we can recruit this guy. I think we kind of like recruiting some of these guys because we are going to need them for public things. And then what we could do is we are looking for a landowner that is of a particular persuasion. And that persuasion is... We are looking for one who is... Man, we're just not rolling him. A market liberal. This is going to cost us so much bureaucracy, too. To, like, really aggressively do this. This guy's popular, so we absolutely have to exile this guy. This guy's disliked, so... Or this guy's popular, so he has to get exiled. But this guy's disliked, so he would not. I mean... I guess we do that guy if this next one isn't what we want. Alright, is he more popular than this guy? He's not. Alright. So now we're going to get a chance to roll this guy into a market liberal. I assume, let's not cheese it. We could cheese it and force it, but we're not going to. We can get a random chance of this guy being a market liberal. That would be fantastic if he was, or if he was something else, that would also work out for us. But we're going to exile this guy. You get a radical, Jesus. The radical landowner. So we could either put this guy in and go like guaranteed liberties, universal suffrage. I don't think the people want this. I don't think chat wants this. I think chat wants the despotic union. But we could put him in. Or this protectionist boyo, which is the guy we had kind of forced. Or I guess we could do both. Just the radical landowner. You know what the thing is? He's also cautious, which is actually a really good trait to have, because it gives him minus infamy generation. So we could get the cautious guy and then go like parliamentary republic or some shit. The radical landowner. I have a radical idea. Let's give all our power away. Automobiles only exist to mess with other nations. Exactly. You just export the first automobile to them and crush their efficiency. Core laws XD, yeah. I'm still a noob at Vicky 3, technically EU4. I'm really good at Crusader Kings 3 though. Less than 1,000 hours equals noob. I just finished the tutorial recently. For those of you who haven't seen my community post. 1836 hours. We just did it. Radical landowner. Corn laws, maybe. We can't do corn laws until we get off of, we can't set, export prioritization until we get off of isolationism, so we actually can't do corn laws until we got rid of this. Alright. Let's see what people think of either Radical landowner, what do? Radical landowner or despotic union. Should this guy be the hero of our age, or should we actually play Paraguay like with their content? Well, I mean, I guess part of their content is they have content for going Republican too. So we would just do the Republican content because we got a radical landowner. Paraguay is truly one of the nations of all time. Yeah. Oh man, this is contentious. So back and forth between radical on the vote, between radical landowner. I mean, so I think either way, we're putting this guy in government. But we would want to invite the... Well, either way, we're putting this guy in government, right? And then we're using him to pass protectionism. I think. So... I think either way we're doing at least that. Is there a way to formulate this? Yeah, these guys wouldn't favor protectionism anyways, but we could do this. Pass protectionism. Which would allow us to actually trade. I mean, there's probably some way to cheese our market open, but this is also going to help us on the front of getting diplomatic interests and such. Stay the despotic course, or bust. Don't you mean then bust? Why they added prerequisites corn laws of corn laws isolationism? Well, so in order to get corn laws, we have to set export prioritization. We can't do that if we can't trade. Okay, I think no matter what, we're gonna do this. We're gonna leave the poll up though. We're actually gonna save too, just in case something funny happens. We're gonna lock in our guy. And then we're gonna go protectionism. Oh, we could go mercantilism too. I don't think we want to. Could also go oligarchy, which would help out a lot for... Alright, let's go protectionism first. Oligarchy would help for some things, though. Okay, we should start running a positive balance once this place recruits up. No? Or do we just have to delete some of our hard-earned military? We're actually paying out the ass for our frigates right now, though. Because we do not know what a boat is. We're going to switch you to Anchorage. I don't think we have any cannons. We don't. Oh, we can also stop subsidizing this. Stop subsidizing this, yeah. Now we're starting to care, so. Just barely 50%. I mean, I don't think we're at the point where if we increase taxes all the way, we will be able to support a construction sector, but I think when we get to that point, we might change things up a little bit here. Would it be interesting mid-sized nations to play with somewhat solid mappies? I mean, anyone who has a solid mappy gets really big, really easy. Maybe aside from Europe, where you would run into the GP. I was just about to suggest Belgium, where you could run into the GPs immediately, and that's not fun. Any cost of colonization? We will do colonization soon. Norway, perfect. You can do Norway. Place with good mappy that's not in Europe. I mean, USA is real good, but you said medium-sized. Mexico's got a ton of gold. Their mapping's not very good, though. You could play Great Qing and then release Manchuria. They have really good mappy. You could play Persia. Persia has really good mappy. Most of the places with really good mappy are in Europe, though. Like, I don't know, well, I guess it depends what you mean by somewhat solid. Somewhat solid. I mean, we're doing a Transvaal run. I think they're somewhat solid, but they're not medium-sized. They're definitely like a really small start. So that would not be the thing. We still have plenty of time to decay down. We really want... Can we get one time Colin right here for the renowned playwright? One time. Okay, that's not how one time works. We'll have to contact the game developers. But, okay, so... What happens when we get this guy in who's a radical landowner, which is kind of the plan? Oh, he's gone. Okay. Well, it looks like Despotic Union's winning now anyways, but the radical landowner gentleman's gone. The radical landowner gentleman is gone. Gone forever. Sorry, everyone who voted for him. We're going to despotism. Maybe next time. Although, just to be clear, if you're looking to min-max a Paraguay run, it probably involves specifically rolling that moderate landowner into something that you want. Almost certainly. This is fairly fine for us. I mean, we would have preferred... it would have been much, much better if we had gotten a... market liberal, but protectionist is like kind of fine, especially because I think laissez-faire right now kind of blows because of the bug. So if laissez-faire sucks right now, then like us getting off of isolationism is the main thing, and so but we do want to get into the UK's market eventually, so trade states. We're so good at this game, bro. We called one time, the one time just came a little late. Hey, we're a minor power now. I still think we have to get to major, right? So how far are we off of major? Bro, we're so far off of major. But I think we can now declare an interest. We can, baby. Oh, we also have an interest in Brazil. Wait, why could... Oh, we couldn't declare war on them because we have good relations. That makes sense. Yeah. The world is now our oyster. So maybe we save and take a shot at Mara. It's kind of boring, though. We do that, like, every time we have, like, just one boat in a dream. It's kind of because that's what you can do with one boat in a dream, though. Isn't it? I mean, we want to get into Gaza and do the thing, the normal thing, the usual thing. There's no way we could land, like, Ecuador or something and just look to full annex them or subjugate them, right? They're insignificant, so we could subjugate them. I mean, they have... The problem is we don't have enough boats. We need more boats. We can get 3 boats pretty easy, though. We can get 3 boats pretty easy. Because if we build a boat, even if it doesn't recruit up, we actually also don't have the discrimination problems. So we could build 3 boats. And then if we have 3 boats, can our 10 stack land into their 10? Probably not. Central America's still around. Not for long. But subjugating Ecuador is something we would be in the market for. I suppose we could just beat Chile up for 1 state. Right? And then subjugate them after. We don't want to full annex them anyways. The thing is the state we would want, I think, is Santiago, because I think gold appears here. The level 5 gold mine. And then we subjugate them. $14 infamy to just take that. Jesus. But they would definitely become like a very small power. So it would be 14 infamy up front. We get the gold mines. This place has decent mappy too. I think I like this. So I think we're gonna save and just go for that. A lot of Chinese releasables have good mappy in our medium size. Yeah, I think I would recommend Manchuria based on like what you asked for. You're also on the coast already. I think it's good. Okay, so as someone pointed out, we don't have cannons. So we'll do that. We will mobilize, we'll raise the conscripts. And we can also take war reps off of them. Hopefully no one thumbs our pot. If we get thumbed, we're probably gonna reload. This is a situation where, like, if you're playing on Iron Man, you could definitely still take this type of risk. You would just restart the run. They murdered him, barbarians. Go for Bolivia. We want to be able to subjugate Bolivia. Don't subjugate until join customs union. That's right. That's right, that's right, that's right. Always forget about that one. Always am super frustrated when I forget about it. Every single run where I forget about it, I complain about it for like at least 5 minutes. I think it's so stupid you cannot join someone's customs union if you have a subject. Just completely asinine, man. Okay, but we are kind of setting ourselves up for not releasing a subject. We're not setting ourselves up for that. Rio de la Plata, right? I think we put everyone on defend front for at least the start of this. Because these guys can get in just fine. I think we also do this so they can be on rapid advance. Come on. Come on up, courtiers. We want to use the rapid advance. Please. God, we're going to have an entirely gold economy. It's going to feel like Transvaal all over again. Can we please have the courier just so that we can swap to rapid advance? I guess not. That's too much. Alright. Let's do it. So we're just going to defend here and then land and hopefully get in. Oop, they have a bigger navy than us. Fortunately, I think we're going to... Oop, actually, which node are we going to? If we have to go to this node, we're not going to be able to land like that. But I think we can just defend. Yeah. Oh, we're going to have to give him the good old psych. Alright, psych, we didn't mean that we were landing there. We're here. A little bit of a back and forth action here. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Well, AI games. Where are we going, bro? Where are we going? We're gonna keep swapping back and forth until he stops following us. I hate that, it definitely shouldn't be the case that you can just sail past each other. Where are we going, bro? Where are we going? Where are we going? And he doesn't follow us. Where are we going, bro? Where are we going? About to get protectionism too, which is going to be super nice. Hey, we get in. Wow, we're so good at this game. Now we're going to run for our lives because this navy can't live. And then you still can't do rapid advance, unfortunately. But we just get to push in. Skill game, right? Definitely not an exploit of the AI. Definitely all skill. You just need some luck, some skill, and some victory. What's the laissez-faire bug? Well, currently, we actually can't show it, but the way it's supposed to work is that whatever proportion the investment pool is paying for you know, of the construction goods, that is the percentage that they are supposed to get in the private queue. The way it's working now is if they're paying for anything, then they get the full max value, which for laissez-faire is 75%. So the private queue is just going to have 75% allocation as long as you're transferring any amount from the investment pool instead of having like 30%. And so it means you have way less control over the economy, and it's actually super backbreaking. I almost don't want to do like a run that feels even slightly pushed because like it just feels really bad. I think we're going to build one construction sector here. We will get it started in here. And this is maybe not the best place to build it, but I think we start with wood frame. But once we build our first construction sector, we actually will lose... Actually, I think we're supposed to not build the construction sector yet. Once you build the construction sector, we're going to lose control of half of this construction as well. So... Yep, look at this. So good. When the enemy fleet approaches, we run away. This is the way of the fear. We run away from everything. So our current prestige is 28. 20 of that is from renowned playwright. We also have a big penalty from social criticism. I think we also have a penalty from being isolationist, so we're gonna get off of that when we get protectionism here. We will not get the radical boyo. God, that's so goofy that we could roll the radical. But we should be able to pass something the Intelligentsia likes after this, so... we can't lower taxes anymore to be the next tier. Rousing speech. Would have been a lot cooler if you just passed the law, man. But okay. Would have been a lot cooler if you just passed the law. Maybe once we get this, we actually will have a decent shout. Oh man, it's super tempted to go LF though, just for the company, so we can get the gold company, because the gold company would be really good here. Like, what percentage of our income is minting? 60. Also, they take your wash money, not dirty investment pool money from the air. Yeah. It takes, yeah, so you're paying for a bunch of construction that the private queue gets to control. Chile made a poor choice in neighbors, exactly. 102 real people. I think we have at least one fake person in here. Here, let's actually do a poll. Are you a real boy? I'm a real boy. Of course, this is a Pinocchio reference. Why don't we see how many real boys we have in chat? I keep it real, thug life. Oh, looks like most of the people in chat are not real. So, I don't think we have 102 real people in here. We maybe have some people who keep it real. This is so goofy. Ooh, we're gonna be so good once we get Atmo Engine here. I think we just... I don't know how many PMs there are to reset, but... Butchering tools? Okay, fair enough. And now we do have a bunch more bureaucracy. So let's incorporate some of these states. Okay, so we can't subjugate anyone here, or we do not want to. Can we join your customs union, please? Let us in. Preserve isolationism. The truth hurts. Okay. We can't subjugate them yet. How close are we? Oh, we need the Intelligentsia to like us again. This minus 20% is gonna keep us from getting into being a major. We're not super close to being a major, though. Maybe we are supposed to build one construction sector. We'll just lose control of a big portion of the queue, but it'll also stimulate the economy a lot. Let's finish kind of the stuff that's like in the queue right now. That's almost done. And then we'll build one in Santiago. And then let's take a look at our decrees here. So we probably could start axing some of these social okay, so why don't we kill this road maintenance here? And we definitely want to be encouraging resources where we have 5 gold mines, and we want road maintenance there. I think we can kill some of these social mobility promotions. I think Buenos Aires still has the most pop, but actually Santiago probably has more pop, huh? Let's check. Yeah, it does. And we want the qualifications kind of there anyway, so oil baby oil. Ooh, fire generals. You're probably right. We did over-recruit these a little bit. Let's definitely fire the Cadillo guy. Smell you later. You honorable bastard, you. Well, we hate Democrats, right? So let's just retire this guy. We will have a mighty and powerful fleet one day. I mean, this is a way we can raise our prestige. We also actually want to think about where we want to put this diplo interest, but I think it's the good old shuffle. The Mara shuffle. I believe the path forward is the Mara shuffle. I mean, this one finishes first now. So we'll probably take a save and go for Mara here. We have to conquer it, because we can't subjugate, because we want to join a customs union. Bro, just transfer the British Raj, easy peasy. That's true. I mean, there were times at which that would be easy to do with 2 boats. Actually, we would need a 3rd boat, but 3 boats in a dream is all you need. Those days are over. Alright, cool. We can now trade. We lose a bunch of authority, but that's fine. I think we want to reform the government. These guys are mad. Don't care. They're insurrectionary. Could you stop being insurrectionary? I mean, you've already stopped, but could you stop? Alright. Well, we're gonna go for Mara either way. Maybe we're supposed to go for Bahrain first, actually. Unless we absolutely know what we're going for, Bahrain's probably better. We could swap back to isolationism. I think we banned slavery now, because, well, the landowners really don't like it. Can we get this through the landowners? The Cadillos don't like it. Vaya con Dios. I mean, you like oligarchy, but you also like autocracy, so that's not going to help out. You like secret police, we're already on it. You like total separation, we can't pass it. You like multiculturalism, we don't have the law. How do we make you happy, bro? Well, I guess we could go on to... no, we can't. Bro, is there just no way? We just have to endure it. God. Minus 20% prestige is, like, kicking us in the... Well, it's not kicking us in the nuts, but it will. There will be an inflection point where we would have been a major power without it. Kind of keen on banning slavery, but I don't think we want to rev... I don't think we want that heat. Would really love colonial exploitation, but the minus 20% means we would have to have both the industrialists and the armed forces and government somehow, which I don't think we can do. So maybe we just chill. That sucks. How are we supposed to chill when we got no chill? Looks like we got 40% not real boys and 60% real boys in the chat. Some people keep it real. Have you considered sawmills? Are we really not on sawmills? Bro. No, we are. I'm considering fishing trawlers. Would really love that. The problem is we have no... Oh, we have trading, though. Now we can trade. Alright, we're gonna go. We're gonna get these guys, I think we... Where is this, even? Santa Fe? Do we have a... Yeah, we do. Actually, let's do this. Swap them all to softwood, except for Santa Fe. I hate that the PM that's like middling is more efficient because it makes it so. Anyways, we're gonna do luxury furniture then. Why is that a shortage, bro? Oh, there we go. Do we make more money? No, we don't. But we could swap this and then export it. To be fair, bro. We can do corn laws. Oh no, corn law. Oh, we have to have the landowners in government. Oh no, corn laws. Oh no, corn laws. Corn laws? Bueller? Oh, we needed to pass mercantilism. Son of a bizzle. Okay, this run feels so scuffed now. Let's go mercantilism. To be fair, this does make our guys happy. If this was not a protectionist, he'd be delighted by this too. God. Alright. 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 Let's get rid of all those trade routes where we're exporting grain, though. And then... Didn't think ahead. Alright, let's... import from the UK to solve that one. We set import prioritization as well. There we go. I'm not sure if we're supposed to spend this or not. Let's suppress these guys. Let's end the age of Gadillos. Hey man, hey Nima, how's it going? Hey man. Hey man. I used to have a coworker named Nima. We both taught chess. You mischanged the wood PM in Cordoba. Oh, so the Cordoba's on... Yeah, I did. Definitely want only one softwood. That is an aristocratic revolt real early for the Ottomans. You don't see that too often. So we also will now have a native interest here. I mean, I think that... Alright. It's time to be cheeky. Where do we have... a wet? Wait. I think, well, attempted to go standardized filing system, that way we can finish incorporating everything without a penalty. But we really don't need that much, and we don't have paper, and so it might just be like a little bit of a wash and just extra government expense. Why did we come in here? Oh yeah. Buenos Aires and Santiago have ports, or they have fleet boaties. Santa Fe and Uruguay do not. So we will be able to get up to 4 boats real quick off the back of that. And 4 boats is an important number, because this means we can go after Brunei and also Gaza. I think Gaza we can take with 4 boats, so it's going to be an important one. No, you don't need mercantilism? Exile the protectionist guy? What do you mean? We need mercantilism for the journal entry. We need to be either isolationist or mercantilist. Bro, how are you supposed to be able to do this as isolationist? Because we can't you can't prioritize export. What? That's stupid as hell. But you're right, we can't exile this guy. We're done with you. Except we have to wait because we just used it. God, we have a movement to preserve protectionism. Holy hell. Should have just passed mercantilism to begin with. This run is definitely not optimized. If you are watching this back later, you're like looking for the VOD, looking for the 6 strats. Definitely some misses here and there. You definitely want to exile the moderate for exactly what you want, though, at the start. So we're going to get Mara. Maybe we should accelerate this 2 boats plan. Alright, let's do this, because I think we're going to want to go Gaza next. Everyone loves going for Transvaal every run. That's all people come to the stream to see. So let's take another bite out of Transvaal. We'll do that. Noob, says Magma. The truth hurts. Could you in the future do an Ottoman run or a Mexico war? Because I think it would be cool to see it, that, especially because the Ottomans are kind of hard to work with. Maybe we'll do that at the end of this stream. What time is it now? Okay. I mean, I think it's been a while since we've played either Egypt or Ottomans. And I know they've updated some of the balance. Mexico is like... USAAI has been doing some weird stuff, so I don't even know exactly how we would play Mexico. But yeah, so we lose... When we build our first construction sector, we lose control of 50% of the queue, and now we have it bugged out where the private construction will always use 50% if there's any transfer going on. However, we have a pretty big investment pool, and it's growing. So we can get a little bit more construction out like this. I think we're going to add the second construction sector, to be honest. Oop. And we have finished a lathe as well, so we're going to swap up everything to being capitalist owned, which is going to require that we import some stuff. Don't we have dyes production? I don't think we need to import dyes, but we are going to import the French, some of this, and then actually let's also put it on import prioritization, hey? And then we're going to import prioritization, and the real thing is that we're trying to keep it as real as possible. We really do not want to build iron ourselves before we get Atmo engine. Speaking of, we do have to keep an eye on this. Oh no, wait, we finished lathe, so we're just doing this. Are we gonna high roll the nat spread? We're obviously gonna streamer like high roll the nat spread. Okay, mechanical tools is a pretty nice roll. So we will get faster railroads here than normal. I guess we can import. So we have a decent volume of trade with the UK now. How close are we to a trade agreement? Well, I guess maybe not as decent as we would like. Give it up, Mara. Your goose is cooked. This would be so much easier if we had skirmish. Having line might not be enough to get out on Gaza. I mean, what do you have for your barracks, my guys? Irregulars, hussars. Your employment's not even 5k? Okay, just kidding. We can definitely take you. Maybe don't pass mercantilism because laissez-faire sucks. Oh my god, I think you're right. Laissez-faire does suck, doesn't it? And that's the... Well, free trade doesn't suck. So we could get the market liberal and then go free trade. But you're right, laissez-faire. I'm so used to, like, the autopilot is just too strong. Like, my brain just is like, how do we get laissez-faire? We don't have laissez-faire yet. Laissez-faire is really good. How do we get laissez-faire? Okay. Maybe we preserve protectionism then. It feels so bad, man. It just feels so wrong. Like, it feels like I'm a scam artist if I don't go laissez-faire. Like I'm scamming the viewers out of, like, something. Correct play, I don't know. But, like, that is just, like, morally wrong. We also have this guy, too. The protectionist guy died. Alright. I think we invite this gentleman. Bro, that's all the movement sides you can, like, muster here? Okay, this is a big movement. So let's enact colonial exploitation then. And then we'll put this guy in government, if we can. We'll put this guy in government. So that'll be a nice colonial exploitation we get going there. We pick up Mara. And a decent chunk of economy, too, to be honest. Now, let's see Paul Allen's. We're gonna nuke some of these. So we get a refund on that. I think we maybe chill for a little bit. Yeah. But then we go into Gaza. By the way, the, like, wheelchair, like, emote, that is, like, my favorite emote. Because that guy is, like, going, like, maximum speed. I think it's, like... the two most lively emotes are the girl dancing with the red dress and the like, wheelchair emote. That is so much forward lean. I don't even play Vic 3, I'm just here for the calamari cooking stream. Dude, we should have a cooking stream. Memes aside. Oh, we could get some... I don't even think we really... Yeah. Oh, suppression impact is actually kind of funny, because we're using it to kneecap the Cadillos. They're going to be marginalized soon. But I think we rake this back so that we can increase education. I also think definitely misplaying by not increasing that. Yeah. So let's rake this one back a little bit. In fact, what we can do... Not incorporate that. We really just gonna be... Just barely not gonna have enough, huh? Why do we need 19? It's 12 per level, my guy. Okay, fair enough. Yes, dear. What do we even need for forming Rio de la Plata? Jujuy, Alta Paraguay, Patagonia. Oh, this isn't even the full shebang, huh? Trade for dye, you don't produce dye? I thought we had a dye plantation in here somewhere. Don't produce dye, he says. We just don't produce a lot of dye. We are producing dye. Part of the problem is Mappy. It's not getting where we need it to be. But we are producing the dye. We're paying a lot for it here, and we're not getting paid very much for it over there, but we are producing the dye. We're trying to click the button, but we can't click the button. Maybe conquer near province near Russia. This is the very much so the correct idea. The problem is there's actually not a good province near Russia to take. They're one of the harder countries to get a really nice adjacency towards. You have to go through like Central Asia. You have to go through here. Taking Circassia is bad. I suppose you could take Svealand, because the most OP company in the game is in Svealand, right? And this is technically adjacent to Russia because we have this like land bridge thing. So that's probably the most takeable place, or would be the best place to take. I suppose that's a bit interesting. How much money are we generating through taxes? Probably close to nothing, so I think we should keep the taxes low. Yeah, we're like mostly minting here. Let's just get the law faster. Maybe you should switch off auto queue in this patch. I think if we do the, I feel like they're gonna patch it soon. It's a super obnoxious run, but if we start the Papal States run on this patch, because I finished recording the Transvaal run, which like really kind of sucked on the front of the bug, because it's like it's really hard to like express just how like, because it's like our economy ended up being hyper agrarian in the Transvaal run. Because of the auto queue, and like that has a cascading effect. Like we have less investment pool, so we have less of a free money modifier, right? That we get from this. Like overall, like the run like felt not as explosive as it should, and then I feel bad. Ooh, right you are. You're super smart. Man says change the PMs in the Gov buildings for just a second so you can, you know, pass the education institution and then change them back. Say it with your chest. I think we stay on what we have because we don't want to. Oh, the Catholic Church is marginalized. No. We need you to do the things. We're so far off getting to the point where we can subjugate Peru, Bolivia, and we only have a few years left. God. How do we cheese up as much as possible? I mean, building Navy is the exact thing to build. It's like exactly what we're doing. We just need to high roll another. We just need another one of the plus 20 events. I think we. Yeah. I think we're supposed to go Atmo engine here too. I don't think we have any coal though. If I recall correctly, there's no coal down here. There's like coal here or something. Yeah. Like the closest coal. Circassia. The problem with taking Circassia is it makes Russia really aggro against you. Because they want Circassia, because they have it's a split state with Kuban, and so you will not be able to join their market for a different reason if you do that. Svealand is pretty OP. Yep, good old paradox with the Swedish supremacy. For those of you who don't know, actually, let's maybe just take a look at why Svealand is OP. I hate that you can't look at the stuff anymore. So we actually need an interest in Svealand in order to do that. But what they do is they have an electric company that's bonus for the prosperity. Instead of like something reasonable, it gives you plus 5% education access per wealth. And I know what you might think. You're like, hey, that's pretty reasonable. You know, that's a modifier that's like kind of hard to get. Boosting it by 5%. No. It's not a multiplicative modifier, it's an additive modifier. So getting 5% education access. For reference, we have level 1 currently in our schools. So we are getting 10% education access and 5% education access per wealth. What would that mean? Well, private schools gives 0.5 wealth education per access, which means 5%, it's not boosting this number by 5%. It's not a multiplicative modifier, it's an additive modifier. It would be adding to this. It is the equivalent, the prosperity bonus on the company is the equivalent of 10 levels of the education institution. Because Sweden. Yeah. Have we seen the Suez Canal company? Yeah, it's pretty good. It gives like 50k minting for free. The gold company is going to be better in a lot of cases, though. Can you build another boat in Chile? I think we could build a second boat in Chile. We could actually build another boat in a couple places. Like every place that has 1k employment, we could add another boat there. And we could, in doing that, we could get up to a much higher boatage. You know what they say, the mo boats, mo problems. So yeah, we could build a boat in Santiago, and then we could build a boat, I think it's Santa Fe is the other place where we already have, nope, that's not. Buenos Aires is the place. So we would have 6 boats. Not sure we need 6 boats, but where are you building here? Paraguay? What can we export right now, even? Let's take a look at what we have is like really cheap. Okay. I mean, we would not want to keep this export in for a long time, but getting it off of this price might be useful. No, let's not. I will forget, and then our auto-queue will build more wine than it should. Is Portugal in the UK market? It is. I think we're going to save and go for them in just a second. Actually, I think we save and go for them now. I think the line infantry will be able to manage this. We'll put them all on, or a couple of these guys on offense, that way when they're landing, it will have additional. Do we want this guy to get Grifter, is the question. I mean, we're in pretty good shape passing the law either way. And will this guy help us overall? I think he kind of will. So I think we'll just not give him Grifter for now. So we're already at plus 75% with that. I think we're gonna get this in fairly good order. And we already have 2 million incorporated population. This like start feels not as weak as I initially thought it was gonna be. Alright, yeah, there's nothing we can add here. 10 times level 1 private schools, yeah. Also in Arabia, wait, what? Hi, Generalist. I would to ask or not to ask, that is the question. I got some problems with your RP imperialist fascist Russia run with command economy and isolationism without upper Jesus. I couldn't push GDP more than 1.5 billion. Yeah, so there's this modifier that basically makes command economy unplayable with high level GDPs. And so if we take a look at the investment pool and we see that all investments are multiplied by this. This modifier is actually positive until you get to 10 million GDP, which is why we have it being positive at 2.5 million. But once you're above 10 million GDP, what it will do is it'll decrease the amount of investment pool that you're getting. And it will just delete money. This money just gets deleted. Once it's 0.9, that means 10% of money just gets deleted from the investment pool transfer. At around 800 million, this is substantively large enough that it overrides the positive benefits of both the Industrialists bonus and laissez-faire bonus to investment pool contribution efficiency. Okay. With command economy, and also it is linearly decreasing until it gets to 0.3 when it is applying to capitalist stuff. So at 2 billion GDP, exactly, that's where it's decreasing to. At exactly 2 billion GDP, 70% of the money that gets reinvested in the investment pool just poof, disappears. When you are on command economy, this equilibrium is instead 0.2, and it applies to all of the dividends because you are taking all the dividends into the government. And so just an absolutely enormous amount of money is getting deleted. The way you would try and figure out a way around this is to have the wages in general be as high as possible and have as small dividends as possible, because 80% of the money that is in dividends just gets annihilated, and so you would be having to try and produce. So there's two ways that buildings produce value. Like, you produce value through the weekly balance. You're transmuting these goods into additional value with the weekly balance, but also with the wages. If 80% of your weekly balance is getting annihilated, that means you have to produce it all through wages, and so trying to pop the command economy up is very difficult, though, because normally these like ownerships, they buy consumer goods, and this increases the price of consumer goods, gives you more opportunities for more buildings, and so you would not get to do that, though. And instead, yeah, command economy sucks. This is the thing. You don't see the LF bug. I don't know exactly what triggers it, but so right now this is working as intended, but we have a huge investment pool. But you just keep an eye on it, and there will be times where you are paying for. If you take a look at the construction good costs, you will be paying for over 50% of it. Or you will be paying for less than 75% of it, but the private queue will still have control of 75% of the queue. If you just watch it, eventually you'll see it. Not sure if we're supposed to. I guess mobile artillery is probably good enough. Oh, we actually have a dragoon. Interesting. Home affairs has been decreased. You know what's funny is we could have used the Lancer with this. We'll probably move the Lancer over here rather than deleting it. But yeah, command economy just blows really hard. Unless you have really low GDP. If you have really low GDP, it's actually fantastic. Like command economy, command economy would be insane if we are under 10 million GDP, because instead of money going into the investment pool, it just goes to the treasury, and it's the entire dividend. So, build boats in Arabia. Ah, that makes sense too. If I remember correctly, the top 2 literacy countries in Vic 2 was Sweden and Japan. It's definitely not Japan in this one. Vic 3. Did you settle on Paraguay? How did you settle on Paraguay as Russia's the choices? Okay, so when when 1.5 dropped, I did say I was going to do a Paraguay run, and we pulled this, and so that's why Paraguay was always supposed to be ran, but then I had forgotten about it. And then I remembered, and so that's why Paraguay. Russia, I actually want Russia. I think I need to do a starting steps with Russia because I want to use In a tutorial video, I want to use Russia as an example. We're just going to swap these over, and then we're obviously going to have a coal problem, but then we'll import it from the UK, and we'll get rid of no tariffs. But I wanted to use a certain situation in Russia as an example, and so I would need to get past the beginning, and that situation is that in Russia, you'll run out of pops and perm pretty quick. Or relatively quick, and then you'll also want to build tall in Luhansk, and so you end up having an environment where you have an early game economy in almost all of Russia, except not in Perm, to some extent Ural, and also Luhansk, because you build all your steel in Luhansk in the early game because New Russia Limited Company is really good, and so you want to unlock the company, and so I thought it would be a useful or interesting example. I think it's railways next. I mean, we do have some unique stuff with nationalism, so maybe we do nationalism after. Something like this. Let's look at our minting. Let's see Paul Allen's minting. We went from losing money to gaining money, and I'm pretty sure I have a sneaking suspicion as to why. We have like 8 gold mines. From what I've read on Reddit, that happens if you queue too many buildings at once. Like in the public queue. That's what sends it into this 75% thing. I mean, that would be a very hard thing to play around, like, mechanically, just being like, I can't queue too many buildings, because then I would have to somehow keep track of all the things I want to build. It'd be a lot cooler if I didn't have to do that. Even if that is the cause, like, that sounds like a super annoying bug to play around. We're gonna try and play around the bug. I think we're gonna let this... Oh, man, how do we get our prestige higher, bro? We're not gonna be a major in time, are we? Maybe if we take Gaza and Transvaal, this will be enough. We'll see. Maybe we can't even land here. No way. Are we actually having trouble landing? I think we are having trouble landing. Okay, so what we do is... Also, I don't know why it says we have conscripts. Where are the oh, okay. Let's do this. Let's raise the conscripts. I think we can delete some of these lower... whatever ones. We should have built more boats. Why did we not build more boats? We might have to actually build more boats to win this war. That'd be grim. Alright, let's cancel this. Let's delete this guy at the very least. Because these guys are going to increase our malice while also providing basically no fighting power. We'll do that. And then we'll let these recruit up a little bit. We'll have more offense, roughly the same malice. Do we wait 12 weeks on the boat? Maybe we wait 12 weeks on the boat, huh? That is grim. Grim, grim, grim. Freaking construction malices, man. Why does this have 2 guys? But did we already raise the conscript? We did. I mean, we could try and land with this 2-stack into this. We wouldn't suffer a malice with the 2-stack. 2 stacks all recruited up. I just don't think we get into 8. But it's 8 with terrible PMs. I think we just lose that, huh? I think we maybe just wait on these guys. Well, maybe we go with the 2 stack. Alright. So we'll have a 5 stack here. And it is raising the conscripts. Oh, let's mobilize. Let's raise the conscripts. And they'll be raised a little in the first 8 weeks. Not all the way. But I think we'll be able to do this army into the next army, maybe. There's really not a lot of boys. We'll at least get them towards in the area of the region. Industrialists do earn all the credit though. So in command economy, you would want social security on max level for the wages plus 100%. I suppose you could look at it that way. I would say if you are on command economy, what you want to do is you want to come into this section, and then you want to click this, and then you want to click this, and then you want to pick anything else. I think that's the strategy if you're on command economy. Yeah. Is doing market liberal swap for Russia the way? Yes, 100%. Charter companies before nationalism, I think, is profitable. Oh, we don't even have a gold company. I think you're right. You are correct. I agree with that. Yeah. That would be the way to go. Charter companies probably even before. We don't even have... Let's be real. This is NAT spreading to us. We actually really like that NAT spread. We actually should just do charter companies instead of this. This NAT spread's super nice for us anyways. We're not going to be getting railways way faster, and I don't think we really need the railways considering we have like 10 construction, so I do think it's a little bit less important. So how much are we getting up? Really just have 72? Bro, how you fitting there's no way this gets in with just basically just 1k troops, huh? But like, what's this guy looking like? Freaking conscripts, man. Are we just like wood chippering our troops here? I think we might be. Didn't have the army ready for this. Yeah, we're just wood chippering troops. This never gets in, right? Alright. What is their war goal? War reps. So they never get that enforced. So we can just wait for them to recruit up a little bit. Wait for us to get our 6th boat. We can also add a boat here. I kind of don't like to have boats from like way across the land, but this would be theoretically probably better. I think while we're at this though, let's find where we have the cheap upkeep of Bajo, Paraguay. Okay, I can bite on building a construction sector there. Just add a little bit of construction. I think I can. Look at this auto queue just blasting terrible stuff into our economy, to be fair. Send 4K stuck or 6K. Problem is we don't have a clean 6K. We have like the 1K, 500, 800. We could probably delete this. Run down the malice. I really wish we could merge all these conscripts. But I think we're just going to wait for the conscripts to get up to like 400 or 500 and then take a crack at it with having a 50% modifier, negative modifier. It is a little bit like wood chippering some troops though, so... But can we get to a high enough prestige? Yeah, we're chasing. I don't think we get to a high enough prestige. So that means we probably want to actually just take raw dog some states off of them. So let's do some of that. And also, I think we can sway other people to, like, want to take just states off of them. And we get more maneuvers, so maybe we take something like Antofagasta and Lima, which is probably the two best states. Kind of a little bit of Borregor, but, you know, it do be... those things be thingin'. Alright, so 5 weeks, 4 weeks, and we will have an additional boat. How many Lancers do we have in some of these things? 300... Let's get rid of that one. Kind of just giving us a malice. Yeah, I think these guys can do it. Right. Right. Maybe we're supposed to delete that one and this one. Let's delete that one. This guy too. So, a little bit less of a penalty. As soon as this finishes, the boats should go from 5 to 6 as well. So maybe we can do this. I tend to notice when I expand the industry, as the construction capacity increases, private sectors retain their 75%, even though construction goods increase. When the private queue finishes, it fixes. When the private queue finishes, it fixes. Not sure what you mean exactly by when the private queue finishes, it fixes, but it looks like we can get in on this. Alright, cool, perfect. Gaza, why are you invading us? The truth hurts. I actually, like, I hate that this place is called Gaza, given, you know, what's going on in this Gaza right now. I played with consumption-based taxation and high wages for everyone. Max social security. Consumption-based taxes. No, you would want to... Oh, wait. Yeah, there's no dividends to tax. Man, yeah. Command economy is just really bad, but couldn't push SOL. Yeah, you can't push SOL because this modifier depresses the shit out of your economy. This, like, this negative reinvestment, like, it's... it depresses SOL a lot because the consumption significantly decreased. But couldn't build anything because it was unprofitable. Yeah, you have to like. I think what you have to do is you have to be super tediously subsidizing everything. So split main army, never. What are we supposed to split? I guess we could split off this 500. But we want these guys because they are giving us a lot more offense. They're getting in now, though. Paraguay to get to the other side, basically. Groceries for better supplies. I was taking a look at the groceries PM, and it was, like, pretty grim looking. Groceries kind of suck. But yeah, we could do groceries for better supplies. I think we might not have that option yet. We don't have it yet. But finally we get into Gaza. Why don't you play with the direct game investment rule? I think it's a worse simulation, and also there are some interesting things playing around the private queue that make the game more dynamic and interesting as a player. Ooh, no. Nope. God damn it. I misclicked. I misclicked twice. I misclicked and then I panic misclicked. It proposed a white piece. Ah! I just panicked. Jesus. pure panic. Violence suppressing there so that we can actually get stuff built. How much of our economy is gold right now? 75%. Maybe we're supposed to add up the taxes to add more construction. I think we get rid of these conscripts. I think we want some cannons recruiting, so we're gonna do that. We're also gonna need to, yeah. I'm gonna add some construction too. Where is the cheapest? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Where is the cheapest construction of them all? So we'll do some of that. Do approve of the fishing being built. Extra maneuvers acquire after 2 years. Oh, that's unfortunate. Why SOL dropping? You were even on low taxes. What the fuck? Because we're like not productive at all. Also, we have expensive consumer goods. Generally speaking, let's do that. Like, look at this. Look at this. We should probably swap this to import because we're not going to do... We forgot we weren't going to do the corn laws. Let's do that. That will actually raise SOL quite a bit. Will you please, mother, will you accept us into your market, into your bosom? Close. She's almost willing to let us in. I think we'll generate enough infamy that... Actually, they're improving relations. We do need to damage relations. Son of a biznut. Now UK should accept. The truth hurts. That was a lucky autosave? Yeah. Can you imagine? Ah, there we go. The invitation. Can you imagine, like, freaking... Now, no trade routes, so we should be a little bit better on that front. But, like... Wait, why do we not... Were we that bad on bureaucracy before? Oh well. Now, let's see if we have any place that has bad tax capacity and some bureaucratic centers, because now we can just turn on the PMs without too much worry. Santiago... Santiago's got a lot of them, though, so let's... Let's do that. Solve our bureaucratic problem. Can do some of that. Normally I don't like to incorporate guys from different regions, but we're pretty strapped for units, to be honest, so why don't we do this? Okay, so we don't think we can get there, and if we are going to fight Bolivia, we want to fight them sooner. Wow, actually... Are we strong enough? So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think we can fight them. I think it depends on who joins. I think everyone has flavor to join. So what we're going to do is we are going to... I think we have an interest in the region already. Yeah, we do, in the Indies. We're going to start a fight. And maybe we transfer North Peru, to be honest. Maybe this is a little bit better. 6.2 infamy. It sucks we can't subjugate them, but what I'm thinking is like, we're just gonna save and do a check and see if we can get people to join against Bolivia with us, because Brazil's keen on it, and offer them stuff, but... Yeah. Extra supplies unlocked by army reserves. Transvaal next. I think it might be... could also just take Lima, huh? I think it might be doing this before the Confederation can form. We also would like Antofagasta for the company. But I'm kind of keen on seeing... We could also liberate subject, which is perhaps an interesting idea. Take Antofagasta, liberate North Peru, sway some people in. We could make North Peru primary. I'm not sure exactly how Bolivia will respond. Can you give any advice on what laws are optimal for boosting GDP after reaching 200 million? I mean, the best after your, after like 800, 900 million, like, you want to be on cooperative ownership. Because you're also hemorrhaging money from the investment pool contribution of capitalists, and what cooperative ownership does is it changes all the ownership to shopkeepers and farmers. And they only contribute 5% of their dividends to the investment pool, so they are the least amount of money is being destroyed under them. Well, how much infamy do we have? What's our buffer look like? Okay, so we could take two things. I think we take Antofagasta and North Peru, and we leave them landlocked. Okay. Guess this one's more important. And we just see who we can sway. Well, the UK is loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I think we set all these guys on defense, to be honest. And we see what people are willing to sway for. Look at them, just going after everything. But also, if the sways are unreasonable, we'll just go for Transvaal or something instead. I mean, maybe we're supposed to go for Transvaal, but the big thing is, I don't think we can get to the point where we can subjugate them in time. Transfer states, become subject, obligation, transfer states. Okay, so we kind of don't want to give this stuff up, and so it looks like we actually can't do a war that like would directly go after them at this juncture. So maybe it's Transvaal, and then following that, we still have time before the Peru-Bolivian Confederation forms to transfer North Peru. Could even transfer both for 11 infamy, North and South Peru. Do you even beat these guys? Bro, they actually have an economy. 6 barracks. We probably beat this. Line infantry. Yeah, I think we win. Actually gonna send the 1 line infantry over. We're gonna Red Rover that Bizzle. There we go. The cannon will form during. I don't think we're strong enough to do something about it at this point. I think we'll be strong enough once we have these cannons, maybe. But that's good to know. So we have to do this real soon, so it's going to be basically right after Transvaal, right? So maybe we're only transferring North Peru in that situation. And then we will be able to subjugate these guys after. We'll have a nice power base. I really hope if we form Rio de la Plata, we keep these, like, claims. It would suck if we didn't. I have a feeling we don't. I don't know. There's been, like, a lot of weird niche case things about this game recently that I've just kind of been disappointed on. Like, I think the last time there was a patch that didn't have a bug that I thought was really substantive was, like, 1.3... or maybe 1.4, I guess. But obviously, there's no... I'm not being critical of, like, stuff during the beta. Like, obviously the beta's gonna be buggy. I don't care that the beta was buggy. But, like, this bug, like, is, like, really frustrating because it... Like, if you're playing, like, a min-maxy style, like, it, like, actually super kneecaps, like, what you can do. How much migration are we getting? It's the real question, maybe. We have a lot of attraction. So it looks like we're doing okay-ish. Yeah, so this is us joining the market. A little uptick there. It's gonna help out a lot. You get the least from the UK, and the UK also builds a ton of manufacturing, so they actually, like, recomp your economy in a negative way, because they have so much manufacturing. They, like, tend to recomp you towards, like, being more agrarian, which you don't like, but which Russia does not do. Russia's significantly better. I think we're on cautious advance with that one gentleman. And so we'll play mostly defensive here. But still look to slowly push. Where are you at? Alright, please just join up. Oh, this advance. It's just because we have 4x the troops. Maybe a little premature. Maybe not. Is this guy careful? No, he's muddy. Pursuit. This is the careful gentleman, though, right? He's cautious. Always nice to have those guys as a leader. Be careful, it's a trap. Your army might get stuck there. Oh no. I think it does get... I think LM specifically is the... You get stuck with LM if you take this. I think you don't get stuck if you take Zululand. We might have gotten our army stuck. So we'll make sure to move them back before we enforce. I think is how you avoid this, or at least this was in the beta. One good thing about the UK's markets is they never run out of convoys. I mean, you say that. It should have a better UI to check migration. I always get lost. They could probably, like, represent it better, yeah, I agree. God, it's so grim that, like, we would have to eat 10 infamy to expel diplomats to, like, be able to... Because we can't rival them if you have positive relations. Yeah, we just kind of grind through them. Hopefully they don't have gold, which is unfortunate, actually. Neither does Freistadt, though. But this is, like... This is what you do when you're playing a European country. You, like, 100% need to go after Africa. So, while these guys... We won't let them station in South Africa. We'll send them back to avoid getting banished to the Shadow Realm. Oop. Ah! Like, what did I click? Oh, no. Okay. I thought I messed with if I was live or not. Oh, but now I'm on top chat instead of live chat. Okay. You gotta take Zululand to not get stuck, or you gotta leave early. You gotta toot it and boot it. You gotta toot it and boot it. You gotta know when to hold them, when to toot it and boot it. Right? Yeah, they're traveling. We tooted it and we booted it. Yeah, someone said that it was because the port, it considers the port to be in Portugal. And so there's not a way for you to travel down the road to get to this port because it's in Portugal. And that this is the cause of that. I think that's the case. And so this means it happens extraordinarily frequently if you play the actual meta of the game, which is, of course, not like... Yeah. Okay, so we have not enough troops, man. Alright, too many of our troops are just dead. I don't think we can fight Bolivia right now. Oh, maybe it was a mistake to take Transvaal, because we'd really like to transfer North Peru. And this guy wants... I mean, maybe we just give up Mato Grosso. Maybe that's not too big a deal. We give it up to Brazil. Surely having them as a subject earlier is like more valuable than Mato Grosso, right? Okay. Boop, boop. Sorry, gentlemen. I'll mute that. Perhaps gentlewomen as well, but let's be real. Maybe we can fight this. I forget we're on the Uber conscription stuff. We'll mute that conversation. No more baboops. Yeah, maybe we can just fight it. I mean, so we have 13 guys and 17 coming on up, and they have 29 guys. But also we have a brain and they don't. But they do have subjects who also have armies. It was like wild to me that the Brazil doesn't like want to get in this. They don't want to in the mix. Alright. I mean, we could also... Yeah, we could scrape the barrel from Africa, too. '23... Yeah, maybe we just full scrape the barrel and we don't give up any dirt. Oop, too many. Perfectly balanced. Alright. Maybe we can win this. Solo bolo. Oh, and we can lib all the subjects too. Antofagasta is actually a decent chunk of infamy, but Jujuy, us cutting them off from this is maybe not so much. So we could go Jujuy and Alta Paraguay. And we can also liberate a bunch of these countries. Oh no, wait. Well, how much is it to... We could just transfer all these guys. I guess we'll see how things develop a little bit. We're not in a super rush. Are you planning on getting multiculturalism? Yes. We're gonna get the gold companies first. But what if you wanna grab Zulu now? Do you have to navally invade again? I think what we can do is we can create an army here and then disband our army and then make it go into the new army. But like that's like a weird play pattern, right? I do think we want to be on defense on the at least at the start here. Where are you from? Holy, what's Sopo? Oh, let's not send him there. Actually, no, let's send him. Yeah. Let's do that. See, unfortunately, they don't. Ooh, this guy. Okay, now he wants war goals with return state. So I don't really. I think we could give this up. The Bolivian Amazonas. It's only 5 maneuvers, and it'll make this way easier. Okay, we have to be a little bit careful adding too much stuff, because otherwise he might back down. Of course, I guess we can just load if he backs down. Alto Paraguay, it looks like it actually won't cut us off from him. We liberate Iquicha, South Peru. I think we just liberate a bunch of guys. TBH. Liberate and war reps. We can make the liberations primary too. Or the war reparations, something like this. I think this is fine. Fine enough. Can the pops from Africa get conscripted without education access? Not very quickly they can't. Let's actually swap over some PMs. Although we have learned how to cheese stuff. If we swap PMs to being... Oop, we definitely want to be on these now that we're in the market. I think we want to be on these now that we're in the market too. But if we're on picks and shovels, it's way easier to employ up. Or if we swap back to crude tools, it'll be easier to employ up. Because it's easier to get qualifications for shopkeepers. So you can like oscillate between the two. If you want to employ up more. You see the shopkeeper vacancies are getting filled. And then you swap back and it swaps them to capitalists. Just on defense right now, but yeah, I mean, I think this will be good for us. Because we can go after these guys at our own leisure. We don't get, like, obviously we would have much preferred to subjugate them, but we're not close enough to getting major power status before then. I think this is a fine enough alternative. Bolivian Amazonas is nearly entirely impassable terrain anyway. Yeah, and well, like, we're not paying the infamy for it. Like, we could take it off of Brazil later and then pay for the infamy then. So it's, they pay the infamy. So we'll just let them wood chipper their troops down a little bit. I think what we'll do actually is land with our landing squad. Swiper, no swiper. Swiping. Landies, no landing. How are... Man, that's unfortunate that the Lancers are not up, because we won't be able to use the better pushing thing. Oh well. But it doesn't look like there's anyone here defending the bag. We might switch to cautious advance in just a second here. Yeah, it looks like we have an advantage here, so we're gonna switch to the one guy to cautious advance. See what the battles look like. We still don't have a lot of troops like fully recruited up, so there is a little bit of sketchiness, but I think we'll be fine. GDP's coming along quite nicely. You know you betrayed Paraguayan and sold future land. I'm sorry. I apologize for my mistakes. If this front unites with this other front, we'll just do a new landing. But I think we'll put this as the strategic objective here. We'll also get to see what happens when you actually kneecap them, because this isn't something that we've done. Does not exist, or has lost all of its South Indian and Quichua subjects, so we're going to kneecap all that. Again, once this unites, we'll just re-land in a different spot. Once this front unites with this one, we'll not actually try and push with our 2-stack. Oop. How's this battle going, though? Well, that's not us pushing. It's a little bit grim. I do hate that you can't borrow on offense, or this seems to be the case. I have to maybe keep a closer eye on this type of thing, but it seems that you cannot borrow troops on offense, even though they said that they were going to adjust this, and this means that you want to have, like, these death stacks that you're pushing with, and then, like, you want to be mixed on, like, other stuff. Looks like Brazil's not pulling their weight here. I think that we want to be... What front... Wait, what? I think we're gonna go here. I don't know what front that guy was going to, but we definitely want La Plata, so... Once we get a forward advance, which, to be fair, is slower because we're on, you know, the thing. Are they moving off? No, they're not. Or, well, they're trying to shuffle around. Alright, we have La Plata. Man, skill game, huh? But it looks like the fronts have merged, right? But no one's on that front, so we'll keep on it. We'll keep on keeping on. But as soon as our 2-stack faces opposition, we'll just leave. Still waiting to see a battle here. That we're engaged in. Alright, our 2-stack has, well... Yeah, that's not our 2-stack hitting opposition. That's their guys hitting opposition. We'll move the 2-stack off. And now they have the opposition, but yeah. We're making... Oh my god, I've been forgetting about passing laws. Jesus. Could we ban slavery? Makes them a little bit mad. I guess missing on passing laws is not the worst right now, considering the current state of things, but... Oligarchy here will be... Oligarchy will be much easier to maneuver with things. The only question is do we want to go technocracy instead? I think we're fine with oligarchy. Let's just do oligarchy here, and then... We'll reform the government to make it... Oh, it's probably easy enough to pass, but we could make it easier to pass. No, let's not do that. Nice. We, of course, are in the British market, so we can swap over the stuff immediately. And so now we either have the choice between corporate charters or railways faster. I think we'll just do corporate charters. We actually kind of want to get our... What's stopping us from doing the Atmo engine journal entry here? Oh, we need a mine equal to level 3. Okay, I think that this is the best candidate here. So we'll do that. We'll get it to level 3 for the Atmo engine, which we will try and use to get railways a little bit faster. Maybe even one condensing pump engine a little bit faster, but... yeah, now they're just getting wrecked. Did you incorporate Transvaal? We're working on it now. Although you probably mentioned that before we took a look at it. Alright, the 2 stacks done there, so we'll just land here. And we'll just continue to, you know, do landings instead of actually pushing with them. Wait, wasn't we on colonial exploitation? We were? We got it, yeah. We could also colonize Northern Cape now. So we will. They are getting ticks below 0. Give us the bag, please. We want the bag. We request the bag. Oh, sorry, Ikicho was important, my bad. I didn't realize that it was important for this thing. But yeah, it does seem to be important. Looks like we brick the front entirely with that landing, which is kind of amusing, but we'll just land over here instead. As the Brazil and the other guy just try and, you know, get onto that front. Looks like they're about done here, though. Looks like they've had enough. When Bolivia loses their subjects, Peru unites under either north or south, I don't know which. Oh, that matters a lot. That matters a lot. That matters a lot. Hopefully it's under North Peru. That would be fantastic. If it's under South, then it bricks our war goal. That's really good to know, because that means transferring on Bolivia's hyper meta too. Huh. That's interesting. Alright, you're done, please. Just give up. There's no shame in losing, except there is. So that means we would have wanted to transfer only one of them, right? So we transferred North Peru. Now what happens? We get that, and then North Peru all comes over to us, and they're puppets, and we can just annex them right away. Bro, this is probably better than subjugating Bolivia. I didn't realize this is how it worked. So for 10 infamy, we're gonna get all this annexed. Bro. What pop consolidation settings are you playing on most of the time? I forget to switch it to the more consolidatory one. I think construction sector in Transvaal is wood PM. Did I not swap all the PMs over? Oh, you're right. When you write, you write. And use is right. They might even accept. Now, I think that they switched the psychosis. So what by psychosis I mean what has happened in the past is your overlord will never let you annex anyone ever in the history of any time period ever conceivable. Wow, 7.7 infamy for that. So we're gonna save. Alright. I think we save and just go for these guys, huh? Could also, actually, maybe we have to chill a little bit. No, we don't really need to chill. And we kind of want to annex them fast, sooner rather than later, because they are going to pull pops, right? Because this is European heritage. That's disgusting. It's under 10 infamy to get this bag. Yeah, I always transfer North Peru. You always get the puppet. Dude, that's disgusting. That's so efficient. Lima's North Peru and it's capital Peru. Yeah. And then I guess we're probably going to go after Argentina and then Chile next. God, this like border gore is pretty gross too though. Hey Generalist Gaming, another piece of advice. Did you know that when you consider state borders when declaring wars, you can finish them with pleasant looking borders? I did not. I was not aware of this. Wow, that's crazy. So I think the UK is done with this type of thing where they just like go obscenely like ballistic. Did you know you can make nice looking borders, he says. I think part of Peru that unifies is the one with the most GDP. No, Aranya next step. They haven't, if they had already discovered, oh shit. That was a new development. I was gonna say if they'd already discovered gold, then maybe, but you were correct. Aranya would have been the next step here. Things are coming along super nice. Bro, this feels so much smoother than the Transvaal run, to be honest. Transvaal run, we were having a hot mess with discrimination, though. And also, we're in much better shape to... We actually got boats. Transvaal run, there are no boats. The boats is necessary. We'll add a construction sector here. Not sure how well we're doing on pops. Okay, we got peasants. We got some things. But wanted to annex this guy as quickly as possible because I'm guessing they're pulling in... Oh, I guess they're not pulling in any migrants. I was thinking that they would pull in a lot of migrants. I guess they have devastation right now, but... Alright. Let's land the 1 stack there. Land the 17 stack here. Oh, we should reverse this. We'll land the 17 stack closer to the capital. And the other one on the southern tip. And we'll ask him what's good. Kind of visually a weird spot to have it, but okay. I think you may be right. At least that's how Australia and Canada unification happens. The most GDP. Puppet Chile and Argentina to let them keep colonization. Yeah, that's what I think too. But I'm curious if we form Rio de la Plata, if we get their interests. So that'll be something we test. But also, Argentina is going to colonize so slow because if we take a look at their pops, colonization is based on pops. They will have the slowest colonization you've ever seen ever in the history of all time. Our guys got clapped instantly, unfortunately. However, sometimes they just get in for free when you just keep doing it because they're too busy occupied. If all of their troops get occupied in a single battle up in the northern portion, then they won't be able to defend the southern portion at all. So, for example, if this has all their troops active, did we bite off more than we could chew? We might have. Alright. Let's think. This is not good. Neither of these invasions are doing well. Yeah, that one's not working. This one's also not working. Too big a malice. Right. We also could, well, we could raise the conscripts and just try and grind them into dust. But I don't think we're making any progress here. Bro, how to lose your subject in 10 minutes. Yeah, we should have just gone for Transvaal. Maybe this is still winnable. I want to see what the next battle is. If it's just meat grinding our guys out, then we'll just not do that. And we have to win because it's independence. God. All right. We will be left with a choice whether we reload or suffer the shame of our failure. I think. Why is it taking so long for there to be a battle too? This is another thing I don't like, is how much time it takes for to do these. Because it makes it, like, specifically annexing people, it makes, like, the timeliness very important. There's, like, a huge asymmetry between annexing people and other wars, because other wars, they put in war reps, and then you decay to 0, and then you stay at 0 for forever, but annexing someone's not like this. Could have played this a lot more careful. Bro, why do we have 100 at the start of that battle? Oh, that was our, like, 4-stack or whatever. Yeah, that was these guys. They either get in for free or they don't get in at all. But why is it taking so long for these guys to have a battle, man? Is this bugged? We haven't had a single battle, like, since we were at, like, 50%. Bro, where are our battles? I actually just think it's bugged out now. Not that I think we would be winning those either way, but... You give Argentina states after puppeting them so they colonize faster. We also might be able to feed them Chilean states. Subjugate Ecuador and annex them after 5 years, Peru. I mean, there's 0... well, so the idea was we would catch one of the... So the idea here is that we can land because we would catch their army with this invasion, and then this one would get in for free. But if this one's just going to be bugged out, then obviously we can't. Or does it really just take that long to get a single battle attempt? I think it's bugged. But we've definitely done this play pattern before where we, like, you can kind of land people and win wars you have no business winning. So I kind of think that this one's a little bit rough. Just because their guys get occupied and then you land on the other side, but... Is it because this guy's... he's not conscripting. Alright, I'm just gonna load. Sorry, gentlemen. I think that war is probably winnable. I think it's rough, but it's winnable. But not if the game's gonna do that. That's so weird. I mean, I kind of want to try it again. I don't know why we weren't getting a battle. It's not like they... Oh, did they have a 0-stack? Here, we're gonna load back to... I want to see if they had a 0-stack navy in the node. Maybe that was it. But it take time. You're gonna get text-to-speech super chats going. You should get text. I should get that going. Do they have a navy? So there's no navy here, but it might just think that the navy's opposing us. Definitely had this sort of bug in the beta where we fought a navy once and then it retreated and then we just couldn't get another battle again. I think it was when we were fighting the USA. I forget when. Army can't reach 100% morale. It's a morale thing. Oh, I think you're right. So it has to be 100% morale to initiate an attack, and it can't get there because of whatever reason. Huh. That seems stupid. I'll have to figure out how to set up the text-to-speech thing, because, like, I do not have any bells and whistles set up, and, like, honestly, if I have 100 people in my stream, I probably should. It's kind of obnoxious, though. Oh, we should have probably just chilled. I think that kicks us over 25. Hopefully that's not a problem. Yeah, we should have just chilled. Hopefully Mummy's not displeased with us. Yeah, maybe we go after, like, Ecuador first. That way we don't have to actually try and land something. It's maybe because of shortage. You have to have 100 morale to invade. That makes sense. I don't think we were running a shortage of any good, though. But, yeah. I don't know, it definitely feels pretty bad. Because if 100% of their units are occupied in a battle, which, like, happens sometimes, I don't know if the combat width was enough, then you just win on the other side. And also, if we occupy half their units with our, like, nothing burger stack, then we might not be able to land, you know, 15 into 11, but we could land 15 into 6, even with the malice. So... Take one state for Ecuador so you get a front and make it a Dominion, so it'll take plus 5 years. We can't declare for Dominions anymore. You have to only protectorate. But, like, also we could just get more boats. Well, actually, if the morale just gets bugged again, it won't matter how many boats we have, huh? We could wait 5 years and take land off of Bolivia, I suppose. Ecuador, we want to get eventually, though. We also, alright, we're working on passing a law. I was going to say, we want to pass laws. So this mine in Santiago has to finish for us to get the water tube boiler thing. Corporate charter is going to be super nice. Why don't we up the speed, because we kind of know where we're at. Yeah, Ecuador is what we have to take to actually get good mapping. There's like 3 or 4 states here total that have decent mapping. We have that one. I think that's all the states in South America. Although, like, rubber and wood are both also good for mapping, so it's a little bit, especially with the rubber tools that aren't as good as we thought they were, but are still spectacular. That makes so much sense why the, like, rubber tools just, like, looked freaking obscene, though. I should have double-checked. For those of you who weren't in here earlier, someone pointed out that, someone didn't point out that. Yeah, someone pointed out that the PM that it's not as good as I thought it was for the rubber tools. It's still really strong. Still, this is an enormous amount of efficiency per week of construction, or, you know, per 100 workers, but it's not what we thought it was. Sorry if anyone had any kids and we showed that without a warning. I apologize. That was my mistake. Alright, so once this gets fully employed, right, we should get the Journal entry. Except here's the thing. Do we need infrastructure even? Oh, I guess we do kind of here. Yeah, okay. The Atmo engine event. Where'd it go? Conquest of the desert. Am I just blind? Or is the atmospheric engine no longer here? Patronize, munitions, public's returning, branching out, rubber, Rio de la Plata, we need nationalism, populating the Americas, Paraguayan nation, urbanized Paraguay, Paranoid slave owners, poverty, great hunger, central archives, romanticism, path to liberalism. Bro, did it time out? That sucks. I feel like it's not supposed to time out that fast. Really don't know how I feel. Bro, we get a nat spread on railways? Holy shit. We're so good at this game. We do that instead then. Whoa, it's so good. Oh, we're so good. Look at this weekly balance. Oh, minting. Oh. It's like, yeah, when people don't go for this area and then they like ask, how do I play the game? Or how do I get better results? It's like, well, you go for this area. I don't know what to say. Number of companies, Transvaal, you go. We'll take the gold one, please. Oh, did we get shadow realmed? No, we didn't. Okay. These guys might be shadow realmed, though. They're not. Can you just back down? Definitely need one conscript up. There we go. But where did our atmospheric engine event go? I feel so confused. So where did the stream chat go? There we go. Do you think the landing of this bug because it happens on your game and you just restart the invasion to fix it? That makes sense. I mean, yeah, we no longer have the time to restart, but that also makes sense. So then we want to subjugate these guys. We can't yet, because we're not yet. We're getting kind of close there, though. It's being a major. I think we also just chill, anyways, because we have, like, close to 25 infamy. Or relatively close. How are we doing on migration? Looking pretty good. Would love to be in Russia's market instead. Actually, we only have... Oh, no, wait. We have a couple subjects. Yeah. We'll just add some construction. Ugh. Pup in Brazil? Jesus. I think they're probably a major, huh? No, they're not a major. Wow, that means we could. Kristadt. I feel like this is where we get our guy's Shadow Realm, though. Banished to the Shadow Realm. Luckily, it wasn't Orania, where all the freaking gold is. I think we lost progress on a tooling workshop that was almost done, though. That's kind of annoying. Now, what percentage of our income is actually taxes? 8K out of 50K? Jesus. Probably not worth running high taxes in that scenario, huh? What's this about? Gorami? Almost certainly gonna intervene in this, right? What can we get? Wargles. Conquer State. We can get Antofagasta. Well, we just want to kick them out of here anyways, I think, so... Is it really worth it? They do have 30 battalions. Maybe we just let them have that. Come for them in the next round. Not entirely sure. I don't know how they managed to stay a minor. Where are they at? Oh, it has to be below... Okay, that actually seems reasonable, then. Bro, how are we making so much money? What's happening to our investment pool? It's barely losing? Alright, so I think earlier we voted... Okay. We voted that we wanted to maintain despotism. So I think we do clings to power, right? The land reformer ideology, the fuck? Isn't this supposed to be despotic union? By siding with reformers, the land reformer ideology will forever fade for Paraguayan politics. Let's reread that sentence a little bit slowly. By siding with the reformers, the land reformer ideology will forever fade from Paraguayan politics. Interesting. I'm going to assume for whatever reason this is just visually bugged and that, yeah. So this would enable National Guard, adds Heart of America journal to Paraguay, Carlos becomes the ruler, he stops being leader of the armed forces, he gets this permanently, more political strength from armed forces, Intelligentsia, Industrialists are removed, and this guy dies. I don't think we do that. Okay. The unloved secretary clings to power. You will be locked out of Paraguay's powerful modernization and expansion journal entries. And we get this for 9 years, but eventually it goes away. Oh, but we don't get to keep... We don't... The past time we saw this event, we saw an event where we would get another despotic utopian. So I guess... We just fail on the despotic utopian front? Does anyone know exactly how this works? Antofagasta is tempting to make them lose the coast. Also, this is the territory that we want the most because it does have the really good company. But we can't make use of the company yet because the gold company is going to be better for us right now. But does anyone... I feel like we should repoll this, what people want to do. Because it feels like it's changed. Is this the same decision as last time? Like exactly the same? Okay, so we go Republican in achievement or despotic. Well, I think that before it was Republican, and now this time it's... Well... No, maybe we won't pull this. We voted despotic before. We're going to stay with the despotism. I think that this is worse from a mechanics perspective, but I'm going to stick with it and see... Or we could save and see exactly what this is up. Let's do that. Don't know exactly how this one goes, so... I think just go with the military because it's different. Yeah, but we pulled this like exact thing earlier, and it seemed that people wanted to go with the despotic union, right? Oh, this guy would seize power, and then he's a land reformer. So we would not get the guy we would want. We would get this land reformer guy, not someone with the ideology we want. I think, okay, if I understand this correctly, we just don't get another one of these guys. This is over. Because this guy died. Right? Let's look at the wiki. Let's look at the wiki. Cobble says, hope you're doing well, man. Yeah, I am doing well, thank you. Just saw you completed the tutorial. Big ups. Yes, the tutorial is complete, in fact. Yeah, but there's no despotic anymore. Yeah, I think we're just out of the getting the despotic union. I think we can't roll it, right? So if we can't roll it and we're just, I guess, kind of done with it, then maybe we go the Republican thing. Alright, here, let's make it so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Forget exactly where it is in the wiki for the ideologies. So this is just the base ideologies, not the ones you can roll. Racialized characters also have an ideology. There we go. And we want despotic union. France. So this is what we want, and requirements and weights. Paraguay is a revolter from Paraguay, subject Paraguay, not an agitator. Paraguay is continuing Francia's legacy. And it could be an intelligentsia, petite bourgeoisie, trade unionist. If the interest group, country has not reached socialism and country has not reached past propaganda. Country is not in government. Alright, so I think technically we can do this. So, in light of that, we're going to redo the poll though. Because we will have to try and roll this guy rather than actually having him. What do? Republican or despotic union. Keeping in mind that the Republican thing has the flavor, and I think they both probably have flavor, but the achievements also in Republican. I think I'm going to start asking people more if they care about achievements, but my perception is generally you guys don't care much about achievements. Care only about one thing, the memes. So You play the Utopian is cool, and all for an ideology, but the journal entry for Republican is cooler IMO, says Firecracker. You guys can take that into account when voting. Generalist Gaming says, oh, I don't know how to read Cyrillic. Hello, how to pass a multiculturalism law in this pass. So, what you need to do is you need to... We can talk about this well, first of all, you can do it with a despotic union, but it's actually really not that hard to pass. So, like, the main attraction of the despotic union is being able to pass it, but it's really incredibly easy to pass multiculturalism if you know, like, the methodology. So you have to research human rights. I'm not sure what unlocks Enlightened Royalist, but once you research feminism, you can roll a humanitarian. And then what you do is you make sure you have no intelligentsia generals, or no trade unionist generals, whichever you have more powerful, because both of these can roll humanitarians, and you just keep looking for a general that has the exact ideology you want, which is humanitarian, or enlightened royalist, and you make sure that they are popular and they are the only general you have. If you have only one general that is popular that has a specific, or if you have only one general that is popular, when you exile the leader of that interest group, the general will always take charge. And so let's say this guy who is popular, 25 popularity, were our general. If we exiled, and we did this at the start of this episode if you wanted to look back, if we exiled this guy, we would guaranteed get the humanitarian. And then once we have the humanitarian, it's really quite easy to, pass multiculturalism. We're going to do it in the Transvaal run, where, like, just basically as soon as we're able to, within, like, 3 years of researching feminism, we get multiculturalism. So it's, like, it's really easy and consistent. You just have to do the technique where you force an ideology. Often the trade unionists can be a little bit better. You don't have to go into feminism as well. You could go human rights anarchism and do it with an anarchist, which can roll on a trade unionist or a rural folk, I believe, are the two. Might be able to roll on armed forces, but I don't think so. But this is good, would be how you do it. Make a pool for you. Next, make a pool for you care about achievements. But it looks like you guys are fans of despotic, so we will continue on the way. Right? How many votes is this? 22 votes. Yeah, that's good enough for me. Alright. The land reformer is not very good, though. But we would, for example... Wait, this guy's dead, is he not? Do we get another undead warlord? Tell me we get an undead warlord. You died, dear sir. Is your lust for power so strong that death cannot stop you? Alright, but we want to keep an eye on Intelligentsia, because we want to roll not that guy. Okay, so we can roll an Intelligentsia of that particular ideology, if we want, and then exile the land reformer boy. This guy's a protectionist, reformer. Alright. We're gonna try not to recruit any armed forces guys if possible. Democrat. Also, having a big navy is bad. Or a lot of guys on your navy is bad. I kind of hate how that works, but... Alright, we're not going to spend infinite bureaucracy trying to roll it. Especially because we don't need it right now. You end up doing the anarchist route because it's easier to get earlier. Yeah, this is... Well... You need one or the other, unless you can do Enlightened Royalist. I don't know what the conditions for Enlightened Royalist are, what tech you need. If you only need human rights for Enlightened Royalist, you could just do just that, if that works. We can't let them leave. No! A little unfortunate, but it does put the gold mines down, so... It's unfortunate because we, like... Can't build there very effectively at this juncture, but... Also not the biggest deal either. add a construction sector there. Ooh, our prestige is not that good. Gonna get oligarchy in a hot second, though. Do a jingoist agitator. The mortal coil will not loosen my grip on the nation. That's true. Perpetual dictatorship is actually perpetual. Alright, so this helps out a little bit. Yikes on this, though. I guess we can stop bolstering these guys, to be honest. Probably actually could start doing consumption tax, yeah. Well, actually, we get, like, nothing from that. Let's instead do violent suppression or greener grass campaigns or something like that. This is gonna, I think, help us out a lot more. Oh, like, very little turmoil there. So let's just put that in the queue. We have too much money. First world problems. Oh, okay, we have no infra there. I mean, maybe we research railways just a little bit faster. Alright, let's do railways. I freaking think that our atmospheric engine thing just bugged out. I don't think it times out that quick. So I think it's just bugged. I think we're just gonna protect her at them, to be honest. Gonna get our pythoning insurance. Oh my god. We're about to get dragged in chat for having a positive gold reserve. Suffering from success. Hey Generalist, pro tip for Victoria 3. Whenever your gold reserves are full, you can build construction sectors. Suspend that. Hopes it helps. Yep. Yep. This is all true. Thank you. Paraguay going full North Korea with dead leaders and all. Yep, it's a necrocracy. You love to see it. But actually, it is a necrocracy. Peak necrocratic union. Actually, if this guy is undead and he just can't die, because he can't die, we might just not switch off of oligarchy ever. TBH. We could start maybe doing greener grass. I don't know how good this is going to be, though. It's probably not as good as resources, huh? What are we supposed to spend our authority on, though, when authority, like, consumption taxes are really not going to be moving the needle too much? Bro, we also got 6 gold here. Oh, we're so good. This is why we have, so, like, definitely was not... Let's check our minting. Check Paul Allen's minting. Yeah. So much money. I don't think we hate professional army. We're an oligarchy. Don't want to go total separation, because then we will never be able to go public health insurance, except I think we've already... I think that ship might have sailed. Oh no, Catholic Church is back. Guess who's back? We could put them in the government, just so that they never... or they never marginalize. I think we don't want to do national militia right now, though. I think we like the minus armed forces political strength because we're trying to end the age of cadillos. But we could go no harm affairs instead of the police. Kind of benefiting a little... Oh, we marginalized them. Ayo. So that means we... Progress bar will change by minus 1%. Okay. So maybe we like the secret police because we are suppressing the armed forces down. Also a reason to not go technocracy. God. What's this world coming to where we're like, hey, we like the secret police? The landowners are not in government. Or, I mean, they're in government, but free trade is attractive now that we actually don't have that guy. So I think we go free trade, maybe. Also want to get rid of slavery, too. Free trade should be a bit of a layup, which will be nice because we also don't have the -10 anymore. Interesting. That far along by 1847, we're trying. You don't have to shame us like rationalists. I think it times 8 or 9 years after you research it. Paradox really needs to nerf gold. I don't know, gold was pretty good, huh? I feel like gold should be really good. They maybe need to nerf being able to access the gold every time. An inflation mechanic, though. Yeah, if you introduce inflation, this would be appropriate. Thank you. Alright, so probably water tube. Let's see what gnat spreads, though. Oh my god, we have had the sickest gnat spread luck this entire freaking run. Literally every single one's been perfect. Just get the god run when we're playing like a freaking casual. Let's get nationalism and see if that unlocks any of our kind of unique stuff. I don't think getting nationalism is optimal here, but actually, no, let's not get nationalism. I thought about it and then my soul said no. Let's get pharmaceuticals. If pharmaceuticals starts nat spreading us after dialectics, though, we'll swap off. We maybe want to move the capital. Don't think long term this is a very good spot for the capital. I think Buenos Aires would be better. Why did we stop colonizing there? I'm so confused. Was that because Bolivia had the uprising thing? Bro, that's kind of stupid. Alright, whatever. Imagine a despotic union dictator and an enlightened royalist queen had a baby and it was Shrek in an essay. In this essay, I will argue. In this essay. Basically. Evil generalist gaming be like, deficit spending is bad, not spending is the new meta. To be honest, like, someone was making an argument for deficit spending, and they were like, mathematically it never pays back for itself, and I was like, well, the paying back for itself is not really the point, and like, they didn't model a bunch of things in it. This was on Reddit. But like, it's hard to model the full picture, so like, I could be mistaken that deficit spending is like, so I think it's definitely what you do as a GP, but I could be mistaken that it's viable on as a major power. I think. Well, I guess I could be mistaken by either one, but I'm suggesting I'm more confident in one than the other. Can we move the capital? Ooh, we can move the capital. All right. I think we want it in Buenos Aires. Long term. Because they have the most arable land there. Cordoba's got a big chunk. The problem is we don't have all of Buenos Aires. If we have the capital, surely... I feel like if Buenos Aires was our capital, we should surely have a claim on Buenos Aires and would be able to colonize it, no? I guess not. The truth hurts. Oh, can we conquer through there? I think we can. So we can go for New Granada next. What? Bro. I've seen Mexico be popping off this patch, to be honest. I guess they lost Texas, though. Do we move the capital here? Well, the mappy here sucks, though. But we don't have a lot of arable land here. We don't have a lot of arable land here. The mappy here sucks. Maybe we're just fine keeping the capital over here. Bajo, Paraguay. I mean, we actually have a decent amount of arable land. We have iron and logging. But maybe this is actually a decent place for the cap. Let's take a save and go after New Granada. Although it doesn't seem like the UK's been thumbing our pie really aggressively, so maybe that's an unnecessary precaution. Imagine running a country with only gold and consumption taxes, but no consumption taxes, and conquering the gold provinces in the world. This is kind of what I wanted to do with the This is what I had in mind for the Transvaal run, but the discrimination actually makes it way harder. But, like, you could maybe do that as, like, Mexico or something. Manchuria has a decent amount of gold. You could play as Manchuria and release, and, like, I think that this would be interesting. Oh, bro, they're minor power? Just kidding. Just kidding. Didn't mean any of it. Alright. We'll expand the construction sectors a little bit more. Trying to get these railway up. Oh baby, we're so good at this game. The luck has been unreal. Now we're real close, actually. Bro. The luck has been absolutely bananas. I think that was the concept behind the US. Fake 1600s. Yeah, we can't let them leave. I think we also put the gold mines. That actually helps us out in the short term because this is causing a lot of infrastructure usage, and so it actually makes it cost less infrastructure overall here while we're building that up. More of the Triple Alliance argument in chat about inflation. Speaking of like a gold economy, there's like a John McClane quote I love where he calls says Russia's not a country, it's or Russia's a gas, or what is it? Russia's a gas station masquerading as a country. It's like, holy shit. I hate this bug too. Feels bad, man. Gas station masquerading as a country. One day we'll actually be spending enough. Transvaal will be better long term, but maybe it's not well, we're committed. Short term it doesn't have enough like qualifications or other stuff to really pop off. I think we might as well also in the capital build a little bit of this. Academics get more loyalists. Don't need those. Clergymen become more loyalists. I guess we would rather clergymen become loyalists. Kind of a weird one. Law setback with 62%. We never get lucky. Terrible. But I liked the Shrek joke. The Shrek joke was good. In this essay. I misread it, and then I realized I misread it. And then, like... and then in my mind, I'm like, I swear to God I can read. And then I'm like, chat's judging me because I can't read. And then I'm like, not like this. Deficit spending works if you outproduce your debt, I guess. Yeah, but like it's not just about outpacing the debt. Like one of the big things. Now we're in there. Now we have enough construction sectors. One of the big things is that it does is when you inject a whole bunch of money into the economy, you stimulate it. So like you drive prices up and you make everything more profitable. So for example, if we just raise taxes like this, our GDP will fall. And it should fall, and hopefully this will be a good example, but also we're completing buildings and there's confounding variables and the GDP goes up and then we look stupid. But it actually takes a while for SOL to adjust too. This would cause people's SOL to drop, and then the basket of goods that they are consuming would decrease. And then if there are less buy orders for clothes, this drops the price of clothes, right? And so this makes our clothing industries less profitable because their balance goes down. So like having a deficit is not just about like being able to build things faster. It like also just stimulates the economy, and this is the part that's really hard to quantify. And what the analysis of the guy on Reddit didn't take into account was the stimulus effect and the margin improving effect, because the value of buildings producing is not like okay, it's the output goods, but it's like more complicated than just the output goods here. So there's like 2K in here, right? And so if we increase this to 2.2K, that's like a 10% increase, right? No, that's not a 10% increase. The value that's getting produced is the positive balance plus the wage. So it's really only like 200. So if we increase the price by 10% of these output goods, and if we increase the price of the input goods and the output goods at the same time, this still stimulates the economy. If we increase the price of the output goods by 10%, we haven't increased the productivity or like the positive benefit of the building by 10%. We've increased it by 100%. Now, notably, like when you increase the prices of everything, you also increase the prices of this stuff, and it wouldn't actually be like 100% increase. But the point I'm trying to make is like, it's like the improving your margin is like way better than like improving the margin of like output on stuff is way better because the value is produced at the margin. And so when you make the margin just a little bit bigger, it's making the value added like a ton. And so like this is why deficit spending is good. It's not because like sometimes you want to deficit spend even not adding construction. You're not adding buildings to the economy because it just stimulates the economy. And like the guy's analysis was completely it didn't have any of that. But on the flip side, when you are a major power, deficit spending is way more expensive, and so it's maybe a lot less sustainable as well. And I could be wrong, but yeah. I feel like GP with the average starting bank tax should always be worth. I mean, it's not worth it if you're. It wouldn't be worth it for us right now. If we are a minor power. Oh, but you said GP. Yeah. But it's kind of difficult before becoming a major power. Yeah, for me the question is it worth it when you are a major power? I think the answer is yes. I think I could be mistaken. Also, like, sometimes you have weird-looking economies. Like, it's a lot worse if you're... So normally, the way you build your economy, you tend to have more of the construction sector, stuff represented in your economy. So we would have more iron, wood, and tools than, like, equilibrium. And we would be, like, exporting these, especially, like, iron early on and, like, tools later on. And also wood early on. But... if your economy has less of these goods, then deficit spending gets worse, because raising the price of all that stuff doesn't stimulate your economy as much as like if you're importing all those goods, it doesn't stimulate your economy by adding construction as much as it like otherwise would. So it also depends like the proportion of your economy is in specific types of goods. Anything weird happened with the AI this file? I mean, the USA is like really not aggressive towards Mexico in this like 1.5.2 12 we've seen. We see Dutch East Indies get free earlier, or like normally they didn't get free on previous ones. In terms of what's interesting going on in this game, we haven't affected too much, and we are a major. Oh, we're so good now. We'll take a save and we'll go after Chile, I think. But The guy did a lot of math in his analysis. He just, like, wasn't accounting for the variable I think is the most important variable, so... I think we'll try and formulate the country. We'll also come down to speed 4, so I can catch up with the chat. I'm a little bit behind. You don't have enough army against New Granada? The truth hurts. Speaking of, though, I actually would like to go up to having quite a bit more army. Do want to switch to standing army sometime soon. I forget the reason why we didn't switch. Why was that? This is why we saved before. We're trying to put them in your market, bro. Why you do this to us? Oh, is that call ally? Transfer Chile and Patagonia. Please. What was your attitude before, huh? Protective. Protective my ass. I was trying to gold only run with Japan. The second you open your borders, their pops flood to gold provinces. They do with Hokkaido. I think that's the only gold they start with. But you also go for Manchuria. I guess that makes sense. Basically, for it to work, you have to out-research your debt, which sounds crazy, but it might be possible. Out-search? Out-research your debt? What do you mean by out-research? Out-research? Okay, I guess we go for New Granada then instead. 14 infamy. I forget if the big nation formation, I think it's diplomatic that you can do it, so maybe we want to do some of this, to be honest. And then just go after something like Brunei, and also we would be able to trade. Let's do some of this. I think this is fine. Unused helps with arable land. Sorry, unused arable land helps with migration, yes. If I have food in your market from other countries, maybe it's best to send everyone to the factories, generally, but the unused arable land will give you migration. I read those out of order. I mean, like, very often, like, these things will be profitable, too. Like, this one's profitable. Not the very best, though. Oop, let us also switch... Okay, we don't have to swap all that yet, but... Oh, we already swapped to wooden passenger carriages. We're so good. And now we have to swap the very thing we decided not to swap. The truth hurts. I think Philosophy Department's a level 5 to get the bonus. And, well, we're currently hemorrhaging some money, but, you know, money's not real. Definitely built up a little bit too much. Yeah, we'll just do that. Hopefully we don't low roll here. I mean, we have 75% chance, though, so I thought that that would be fine. We're gonna slow acquire these guys. They're fairly likely to back down. Also, we're unlikely to get our pie thumbed because they're unrecognized. Approaching 10 million GDP. Nice. Also getting some of these mines down. They are going to have a hard time employing. We're gonna do the exploit. We're gonna do the exploit, guys. I'm sorry, but we're doing it. Could go homesteading. I mean, we could... We don't hate nuking the Cloud of the Landowners, right? That's probably one of the better ways to do it. How mad do they get? They get -8, so that's, like, not revolutionary. And then once their cloud's nuked, like that... The thing is we could be all about commercialized agriculture. Why is he okay with that? He's a jingoist? We don't want to empower the Caudillos, so we don't want to go professional army. That's why we didn't want to go professional army. We could get rid of slavery. This will also take him to -8. Also makes it less likely our pies get thumbed. Definitely want to pass public health insurance, but I think we're researching pharmaceuticals now, so we can't do it now. We also don't have the malice anymore, so I guess slavery... I guess we like banning slavery here. We'll also get the... I do like passing something the Intelligentsia likes, but they are land reformers, so they like the homesteading as well. Do we like homesteading here? Or do we like banning slavery? Which one is going to hurt the landowners more? Probably the banning slavery, to be honest. Let's ban slavery, because we don't have a lot of pops and they're starting to get employed in pretty industrial anyways. So, let's try this. No! Make it stop. What is that from these guys getting pissed? Brunei fortunately backs down before they are no longer eligible to be subjugated. So fantastic for us. I think we... Bro, do we get the cheap Bahrain? Oh no, the revolt's winning. The even cheaper Bahrain. You love to see it. I think these guys will be reducible. Nope, just kidding. Oh well. Interesting timing. I guess we shouldn't have unpaused. I hate that you can't start a freaking play when this is going on. It's so asinine, but I guess we have a decent amount of infamy anyways. Why does your GDP fall if you use worker-saving PMs? They might not be efficient. You create unemployed pops the immediate point you do it as well, who consume less goods. So this might be one of the reasons as well. Before they find a job, they will be unemployed, right? And so they stop consuming goods, and so their basket of goods is like, or I don't think they immediately stop consuming goods, but it decreases their SOL. And if they're not consuming goods, it lowers the prices of all the goods. Banning slavery will also positively affect our SOL a lot, which will be good for migration reasons. Can we build any of these? No, we cannot. This company is so good for us. I can't believe you're kicking us out of your cool club. What do we do to deserve this? I guess we could just build more of a fleet, huh? Let's do that. Get up to a level 10 fleet. That's kind of a nice number to have anyways. They're kicking us out of the cool kid club. Yo, you jugging bleach? Yes. We are jugging the bleach. We are drinking this Target brand cherry limeade energy drink mix out of our jug that used to be half and half Arnold Palmer, but it just looks like bleach from your angle. But that was Arnold Palmer forever ago. We just like the jug because it's important to stay hydrated, and it's easier to stay hydrated if you can take that much stuff with you. We have, generally speaking, labor problems. We have problems swapping PMs is what we have problems doing. Sulfide pumping is also nice. Man, being inside a market's so nice because you could just swap everything. And you, like, don't have to, like, micro anything. This feels good. Can this go away now? Yeah. It can't. Okay. Fair. I think if we get one naval base, this will be fine. So, vaya contigo. We really don't want to decay though. If we have a subject that is, we would be ineligible. The game's, I haven't seen it in some time, but it used to be really buggy where like if you would lower power below your subject, sometimes it just releases the subject, which is obviously not the business. Like there's the business and there's that, whatever that is. What time? When did we get a protectorate on you? 6 months left? Alright, fair. Alright, where do we want to declare an interest? Probably, oh, we already have it in Congo. I guess North Africa. We could go after some of this stuff and then trade it back to France, because they really are interested in that stuff. Now, we'll take a save and we'll go after them, protectorate them. Oh my god, I'm playing with your country? Yeah, dog. It do be like that, although it's about to be not your country anymore. Soon. We're trying to get to the... Well, I guess we're pretty far off of subjugating Chile, but... forming this. Let's see how we're doing in the clout department. Alright. Slavery banning's going pretty good. Oh, as long as these guys are in an act professional army for the landowners, that's going to be fantastic, because then they won't oppose the slavery thing as much. What's this about? Mass migration's going to be nice. Where was that at? Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. Super nice. It'll have a lot of attraction. The one thing about universities is that they have a really high wage multiplier, or academics have a wage multiplier of 4. So why don't we actually do this? Which actually means that this costs more to use secular academia. Actually, let's do clerical educators. It costs more to do secular, but it has a higher wage multiplier, so it'll pull more migrants in general. No, go away. Okay. Damn, I missed like 3 hours. How long do you plan on streaming for? Not very much longer. We were wanting to form this... We're actually... It's probably going to be pretty soon that we stop, but I kind of wanted to form Rio de la Plata, or at least see if we form Rio de la Plata, do we get all of the colonization interests of our subjects? And if not, then like forming it might not be worth, but... 50% penalty. The truth hurts. It'll also set you free. But yes, we are playing as Paraguay. What are the repercussions of raising or decreasing government wages? I mean, you affect their clout. You also get the bonuses or the malices. In general, I think if you're trying to play super optimally, you actually should care about like min-maxing this type of stuff. But I think the effects are not so large that I'm too interested in sweating this. I think it's not worth it to increase it. I think it's I just keep it neutral. But like I think that's definitely a leak in my game. But I also like don't want to. Because you can use it to manipulate clout and approval. So in theory, like anytime you're like just one under approval from getting like propagandas for 50% migration attraction is probably almost always good to like increase this. And then also when you're in build mode, it's probably best to like do something like this most of the time. And so, but like we are also generating very little income from taxes. So this is kind of why we're, well, actually, we built too much construction. Someone in the chat made fun of us for not having enough construction, and now we have too much of it. So let's actually get rid of it before we have... So we're just looking where's the most expensive place. It's Transvaal. We're just going to get rid of a couple construction sectors. Just 2. Should be fine. We could deficit spend a little bit, I think. The money is definitely not real. Nope, nope. Couldn't be real, wouldn't have been real. Shouldn't have been real. Philosophy department. No. Hey, look, it wasn't real after all. Oh, because we're not building anything. Alright, fair. You got us. Alright. Maybe wood's not the way right now. We build a little bit of iron where we know we have construction sectors. A little bit of wood there, something like that. Back to losing money, as we should be. Is it me or is GDP throttled this game? If you are a miner, as Scotland, I failed to get 200 million GDP with all of South Africa, colonizing with both canals built. Well, GDP in this game tends to snowball. So, like, if you have a really big GDP at start, it's way easier to, like, go into having, you know, a bigger GDP later, right? So, like, if you start out small, it's like, it feels, like, really sticky, but that's because you didn't have all the positive benefit early on, and you didn't, like... if your economy pops off early on, then you get, like, more migrants. So that means you get to extend, like, the period of time in which your, like, construction is hyper-efficient, and you don't actually get to feel that this time period was extended, really, because you... Or it's difficult to understand that that's, like, one of the side effects, for example. Like, if I start as the UK, I'm going to have a much longer time period, or... What's the best way to put this? If I started as Bavaria... and I eventually formed the South German Fed, I would have been getting more migrants if I started as Austria, right? And so I'll probably have a higher population. And the population means you have a longer period of time where your construction's hyper-efficient than if I started as Bavaria, even if I have the exact same territory. And so, like, this is also a thing. It's the second revolution in the US. It's the peasant revolt, though. Not over slavery. Bro, you don't just say yes to the dress? What happened? Oh, we went after Chile and then we got our pie thumbed. We're not a fan of that. Sometimes you get really lucky with something weird happening in China. I mean, we could go after these guys. The idea of transferring them to France in exchange for gifts. But also, I've been thinking that, like, maybe, like, cutting France off of, like, this colonization up here is actually, like, something that's, like, interesting or, like, strong. I don't know how much colonization they get done if you don't do it, or if you cut them off from this. Because they don't really seem as interested in the bag down here. It's also maybe not worth it. Maybe this might be a good stopping point, though, for the Paraguay run. Because I don't think we're going to form Rio de la Plata in the near future. Because we have to reduce autonomy on these guys, and we have to subjugate and then reduce autonomy. Probably going to wait for us to be able to reduce autonomy in Ecuador and then go after Peru, because they're being funny. We could protectorate Bolivia, just 12 infamy. But I think we'll save the decisions on this type of thing for next stream. So I'm just gonna catch up on the chat, and then I think we're gonna. Oh man, so many people just came into the stream. We'll play a little while longer then. We'll take a save though, because we're not sure what we want to go after. I guess we want to go after Bolivia, or we could see if. We'll see if the UK will leave us alone if we go after these guys, but I'm thinking they won't. It's crazy that they're, like, willing to give up, or, well, I guess this isn't half their country. I thought they were giving up one of these to avoid getting subjugated. We'll also put in other war goals so that they're more likely to back down. And we got the tech that we wanted. We could go for another company. Labor movements may be okay. Trying to think. Probably just another company. But. After slavery gets banned, we will be going for health insurance. Brazil. What did they offer you? You just wanted to side with them? Maybe this is fightable. Maybe this is fightable, he said. It was not fightable. It might be fightable, though. Eat shit, Brazil. Wonder if UK will stay in on that. Are we just saved before the play? I think we can't put in Protectorate Brazil. I think if we Protectorate Brazil, UK leaves us. But I'm curious if they want to ban slavery so bad in Brazil that they're willing to do this. I think they just leave us. I think they hate our guts. Oh, we need at least... Oh, we're gonna try and do this with more maneuvers. We need to not put in on Paraguay here, or not to put in on Brazil. That's a delight, though. Is it Mir's, yeah, let's... In theory, like, we shouldn't put in war goals, like, super fast. It's just, like, easier to play fast, so that's definitely a leak. I don't think that's a bug, though. You're talking about the guys employing on up? I don't think it's a bug either. It's just an aspect of the game, but it's definitely an exploit to like do what we're doing, where we swap to the other things so that they employ up all the way, and then we swap back. Like swapping to this so they employ up, and then, well, the balance is not even positive, so I guess they won't. I think that... Do we even have enough infra? Okay, let's see if we can do it, though. Ban slavery in Brazil. And then make protectorate of Brazil. We can't make Brazilian protectorate primary, but if we don't put any more war goals in on Chile, Chile will be very unlikely to back down, despite there being a huge difference, because it doesn't mean anything to them. And the UK hasn't left us. It's just so dirty. UK really doesn't like the slavery in Brazil, right? You know what's really stupid about this? Brazil can't, like, try and back out. Brazil can't be like, okay, you know what, I'll ban the slavery and I'll see my way out of this play. Like, Brazil should absolutely be able to do that, but they can't. We're gonna raise the conscripts, and I mean, this will be the guy that we land. I don't think we... Do we want this guy to get popularity? I don't think so. We'll just take the approval. The UK does have that up there. Bullied into popping off and doubling construction. Did I do the clickbait right? Absolutely. Issue with homesteading is that I often run in conflict with the rural folk. Yeah, ideologies promoting them is a hassle and it can marginalize the landowners easily enough anyways. Yes. I think that homesteading is a little bit overrated, but it also positively affects, like, SOL, which is a thing that's, like, really hard to quantify, you know? So, I'm also not sure. Bro, we can make fertilizer, like, super nice here. Except we can't make fertilizer yet. So we can't make fertilizer super nice. I guess we'll do some of this in the capital, and then I think that we maybe don't want to go for nationalism yet. I think we probably want nitroglycerin actually. Alright, you're actually getting to the front. Super. Chile backs down. No! Not my gumdrop buttons. Not us getting 10 infamy for nothing. Is there any way we can make them not back down? Bro. Why'd you do that? Any way to make them not back down here? Is this crazy? Would this work? It's probably crazy, huh? This game's so strange sometimes. Yeah, they just back down anyways. And we get all the infamy. Or we get 25% of the infamy. Like, us getting 10 infamy for nothing's really not good. What would I consider the best first war for Great Britain in multiplayer? In multiplayer, I have no idea. It depends on who's playing what. In the context of multiplayer, South Africa's really good. It depends on what your metagame looks like, though. How long you're playing, like, what's important. But, like, securing South Africa, maybe, something like this. I think we're gonna load, because we don't want to eat 10 infamy for nothing. This is why you always want your most expensive infamy play to be the primary war goal. This is something we were discussing earlier. Well, like, if you were... I can't wait for Spheres of Influence to come out and for Diplomacy to not, like, feel super psychotic. But, like, I really think infamy should be acquired when you enforce, not, like, when you declare. But... I mean, we could just declare on Brazil, I suppose, if we know that the UK is likely to join us because they want to ban slavery. But we only, like, in the UI, this is all we get. We just get the undecided, like, I don't know what we want to do. To be fair, they might not want to join after we have accrued all this infamy. This is probably, like, a thing. But, like, we don't have a way of being like, hey, Mr. UK, if we were to theoretically fight Brazil and tried to ban slavery, would you be, like, down, or how do you feel about that? So it's a case of I went Scotland and had like 320k GDP when released and did not join the market and made inefficient that way. Good to know. Yeah, I mean, if you also want to get inside someone's market to solve the pop problem. And the population thing you have to be solving ahead of time, otherwise you'll just get significantly throttled earlier. Let's just see. I'm pretty sure we will not be able to sway. Oh, I guess we can sway. Disgusting then, I guess. Some of these northern African territories are cheap infamy, and France bargaining chip of Britain gives you in some funny fights. Or for Britain. I 100% agree. I don't do it probably as often as I should. I mean, I guess we're just doing this now. One nice thing is, like, we can build this even though it's not fully employed. The idea being that we are going to create a lot of available employment per construction. Which is, like, a play pattern I think is interesting. Ottoman sides with Brazil? When? When? I don't think we're going to put any war goals in on the Ottomans. That's a little bit of an interesting one, though. We are going to make sure we have a guy that can defend in the landings, though. So... something like that. Too many. How is that too many, bro? Oh, we have too many because they're already raised. Yeah, okay, fair. Something like this, maybe. Generalist, where's your paid automobile honker? I know, we haven't heard any. And it's a Saturday, what's going on? Like, definitely, it's usually more loud on Saturday. Slight exploit, but if you invite countries into play without unpausing and then spend the maneuvers, you can go into negative maneuvers. Wait, what? Oh, I thought you just didn't let them in. Yeah, I would agree that that's just an exploit. It's not, like, slightly themey. This actually does not look as easy as I thought it would be, though. Because the UK is not contributing as much as I thought, I'd hope. I guess we're just going to scrape the barrel, huh? We're just going to throw the bag. Put all these guys on defense. They are on defense. And then we can maybe get the landing squad in, depending on how they play it. But it looks like this is also completely open for the UK up top, so maybe this will be really easy. Okay, so we see the Navy move. The Ottoman army is coming in. Can we not just go after Rio here? Oop. Where are you going? Where are you going with that Navy? We should have had our Navy in a better spot. Where is it? 14 days. Alright, that's not too bad. I mean, we don't have a landing coming in, so we will probably shift this guy over to defend on this front. Defensive strategist. This guy's a land reformer. I think we're going to take this guy instead because we do have long-term thoughts of rolling intelligentsia guys that have the ideology that is our fascist ideology or whatever it is. We good? I'm going to station these guys over here. And we do have to be really, really mindful of if they're what's going on with the other stuff here. But this is just getting the bag, huh? Bruh, says Cuddle. I agree. Don't mobilize, it makes them more likely to stay. Yeah. If you aren't above using save scumming, you can try like 10 times until they no longer back down. I'm against using it like that. Oh, we gotta make sure our construction keeps building. But, like, obviously I do it a little bit, but, like, I try to do it not to prevent something that's random, but as a way of undoing something that I think is unpredictable that shouldn't be unpredictable, if that makes sense. Like, regarding justification. Also, I could bite on, like, someone just saying that, like, my justification's inadequate. Alright, we're gonna try and, so we're moving the 5 stack over here, yes. Also, the UK is moving a stack here, hopefully. Yeah, that's gonna... And then we'll hit in here. But, like, it's also, like, there's things that, like, I don't tolerate when it happens to me, but I tolerate doing it to the AI, and so, like, but, like, a lot of aspects of the game just feel asymmetric and frustrating because, like, it's like, poorly implemented. Like, one thing I hate is the switch sides button on plays, when the play is, like, happening, is in the exact same spot as the dismiss whatever, right? And so if you're playing on Iron Man and you click switch sides, you literally nuke your run. It's like, your run just dies. And, like, I also like to play fast because if I play, like, speed 2 and, like, play really slow and then pause and then be methodical, like, with chat and, like, this type of stuff, like, the pace is not as entertaining. And, I'd rather be entertaining than, like, play some abstraction of perfect as well. But also, like, some people think it's more entertaining if, like, it's really difficult and I struggle. And I would struggle more if I were, like, less willing to reload. I don't know. I actually think about, like, the save scumming and the Iron Man type of thing a lot. But, like, I don't think anyone wants to watch me play on speed 2 and try and play absolutely perfect the first time and sometimes just sit and think for, like, 5 minutes. Like, I don't think that's entertaining. I also, from my perspective, care less about playing perfectly than I do just understanding the game. Like, I don't care about, like, perfect execution or just having the god run. I care about, is my model of the game, like, a correct representation of the game? And to be fair, if you're, like, playing on Iron Man, you actually get to try out stuff much less frequently, and it's like, oop, it's kind of bad in some regards. No migration controls. Alright, well, we could just pass that now. Except, psych, we want to pass public health insurance. Psych. That way we can just marginalize the Catholic Church following this. Please don't be super mad. You'll be a little mad. That's fine. But, like, yeah. Also often just get these disgusting asymmetries. Like, the AI is terrible at maneuvering their troops. And I, like, low-key wish that the AI was, like, better at this. But, like, I'm gonna abuse it if it's not gonna be good. Putting war reps as primary on Chile instead of war reps on Brazil could help, yeah. Did they reveal features from spheres of influence? They did not. Ottomans, boy, what the hell? Exactly. I thought we were cool, but they were not cool. Bro, this run feels so goated. We've, like, the luck has been so good. I remember having a discussion where someone was trying to argue that this, like, run was really hard. I don't know. I don't know about this. I guess it depends if you're reloading ever. But, like, the UK joining against us in Chile, like, makes no sense. And, like, if I have to play from there, like, that sucks. I don't know. It's, like, completely unpredictable. I'd love to see how you do with Scotland if you can get a GP status with 20 SOL. I can't seem to do it. I 100% could do that, yeah. Otto is drunk, I agree. What do you look for when deciding where to conscript from? It's generally better to conscript, so I like it to be more in theory, you should be conscripting from places that have better mappy because they will be able to buy the weapons cheaper. This is one consideration. Also, the first level conscript you have in an area will conscript up better than subsequent ones on top of it, so it's better to spread them out. I like to keep them kind of in the same strategic region as the place I'm conscripting from, but I think that's just flavor. Like, I don't think mechanically that's that important. And so it's not too big a deal. This save started with trying to go up to Chile, and now Brazil's getting nuked. Yeah, the truth hurts. That's what Brazil gets. We were trying to be a simple, like, what is it called? A simple Rio de la Plata farmer, and Brazil said no. And then we saw the UK also said no, so said no to the no. And then we didn't want to eat 10 infamy for nothing. I wasn't even going to ask why you don't play at speed 5, but I didn't want to be annoying. Yeah, so like, it's impossible for me to make everyone happy simultaneously, right? Like, this should be like, alright, we're just going to hope to high roll, and if not, then we just get a setback. Oh wait, what? Okay. But like, I can't play the game perfectly and play the game fast and talk, and the talking is 100% the most important part. Even if like people say otherwise, I'm like really, really confident the talking is the most important part, right? And so we're not going to reduce their autonomy yet. Actually, probably just in mega chill out mode because it's 37 infamy. But so like if I'm trying to talk, because people are here to watch me explain the game, they're not here because you can find other Victoria 3 streamers just playing the game silently and like they don't have viewers. So I don't think people want to watch me super sweat playing perfect, never reloading, and like just like in uber sweaty, like maybe occasionally, but like as a general rule of thumb, this is probably not preferable. We probably could switch onto water tube in some of these spots. Because I think we are in kind of labor trouble a little bit. We could probably do that there. I think we're already doing it here. No, we're not. So all that'll feel a lot better. So will eventually having that company in Bolivia. But man, this run is like, we actually might. Oh, you know what? You know what? I think we do want to get some of this. Not just yet, but that's going to make it way easier to get Guyana here. We also have to see if forming Rio de la Plata like kills our claims, which it shouldn't. If it does, that'll be actually pretty annoying. I mean, we have a movement for homesteading, which is maybe a reason to think about homesteading, but I think that after we ban slavery here, or after we had banned slavery, I think that the clout of the landowners is really, it's really gonna just like kind of plummet. But like, I don't know, like sometimes I get people to request for me to play a particular way, and then I think that they don't appreciate the context of like how other people want me to try and play the game. And it's like, I can't, there's an opportunity cost for caring or focusing about a thing. Ideally, I would be able to play perfectly at speed 5 and constantly engage, and then also, like, and just do all that, but that I just can't. It's not. And so I can decide what to focus on, but, yeah. Why is there no reject peace offer button? I don't know, it's super obnoxious. Accidentally clicking switch up into accept button offer. Yeah, I mean, like, that's been present since 1.0 to the extent that, like, my brain just filters out that that's a thing, but that is definitely a thing. I think we're gonna put the... Ooh, that should be on sweeteners. This is generally the most efficient. We're just going to continue. This is the one of the more efficient PMs. But once we get public health insurance, we'll be switching over to just complete bye-bye to the church. Agree with the stance on safe scumming. Usually don't do it to that extent either, just saying it's actually possible to get the desired outcome forcing safe scumming. Yeah, you know what? We could also pass every law we want with safe scumming too. Like, if I were to do a world conquest run, it would be super sweaty, because I would save scum every single time there's a native uprising, because it bricks your ability to declare wars, and this is, like, the main throttle. And then, like, I'd also probably save scum my law passes. And what you do is, like, you wait until your law tick is 1 day away from ticking, right? So public health insurance, we'd wait till it's 1 day. And then what we do is we make our government illegitimate, or we see what the tick is, we save right before the tick. Then we see what the tick is, and if the tick's not what we want, what we do is we just reload, we make an illegitimate government, and then this allows us to tick to another day without getting it in progress, and then on that other day we reform the government, and by doing this you can guarantee the exact result you want on every law pass too. We don't do that. I think I've done that once while making a video, because like I had failed to pass the law like twice already, like entirely, and so I had to wait 700 days twice, and it was an important law, and it was like literally like waiting 5 years to try and pass something. So like I was just like I'm trying to like make progress in this video, my guy. But are you going for Paraguay to South American hegemony? I'm not even sure what we're doing now. We decided to stay with our Mr. Undead leader, who's the Despotic Union. So we're sticking with this guy instead of going the Republican, which I think is where, I think more of the flavor's on the Republican stuff, but I think we'll go nationalism next. But yeah, this is the plan, but Brazil decided they wanted to get subjugated, so we haven't subjugated Chile yet. I mean, maybe we should subjugate Chile now, just so we can get ticking on being able to reduce their autonomy. I'm curious. So I think that what's going to happen when we subjugate Chile, unfortunately, is, when we create the La Plata or whatever country, I'm thinking what ends up happening is that we're just going to put in regular war reps and then see if Brazil sides against us or something. But I'm thinking what's going to happen is it's going to nuke their interests, which means we actively don't want to form the Rio de la Plata, like, because we don't want to lose all the Patagonian unique ability to colonize. And then if no one joins for a little bit, we'll put in other war goals. Out of curiosity, Rio de la Plata means Shelter River. That's interesting. Yeah, I usually drop by Victoria 3 scenes to hear other players' thought processes. Yeah. I try and explain, like, why I'm doing stuff, generally speaking. I also try and explain, like, when I'm, like, reloading or doing something like that, I try and explain how you could do stuff differently if you wanted to play on Iron Man. So we're just going to do this one, because we are going to roll into a setback either way, and then it'll reset to a 5% success chance, which is a little bit annoying, but I mean, yeah, legislative failures, and now it's 5% again, and we just have a setback. No sense in getting -10 legitimacy for no reason. The way I see your 30-minute episodes is to teach you how the game works, so these live streams allows you to see what you do and the mistakes you can make, so I can learn and play better. Yeah, I mean, I include a lot of the mistakes as well while doing other things, but like I don't include like if I'm saving and reloading because the diplomacy is psychotic, I don't include that because I think it's uninteresting to watch after like the first time you see it. But I definitely like when someone goes from being protected, we don't like that. We don't like that they're cautious. To be fair, they're cautious because taking Brazil was a big one. Let's see if we can rival some people and try and improve relations with some of these guys. Let's rival Bolivia. Or no, wait, we can get them diplomatically, right? Can we unrival Bolivia? Bro. Why can't we? Oh, okay. We can't be. Is that new where you can't unrival people right away? I don't remember that being a thing. I mean, I think that's probably a good thing because it prevents various forms of cheese. Because you used to be able to rival. You used to be able to intentionally tank your power ranking by rivaling a bunch of people, using all of your Diplo, and then unrivaling everyone, and then when you unrivaled everyone, you were running such a big deficit on influence that it would just tank your, absolutely tank your thing. So you used to, as USA, be able to enter Russia's market by doing this, which I think is what, I think was meta. Because this gives a minus prestige modifier if it's negative. When is a good time to switch to railroads on all your buildings? Generally as you start to run out of labor or as transportation starts to be really cheap. So if we take a look here and we sort by this, so when we start seeing a lot of blue, and this is if you were trying to play super tight, which admittedly we're not, you would do stuff like this. You'd come in and be like, okay, I'm going to switch on a lot of these because I will need the railroads to be like, I don't want to pay as much on the subsidy, and so you generally do it to drive up the price of transportation in areas, or because you're like really, really low on labor, and so we don't really see any other spot that like, okay, maybe it's okay to turn on here, especially on the banana plantation. It also depends on like some other like overall goals, but this will raise the price a little bit, but overall things will be doing their thinging. The things will be thinging, if that makes sense. And we have idle. I think we're just gonna, yeah, let's do some of this. I'm just gonna start sinking in, like, auto-expanding the wood and also the fish. Because these are generally really good for, they're really efficient per construction. My vote is methodical with lots of commentary at speed 2 or 3 is fine. Yeah, I mean, we could do the poll, but how play? I've pulled this in the past, but I can just show you. Let's see, medium speed, good play, no comments, and then slow speed with commentary. I've also like tried doing it on stream, and generally when I start playing really slow, I start to lose viewers. I like popcorn, bacon, and French fries. Bro, I'm so hungry. We're supposed to be ending the stream pretty soon. We'll see how this poll hangs out though. This is also notably fast-paced with commentary and a lot of mistakes. I try and say when I think I've made a mistake though. Like letting this get this high is probably a mistake. So we're gonna take a look at what construction sectors have the most upkeep and delete some of those. I like to keep one where I've decided to build one for whatever reason before. But we'll just delete down some of these. You don't want to ever idle your construction. You always want to delete construction sectors instead. Wow. It's a close vote. Neck and neck. Interesting. Maybe I'll have to do this poll on the YouTube. I mean, we could do it like this. It would involve a lot of thinking before every single diplomatic play. We low roll on this, unfortunately, again. The same event. So. Will you play through a small country like Denmark? I'm willing to. Generally, I decide almost every country I play through polls, and so it just depends on what people are interested in the polls. We're waiting on this to reset to the 5% chance. Unfortunate. We might just have to... We have a low enough population that maybe we just do this through the trade unionists anyways, though. So let's... I mean, we're already at amendment, so we'll just stick at it, but, like, this is... Maybe we just say smell you later to the church. The historical route is to have the armed forces gain control. Yeah, we didn't do that. And El Presidente lead the country. It's actually really fun, and you get obscene authority. We've chosen the other way. We've chosen the darker path, the way of the despotic union. We don't have any despotic union boyos, though. We could take a look, see if there are any available in the immediate situational vicinity. We also should be colonizing as aggressively as possible, which I forget. We'll eventually, we're not going to get the progress here, but we'll eventually be able to trade our Fang colony to the UK for something useful. Now we're well, I guess we're okay kind of making this amount of money. That's probably fine. Really going to come up where the amendment is. But fast pace is winning by a margin that I didn't think it would win, or it was winning by a much smaller margin than I thought it would win by. Do they have some sort of mechanic that disallows save scumming on law passes? Because I tried it and got the same result like 10 times in a row and stopped trying. Not that I know of. And I've done it like... I've like done it to conceptually understand it. And I've done it like once on a video. I think it was when I failed agrarianism 3 times in a row on... it might have been agrarianism 3 times in a row on Japan that I did it. I can't remember. I was also very frustrated because, like, uber low rolling as well. Like, we're not going to do it here for public health insurance. We're just going to go, like, trade unionist instead. If you were going to try Scotland again, would going after Korea be a good idea? Not especially. You should... Korea's not terrible, but, like, this is way better. Like, taking a state off of Qing would be way better. But Korea's okay. Someone was asking, what's a medium-sized country with good mapping? Korea would actually be an interesting example. Paraguay was big now, so it's just a trio of Guays. A lot of Guays. Alright. 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 Can't have nice things. This is why we don't have public health insurance. Alright, we're done with the church. We'll do this the other ways. We will do this the old ways. Alright, let's get these guys their migration controls. Cannot forget the old ways. Eventually want to subjugate Bolivia. It's maybe not good to subjugate them that fast, though. I guess we could save and reduce autonomy on Ecuador. Let's just reduce it. If we have to load back, we don't need the exact save. Yeah. I know I'm trying to stay out of GP's markets and only them GP's buys, thumb GP's wise and more's the reverse thumbing. Could conscript up here. I don't think it's going to be necessary. I'm going to put in war reps. Maybe ban slavery as well. We're going to let it tick up a little bit. I forget that we also are going to be getting assistance from Peru here. And once we have this, then we can annex Peru. Make a poll saying, do you like polls? Pretty sure we've done such a poll. I would actually, given that you suggested that, if I were to make that poll, which I'm not because I think we're trying to wind down the stream, the poll would be, should we make a poll to ask whether or not we should make a poll? More chat reading, more excite. Yeah, so this is another thing, is like, I think at a certain point, if chat gets too fast, I should stop reading chat and focus more on talking about the game. I don't know what the percentage is. I definitely should read some chat, but like, I definitely should not 100% chat, so, I don't know what the theoretical, like, percentages of how much chat reading I should do versus, like, focusing on the game. Can you make some tutorial video breaking down SOL considerations? I'm trying to work on it. The problem is like, SOL considerations just, like, softly tendril into a bunch of other things, and so like it's like, well, do you care about migration? Okay. Do you care about qualifications? Okay. And it's like, it feels like it's this weird thing that's like kind of involved in a lot of other things, but that's like, I'm trying to figure out how I want to organize that, but that's like on the, that's like the in the coming up section, I suppose. I would describe it. We can do fertilizer really well in some of the spots for us. I actually low-key think that... Which was the one that... So these have the exact same output, like at base prices. So I actually think increased wool gathering might be better than intensive. I have to take a closer look at this. Oh my god, my brain blanked. Okay, I wanted fertilizer, that's right. I wanted fertilizer there and there, where I have iron and, or well, here I don't have iron, but places where you have iron and sulfur, fertilizer is real good, especially if you have iron, sulfur, and, you know, a particularly good farm, which at this point I think is, like rice and rye are the two best. Alright, well I guess we'll ban slavery the slow way then. But yeah, we're looking to wind down the stream here. I am curious how this one will perform. We were talking about Paraguay in the Victoria Discord, and someone did the despotic route and said you can't get human rights before the ideology dies out. I think we're kind of in that situation right now, to be honest. Well, we have this despotic utopian, right? We haven't seen the ability to roll it again yet, and we took a couple looks at it. I mean, we could take another little look at it here, but like, yeah, it just might be bricked. But like, so let's peek under the hood a little bit. So this is an authoritarian, Mr. Organized Merchant Convoys, this guy. So we will, we'll recruit that guy, and then we'll recruit not armed forces because we're trying to get them down, and we're looking for an Intelligentsia who has the ideology we want. I think the armed forces can roll it too, maybe? I'm not sure. Okay, so we didn't find one. Let's create another fleet. Look for it again. Alright, moderate. Coward. Pacifist. Haven't seen a single Intelligentsia, which is a little bit annoying, but we're gonna create one more fleet and take one more look. Okay, we see another Intelligentsia, protectionist. Alright. I mean, we haven't seen a single other guy with that ideology, so maybe that is the case, in which case that's like kind of stupid, but I don't think they can be an agitator either. We could get Louis Philippe d'Orléans. I don't know, then we should have gone Republican if that's the case, though. Who needs health insurance if you can't you can't afford a doctor, then you don't deserve a doctor. Facts. Who cares about who cares about quality of human life? What's the highest GDP you ever achieved in a run? It wouldn't count, like 25 million, but like this was before they changed how it was calculated. I think if I played on that patch now, I could get 69 million though. But like GDP was calculated differently, so like it didn't take into account that you were like it double counted stuff as it moved up the chain. So when the wood was first sold, it would get counted, right? And then what it would count the output of the tools as well, not lessing the value of this 1.6k on the wood. And so this means that everything, the higher chain goods, would have super inflate your GDP relative to like what they're actually doing. Because when you calculate it, you have to do less the cost of the inputs, because the inputs have already been calculated in the GDP. When you created the wood, you already added that to the GDP, so you can't take the wood and then act like this wood wasn't already valuable when you're calculating it. You have to calculate the difference. So are my guys on all defend? They are. That explains the lack of progress here. That explains the lack of progress. Slow speed with commentary is winning now. I probably can't get, no, I don't think I can, well, I think, like, This guy is still alive. As long as this guy's alive, I can still technically roll it with a 5%. I think we're going to start increasing taxes too. Although to be fair, maybe we're supposed to go... Yeah, we're probably supposed to... We're almost certainly for this run supposed to go land-based taxation while our guys are really powerful and most of our income is gold. And then that way we could leapfrog down to proportional taxation. This almost certainly would have been better. The American way. Mappy is a really cool mechanic. I'm glad they added it. I am too. That for me renewed a lot of like interest in the game or enjoyment of the game. I like figuring out the game, and to be honest, when I feel like I have the game figured out, it becomes a lot less fun. And so, like, looking for relationships and finding stuff and discovering things for me is, like, what's interesting about the game. Not, like, crushing or whatever. How much is this slow speed pull winning by? That's still neck and neck. Medium good play with no comments. I'm surprised that that's pulling at 24%. So you just, like, just the complete silence and just trying to play, like, as tight as possible at a medium pace. You live in Europe, so you only know public healthcare, so I really can't say about the American system works in comparison, but it doesn't look like it works. It works for the healthcare companies. What are you talking about? It definitely works in that sense. It does exactly what it's supposed to do. Let's put it like that. It does exactly what it's supposed to do. So the American people pay more for health insurance. They pay it in taxes, and then the money gets provided to the healthcare companies. But then the healthcare companies charge the American people for it as well. So because there's like various subsidies as well as like Medicare, Medi-Cal, like the public insurance programs that allow the health insurance companies to like basically price gouge the government, and then the government just pays them. And so the way it works is the American taxpayer pays twice for health insurance. They pay for the private health insurance that they choose, and then they pay for the government subsidies of these health companies, or the way that the ways in which the government pays for it. So it's like having your cake and eating it too, but in reverse. It's like not having your cake and also not getting to eat it. It's kind of how it works. Some people really like the system, though. To be fair, like I believe if you look at, there are some metrics where the U.S. like outperforms most of Europe. I think like your ability to get certain procedures done at a certain pace is better, and so like if you, I think if you were a millionaire or like I think there's probably certain monetary thresholds where you start to prefer the U.S. system just because you get better care and you don't care about the money as much, or you're really not the one footing the bill for your money as much as like, yeah, I don't. Oh, please. No, it's so annoying. Visual bug. But now we can annex these guys relatively easy. We're still pretty infamous though. Oh, but we do like the level 5 on the gold mines, don't we? We do like some. We also are trying to wrap up the stream. Incorporate. Where can we incorporate that's not? Okay, yeah. Those are the places. Those places do be placing. Let's try doing this. I mean, maybe we go for Peru now. I just think I forget exactly how the other. We have to reduce these autonomy and then reduce the autonomy here and do the full thing. So I guess we just chill for now, unless we wanted to go for Constantine. Constantine's also notably just fantastic to actually have. It's got a whole lot of iron in addition to being able to trade it. I wonder if France is just annexing or if they're subjugating. Yeah, they don't mess around. But in theory, we actually could try and compete with them over this. I don't think we're going to do that. I think now is probably a pretty good stopping point. So I'm just going to get through the last of the chat and talk about some stuff. And then what should we hover? Let's hover our GDP, the real thing that matters. Nope. As we kind of start to wrap up the stream. You were playing Transvaal after watching the video, stuck in the UK's customs union, but had a really hard time researching stuff. Any recommendations? No, you're gonna be kind of slow, but you want to like, I don't know. You just you can't afford a lot of universities. It's a really weak start. I mean, it's the best single state start. To be honest, this start actually seems strong to the extent that maybe Uruguay was even better than Transvaal. I don't know, this feels super pop-offy, whereas like Transvaal is actually really rough because of the discrimination. You don't really have European pops. To be fair, we could have cheesed a lot more and like gotten a whole bunch of more boats way earlier and then like gone after some of this stuff. South America is one of the better places to expand it, so maybe we should have done that overall in the run, but you'll see the struggle bus. But like what you can do is the first boat that you, because one of the things you're gated by is lack of boats when you're doing Transvaal, and the first boat you recruit in each state. Someone even commented on this on the video, and I've done it on separate runs, but I didn't really want to do it on the Transvaal run. But if you recruit a boat in a different state, it just automatically increases the level for the purposes of landing. You just have like a frigate with like 5 guys in it, but it still counts the full frigate. And so yeah, love the vids, by the way. Keep it up. Will do. Build unis and free speech laws, yeah, but like you can only build so many. Yeah. USA has to be one of the corrupt countries on Earth by scale. No, it's not. It scores really, really low on corruption. I have a book on corruption, and it also depends on how you, like, define corruption. Corruption, as it's defined, does not include activities that are legal. And so a lot of the conflicts of interest that are created by public officials in the United States are legal, so they would not technically be defined as corruption. But also, with corruption, generally speaking, like, the more rich a country is, the less corrupt it tends to be. It's like, so, like, in the book, I forget which example they used, but it was some Eastern European example. Like, there are places where you have public health insurance, but then you have to bribe a doctor to get the health insurance. Right, so you have to bribe the doctor to get a visit, and that's an example of like, it's not financial conflict of interest, but bribes are by definition like corruption, like, or having to bribe a cop to like get through someplace, and it's generally places that are very poor that score really poorly on corruption because the general political incentives to root out corruption tend to come about more when you have a stronger built-out middle class. But what the United States has is like conflicts of interest that are legal, which are not technically corruption. But like even then, like the graft of the United States, it's like there's just so much money to peel off that like it proportionally the amount of money that's getting grafted in the United States is not like one of the most obscene. But in terms of absolute value, like and you want to include also stuff that's legalized corruption in that, like, thinking of graft, in terms of absolute value is probably the biggest, but that's because the United States, like, economy is the biggest. Dying is expensive, too. Yeah, it is. Allies in the UK? Me too. So we pay once, but we can't, once for it, but we can't get a doc appointment. So this is the, like, one of the counter-arguments is there are some metrics by which you would rather have the US coverage, and I believe just being able to get in the door and, like, see a doctor is, like, better. Sweet here. Healthcare sucks here. If you go to the government route, but even private hospitals are subsidized by the government. But they're 10 out of 10. Healthcare sucks here, but private hospitals are 10 out of 10. I'm confused. Are you mid and late game videos relevant after 1.5? Some of them. It depends which one. Like the biggest, like the economic ones are the ones that are the most outdated as a result of 1.5. Anything that deals specifically with economics. I don't think I have a late game economics tutorial though, like period. Because like very often like the later game stuff just generally doesn't have as much interest, and also what we're defining as late game, like 1 billion GDP, a lot of people who are newer players don't even reach that anyways, and so like such a tutorial is kind of a waste. Yeah. The main trade-off with public healthcare is the waiting times, and often the quality suffers too. In my preference is a mixed system. I think that the bedside manner is probably better with the US system as well, like because the consumer has so much choice ability in terms of what doctor they see. Like, the doctors have to be more polite. If that's something you care about, the U.S. system's probably better. Your views on your views on corruption are really American. No disrespect. Lobbyism is the biggest issue with the states. I'm telling you, like, the literature on corruption is that it's not like that's how they define corruption. Like, that it excludes lobbying. I don't know. And most of my views on corruption are actually from like the Oxford University, like something they put out on corruption, Oxford University Press. Corruption, what everyone needs to know, and it's like it's incredibly clear on it. Like, the way they define it is that like the lobbyist stuff in the United States is illegal, and as such, the technical definition of corruption is stuff that is illegal, and so we have legalized conflicts of interest. So like but like it's not like the case where you have to, if you want to drive 20 miles in the USA, you do not have to bribe multiple police officers to do that. Like, that is like an entirely different level. So when someone says the corruption in the United States is really bad, they are not thinking of the countries where you cannot see a doctor unless you bribe them, or you cannot drive 10 miles or 20 miles or 30 miles or whatever the distance is without having to bribe a policeman or someone at a checkpoint. Like, the graft, like, for the United States, there's like a ton of, or the grift or whatever, like, we still like we can see who is giving money to politicians, and then we could choose to elect other politicians that don't have conflicts of interest because of campaign contributions, and we don't. Like, the United States people just don't do it. And so, because we have a stupid electorate, like, or we have an electorate that is unwilling to try and pursue other options outside of the two-party system. And so, like, but the way corruption is defined is operating outside the legal, like, things. What's interesting about corruption is actually being more democratic doesn't affect corruption, like, by the technical definition as much as, like, the income. Like, being more democratic doesn't have a strong effect. As the countries that are highly authoritarian tend to be more polarized, though. They tend to either be really corrupt or not, or very, very good at cracking down on corruption, which I thought was an interesting thing. It's not that much of a bribe. It's more of a services provide that. Basically, you pay some third person to do something, and they do it in a day, in a week, instead of 1 to 3 months. It's not that much of a bribe. It's more like services provide that. There are countries where the doctors are supposed to see you. They are legally required to see you if you have a problem, and they will just not see you unless you pay them, and instead they will see the people that you have seen. They are a public official, and it's their job to not show preference to someone because they gave them money, and so that's like absolutely a bribe if we're talking about the same thing. I live in Spain now. You have to wait for most good quality doctors for 1 month or to get an appointment, where for €30 you get a country level doctor professor after a month of waiting for free. Spain is not exactly, like, I don't know the exact situation in Spain, so I don't want to comment on the exact thing on Spain. For example, in Russia, you have to get some kind of medical document. You have to go to the doctor's office and wait a month, or you can find one out of 1,000 services on the internet and pay 100 and get it tomorrow. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about someone who's serving in the capacity as a public official, and then they are preferentially seeing people based on money that they are receiving under the table. I'm not talking about someone offering the same services from like a private sector perspective. Isn't doctor choice pretty limited in the U.S. due to the need to stay in network for insurance to fully cover things? It depends on what type of coverage you have. And people's insurance coming from their employer, who can also change providers. Yeah, but you're free to get an insurance different than your employer as well, if you want. In that sense, you have like the freedom. Like but yeah, there are limitations for the U.S. Russia is a good example. If you want to stay out of the army, you pay the army to not conscript you. Lobbying is just a way to change laws, so it's easier to do things. It would be an example of corruption if like it's not a legal mechanism. If there's a legal payment to opt out, then it wouldn't be corruption. But like with the United States, like there's a 90% correlation, or this was like a 2010 study or something. There's a 90% correlation between who wins House of Representatives and congressional races and who had the most money. And so like who's generating the most money by like effectively giving favor to like corporations, like they win the elections. And so like but this is legal. The public can see it, but the public like doesn't have. I mean, and there's a lot of fox guarding the hen house, but it's not the same as corruption. Like I think like two of the countries that I remember scoring really, really poorly on corruption were Nigeria and like Ukraine. Although like Ukraine's like, I'm extraordinarily sympathetic to Ukraine regarding like what's going on with Russia, but like they also historically score really poorly on corruption. There's a lot of grift. You're talking about the narrow textbook definition of corruption. Yes, I am talking about how corruption is defined in the realm of academia where it is studied. That is correct. But just because something is legal doesn't mean it's right, moral. Yes, that is correct, which is why, like, all throughout, I'm careful to put in the qualifier that there are legalized means through which a conflict of interest is created that doesn't benefit the public, like politicians being able to accept campaign contributions from corporations, in my opinion, does not benefit the public. It benefits these corporations. And so that is a legalized conflict of interest where they are supposed to be acting as a public servant, but they are accepting money. And because they are oligarchy, and because they are accepting money, the public suffers. But this is not the same as a politician taking a bribe to vote a particular way on a piece of legislation. That is an example of like actual corruption as it is defined academically. But what we have is like an implicit thing where like the corporation will back the dude, and then if the dude doesn't vote how the corporation wants, the corporation will back another dude. And since there's a 90% correlation between who gets the most money and who wins, the other dude wins. And like the DNC and the RNC oversee all of this. In theory, the United States like electorate could start voting for third party and like writing in really aggressively, but there's not much like grassroots effort or political will for that because it is so polarized and there's a ton of tribalism. But like the problem with using what we think is immoral or right to define corruption and not using the technical definition is then suddenly everything we're talking about becomes really arbitrary. And if you're trying to rank countries based on corruption, which is how the conversation initially started, if you're trying to rank countries based on corruption levels, you need to have a metric that is quantifiable. How do you quantify right/moral? And like there's not a technical way to do it. You can't like do it mathematically in a way that is like robust in the same way you can actually track like stuff that has a technical definition and you like count the dollars and like this it's not rigorous. If you're going to talk about ranking, you can't have something be rigorous and also have it be highly subjective. Or it's just going to be like arbitrary, and people are going to have different opinions on what the corruption looks like, and it's not going to have a standard that is like, at least to be fair, like the academic like definition for like corruption like is going to have problems too, but like at least it's like it's going to be like somewhat standardized on like these types of things. Co-worker of mine was telling me how his home country of Bulgaria and why his family's coming to the U.S. In order for his family to travel anywhere, they need to carry cash everywhere. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. In the United States, you have freedom of movement. You can go wherever you want to go and not have to pay a police officer money. This was because the cops would take some in order to let you go by. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. And so, like, to say the United States has, like, is one of the worst, the most corrupt countries in the world is just so, it's like, it's not in the same realm as I have to pay the cops everywhere I go. Like these are like different categories of thing, and like a lot of like there are like 180 countries in the world. The United States might not be the number one on corruption issues, but you're not telling me that like they are like in the bottom 10%. There's only 17 countries with bigger problems of graft than them. Like, dude, there's no way. DNC fraud lawsuit. Yeah, I'm all for it. I don't like the DNC or the RNC. Be careful, headphones deforming the skull, the truth hurts. They literally said in a court of law they can pick a candidate in a smoke-filled room and that the DNC is a corporation. Yeah, I don't like the DNC and the RNC. I am pretty aggressive about writing in candidates and this type of stuff. I also think that the people who are like, when you vote third party, you're throwing away your vote. I think that these people don't see the big picture. I think that there needs to be a huge movement in the United States for like a third party to emerge, and that the electorate it needs to be more creative and like intelligent and like back movements that are, you know, like not bipartisan but like are pro like or just like anti-money in politics. And I think that is a huge problem, but it's like different than it's different than having to bribe someone in order to travel 10 miles. Do I work in a field related to economics? No, this is what I do. I make videos on the internet. I was like a writer for a little bit, but that wasn't working out very well. I live in a Balkan country and it's nothing serious like surgery. Most of the time you can see the doctor the same day you need him. Some older people just give doctors shit to not thank them for the bribe. Some older people just give doctors shit to thank them, not bribe. Yeah, 100%. The spoiler effect is not a real thing. I think that... So I don't want to say that I think it's not real. I think that even if it's real, you should care more about you should care more that the entire system is like fucked the way it is, like, and that like the DNC generates a ton of money from corporations, right? From campaign contributions, and then the DNC agrees upon its candidate that's going to be very corporate. The RNC does the exact same thing, and then you just have you have the decision between two highly corporate candidates. Not to mention the fact that if someone gets elected president and then there's no one in the House and Senate that's also like anti-corporate, you like an anti-corporate person in the presidency wouldn't be able to get anything done through like the DNC and the RNC backed like senators and like reps either. So like it's like not even necessarily like the most fair thing to say, but the point is like both of them are systematically like taking more money from corporations. And also one of the problems is this is how you win elections. Like having a lot of money wins you the election. So what we need is an electorate that is less sensitive to stuff like commercials or, you know, social media accounts, because those are being like, people pay money to keep those operated and like this type of stuff. So like but like this is different than like in theory, like the United States citizens could come together and vote for someone else. Like it's a way different thing than like the corruption where like the person who was it's way different than like Russia, for example, where there were places in Russia where he was polling above 100% of the polls, like with Putin, and like that is different type of thing when we're talking about authoritarianism and corruption, or you know like North Korea or whatever. Like, and so like when someone's like saying the United States is one of the most corrupt nations in the world, what are you saying exactly when you say that? Do you mean they're in the bottom 10% of corruption? Do you mean bottom 20%? Bottom 30%? I'm not saying the U.S. is like squeaky clean, but I don't have to bribe the cops if I want to drive to Florida from like Southern California. The first past the gate elections is also a problem in the U.S. Yeah, I wish there was ranked voting. And like, I wish there was a system that made third party viable. And so like, I think you have to be resistant to the two party system enough to be able to like hit a tipping point where other systems that would be preferable would be viable. I mean, if you look at 2016, it was Hillary versus Trump. most of the people who voted for Hillary were not really for Hillary as much as they were against Trump, and most of the people who voted for Trump were not really for Trump as much as they were against Hillary. And then you saw the same thing in 2020, and then the same thing in 2024. And like, if there was a third party candidate, and if there were three candidates, and you could vote, instead of voting for someone, you could vote not that guy, the third party candidate would have crushed. Like, if instead in 2016, like, Republicans could have voted not Hillary, and the Democrats could have voted not Trump. Like, the third party candidate crushes if you could take someone's vote away. But if you had a rank voting system, a third party candidate could win. Voting third party actually changes things. Scotland 2008 is proof, and then at AF that true. Is proof as fuck that as before 2008 Labour held Scotland since the 60s, and 2008 happened, someone took over in the referendum. Yeah, I'm not going to say that it's not a factor. I'm saying that like there needs to be some sort of massive movement to get out of this two-party system that is like has huge conflict of interest with the public. And that the only way that this happens is, as far as I can tell, the only way that this happens is by shaking free the influence of the DNC and the RNC and of, you know, what is effectively like, if someone said that the US is an oligarchy, that's not something I would vehemently argue against. I don't think it's quite an oligarchy, but I think it's like, I kind of think it's an oligarchy, but I also think there's a next level, a next tier after oligarchy, which is kleptocracy, but I don't think the US is a kleptocracy. I think Russia's a kleptocracy. I think McCain was right. The pace depends on the performance speed. Yeah. Ooh, I'm not on live... Oh yeah, I am on live chat. Keep in mind that SNP was the third largest party in Scotland at the time. Yeah, I mean, like, there's, like, no third party in the US even remotely close. In Florida, you gotta bribe the Florida man and his army of gators. Yeah. I think a lot of people in the US talk about how bad the US is, and then they haven't read about how bad, like, other countries can be. And, like, and that, like, I'm critical of the US as well, but saying that they're one of the worst, the most corrupt is just, like, it's super far off. Like, ranked choice voting is a thing in many states. It's gaining momentum, but getting crushed by the major parties at the state level. Yeah, I would be super for, like, ranked voting. Ross Perot 2028. Why not 2024? Judicial is everything. I mean, yeah. Need a generalist politics stream. I thought about doing a politics stream on my other channel. I thought about streaming democracy as sort of like a crossover thing on my other channel and then talking about politics, but, like, I don't know. I mean, I could bust out the book and we could talk about corruption. I think if I hosted a stream where it's specifically talking about corruption, that no one would tune in, though. I think people tuned in because of Victoria 3, and then some people are staying for this corruption thing, although it looks like a few people are leaving because, like, they think it's interesting. But, like, also I'm, like, charged up. I don't know, like, like, I feel like becoming actually informed on something is difficult. And that what a lot of people do is they, like, occupy a perspective without, like, because the people who are like, the United States isn't corrupt at all, everything in the United States is fair, it's the most fair country in the world, it's the most free country in the world, those people, like, are, like, I'm not in that party of the people. Like, there's, like, problems in the United States. It's not the most fair country in the world, it's not the most free country in the world, like, that's also, like, super far off, but it's also not the most corrupt in the world. And I'm like, you know, the guy is unalive, my dude. Ross Perot. Is there a law that says you can't vote for a dead person? We have a necrocracy in North Korea. Technically, the dude's father is still considered the leader, is my understanding. USA is actually good, I say. The problem is the centralization happening. These need to be more localized. I think it depends. The localization is generally more efficient. So, I don't know. I think some things could be too local, though. but that's mainly because I disagree on some issues. I mean, I definitely think North and South Dakota should be merged into Dakota, and that Puerto Rico should be made a country. That's Jamaica. Or not a country, a state. Because Puerto Rico has more population than the two of those combined. The Dakotas would never go for it, though. Juniper, you walked into me ranting about corruption as I'm trying to outro the stream. But the stream, yeah, I'm not unpausing the Victoria 3. The Victoria 3 is over. If you're waiting for an unpause, this is, I'm just catching up with chat while ranting about the United States not being the most one of the most corrupt countries in the world. And also making the distinction that, like, the conflicts of interest in the United States are generally, like, I don't like that Pelosi, like, year over year has, like, gotten, like, 20% on her investments. I don't know the exact percent, but it's absurd. It's, like, it's very obvious that her position leaves her uniquely qualified to make, like, assessments. I also don't like that she, like, bought a bunch of money from, like, a microchip company and then visited Taiwan, which, of course, like, causes tensions between U.S. and China, right? But you buy a bunch of microchip stuff and then you solidarity visit them, and then the microchip company goes up in price. That's obvious conflict of interest regarding the public, because when you are making money in the stock market, it is at the expense of, like, the public. And so, like, you're fleecing the public, and then you, not only that, you have an incentive to engage in activities that are going to manipulate stock prices that you know that you have, like, backed. Like, that's an obvious problem, but, like, that's not the same as I need to the guy in Bulgaria, like, talking about how you need to carry money with you if you're traveling in Bulgaria so that you can bribe the cops. I think most of the political problem in developed countries is due to the profit first way of doing things. Yeah, but a lot of the undeveloped countries, like, you literally have, like, it's just, like, chaos, and, like, this is one of the reasons that a lot of the aid that gets sent to Africa is not particularly efficient, is because it just gets taken by public officials, like, and that's a different level than, like, Pelosi getting to invest in a way that's unfair, but she has to she's required by law to, like, note all of her transactions, and she does note a lot of them or report a lot of them, but also the penalty for not reporting is, like, a person in the Senate's only $300. That's the fine you get if you don't report on your stock trades. So she could just not report and just pay the fine. Like, the fine's absurdly small. Guam also needs to be a state. I don't know the population of Guam, but that's probably true. In my mind, like, I'm okay with there being exactly 50 states, but if any territory has a population higher than a state, then, especially two contiguous states, then something should be done about it. The two states with the lowest population that are adjacent to each other are North and South Dakota. It's not just a make the Dakotas, like, one again type of meme. They also have the lowest population of any two contiguous states. So if you wanted a clean way to have exactly 50 states, merging the Dakotas makes more sense than anything else. Guam has 30% of its population in the U.S. military. That alone needs to push them into be a state. Well, I mean, I'm sure there are some islands that have 100% of their population in the U.S. military, right? But, like, I don't think the people in the military should have, like, extra representation. But I think Guam probably has a bigger population than North Dakota or South Dakota. I would guess, not knowing. Have you talked about high and low level corruption? I don't know the distinction you're drawing here. The U.S. is far from the most corrupt nation in the world. This is kind of my perspective as well. But, like, if you wanted to say they're in the bottom 50%, I don't know how I would approach that, or, like, what exactly I would think. I would think that they're probably not in the bottom 50%, but that's mainly off the back of, I don't know every country's level of corruption, but that's mainly on the back of the really strong correlate between corruption, as it's defined academically, how much corruption there is how rich the country is. And so U.S. relative to its wealth, I'm very confident underperforms, but wealth is the strongest correlate. It's not even, like, how democratic you are. Really wealthy countries tend to not be very corrupt, even if they're highly authoritarian. Whereas highly authoritarian countries, although, do tend to be more polarized. Like, you look at a place like Singapore. Singapore is incredibly low on corruption, and then they're also incredibly oppressive. Right? You know, you get the expression Disneyland with the death penalty, where you, like, can get, like, you get executed for smuggling drugs into the country, right? And like you get like, if you litter gum, you like have to serve jail time. Like it's gnarly, but like they wanted to crack down and make it as like West friendly facing as possible, and crack down on every measure which you could have graft, which kind of discourages foreign investment or like aid from charitable organizations. You crack down on that super hard, and since you have all the power, since you're highly authoritarian, you become extremely not corrupt. Like you just like if someone is thought of as being corrupt and you just kill them. Then like it's suddenly being corrupt is like really not, it's not an ideal thing. So oh my god, the chat's growing. Canadian healthcare is better than the States. I don't have reference or knowledge related to that. That might be true, it might not be true, I don't know. That's how it was back then. You needed to vote. In order to vote, you need some amount of wealth. Yeah, I don't want wealth voting. In ancient Greece, you used to need to have a suit of arms in order to vote, and so the people who would have to defend the country were the ones who would vote, but also bronze was really expensive. And so it was effectively wealth voting of sorts. Guam is basically an American neo-colony, unfortunately. Yeah. More money equals more votes in the United States. There's a correlation between having more money and more votes. To be fair, that 90% correlation, you also have to take into account that the candidate that is more likable is probably also better at raising money. And so, like, it's not, I'm not saying it's not, correlation is not causation. You can't have a causal study, though, related to, like, if you could buy elections, because you would have to intentionally try and, like, buy an election. And like random assignment, and that just like wouldn't be, that's not feasible. Guam's population is 171k. I think that's probably more than the Dakotas. It's not way more than the Dakotas, right? North Dakota is 774k. Oh, okay. In that case, yeah, if it's not more than the most populous or the least populous state, I don't think it should be a state unless you want to add states, which I don't have a problem with. But generally speaking, the Republican Party has a pretty significant problem with it, and I don't have a strong opinion on it. I think 50 is fine. Yeah. The thing is, to become a state, you have to have a permanent population at a certain size, and then you need 60% of the Senate and the House to pass. Yeah, so what's going to happen today, you would never... If a state looks like it's going to be Republican, all the Democrats would block it. And if it's looking like it's going to be Democratic, all the Republicans would block it. And, you know, like in the previous time, people would just vote with integrity. And places like Puerto Rico would be a state because they shouldn't be, they are taxed and they don't have representation. They don't have proper representation. They have an enormous population. They should have like representation, like independent of what you think about like voting. Now, if the Republicans were like, hey, we don't like this merging two red states ideas because then we lose 2 senators, I'm fine with that. But it dilutes the power of every senator when you add 2 senators. So like it makes sense why you don't want to do this. Singapore is such a unique case on the whole planet. Yeah, it's not the only case of a country being highly authoritarian and anti-corruption, though. I would have to look at it, though. I don't know other ones off the top of my head. All right, we're gonna try and clear out this out, and also we're gonna try and clear out the chat, respond to everything, and then wrap up because we've been going a while now. I'm shooting from the hip here, but as a Euro, corruption in the U.S. is more or less seen as an elite class issue. U.S. politics affects a lot of the world, so a lot of people care about it here. That makes sense. I mean, like, if a U.S. president wants to pull out of NATO, for example, that would definitely affect a lot of stuff. So, that would be high-level corruption comparison in order to have you bribe a border official to get another state that's more lower tier. You're talking about influencing, like, public policy, like, on a, like, grand level. Yeah, I mean... you'd have to define the term corruption in a way that's not how it's, like, defined academically, which I'm not necessarily against, but then, like... it starts becoming a thing where, undoubtedly, the Democrats would want to label speaking from a U.S.-centric perspective, which is easier for me, because I'm from the U.S., all the Democrats would want to label all the activities the Republicans do as being more corrupt, or the ones that the Republicans do asymmetrically and the Democrats do. All the things that involve conflict of interest, they would want to label it like this. And the what did I say? That one, Democrats or Republicans? Whatever it is, the other guys would be the exact opposite, right? What's your take on Bernie Sanders? I think he has a lot of integrity. I was hoping that he would win the primary against Biden. I thought he was going to win the primary against Biden, and then the DNC had all the moderates coalesce around Biden because Bernie was crushing. I think Bernie's also out of touch with the times, and he's like too, like, if you're talking about what do I think about him being president, I that would make me uncomfortable. I would prefer him to Biden or Trump though. I generally have a positive opinion on Bernie though. I really like in debates how he waves his hands really wildly and it almost looks like he's gonna hit someone. I think that's hilarious. Non-politics. But like, yeah, generally pro Bernie. There's like, I do think he's like, in some ways he's like out of touch though. But like, that's fine. Turns out Wyoming is the least populated at 484K. I assumed it was always North Dakota. Yeah, I knew Wyoming, Montana, I think is the next closest merge candidate. If you're talking about states that are adjacent to each other and have really low populations, is my recollection, but I'm not 100% sure. Or Vladimir Lenin, for that matter. Or you talk about what I think about Bernie versus Vladimir. I think Bernie is definitely different than Lenin. I think Bernie's not a communist. Which is like a distinction that's like doesn't play very well in the US, but like Bernie is definitely not a communist. He's just like, he's a democratic socialist. And to be fair, he's not a Democrat. I think the way the DNC kind of blocked him from beating Hillary is not like, okay, I don't like the DNC for it, and I think it was unfair and this type of stuff. But I think it's not like so far out of left field, because Bernie doesn't run as a Democrat normally. Like, and he just did it for the presidency, but he's not actually a Democrat. He's a, yeah. Do Puerto Ricans pay federal income tax? I think they do. Don't quote me on that, but I believe they do. So that is a yikes, though. Puerto Rican has a poppy of 3 million plus, which at the time would have made them the 30th most popular state if it was a state. Yeah, Puerto Rico is very much so an example of they really should be a state. 2 senators per state is also just a really bad system in general. It's intentionally that way to give the states that are less populous more power. That was the way it was initially framed, and I wouldn't have a problem with the government changing at this point in time, where it was more based on population, but it's definitely the way they set it up. And I would not be like, I do not super aggressively want to change it. If I was making a government from the ground up, it would be more directly democratic than this like regional state system. But the regional state system was what everyone agreed to initially. So like, I don't think you take the bag and go home, or like I don't think you change it unless everyone agrees to change it, or like a sufficiently large number of states agree to change it, and that's not going to happen. Your videos on Vic3 are amazing. So glad you found your channel. Thank you, Vladimir. Your politics, though. You're very privileged if you don't feel the effect of America's actions. Is that... I don't know if that's directed at me specifically or someone else in chat. I do think I am relatively privileged, though. Like, if you relativize to the rest of the world, I think I'm extraordinarily privileged. Although I don't like the word privileged, because that's like... Yeah. It has some negative connotations. I mean, I would use, like, lucky or fortunate. I'm sure we could chat more about corruption some other point. Yeah, don't want to keep you stuck here. Yeah, I feel compelled to, like, read every message and respond. Obama's made a few phone calls and changed... Obama made a few phone calls and changed the primary. You're talking about the DNC coalescing. Well, I think the DNC definitely leaned on all the candidates. Also, like, the one person who was splitting votes with Bernie, Warren, was the one person who stayed in the race after she shot herself in the foot in the debate. I didn't have a problem with Warren, though. I remember being very excited at the primaries because I was like, look, there's so many candidates I like. I liked all the Democratic candidates, or it was at least fine with 3 exceptions. The 2 billionaires, who I didn't like view as real candidates, and Biden. Like, Biden was literally my last choice. And then we got Biden. And then, yeah, I think Trump lost the election mostly because COVID. I think if COVID doesn't come around, I think he wins. But that's like a separate thing. I think is both parties in the USA do the same thing, but claim they don't. It's clear to see. Yeah, like 80% of the country wants campaign finance reform, and it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen because of the money in politics. And it doesn't happen because the electorate is unwilling to be really aggressive on that issue. And instead, it's a bunch of like placeholder issues that the Democrats and Republicans decide to fight over, and then you just have rampant tribalism. And if the American public really cared about getting the money out of politics, they would vote against every single incumbent, regardless of party. And this is how I vote now. Vote against every incumbent, regardless of party, if they have done nothing to get money out of politics. And so this means I'm going to be voting against every incumbent. So, like, I lean liberal, if that's not obvious. I think it should be by me saying I like Bernie. But I'm going to be voting against Biden in the presidential election. I'm not going to be voting for Trump, though, because Trump also didn't do anything to get the money out of politics. But if any other Republican candidate wins, I will be voting for them. And then, like, I will be doing that on a representative level as well. And I think if everyone did exactly what I was doing, or 5% of the country did, you could maybe get some traction, because then the parties would have to start caring about it. If 5% of the population in swing states voted that way, then like the parties would have to start caring, because they would lose elections and they would not be able to re-elect incumbents. Both the parties are do the same when it comes to foreign politics, not domestic. They do the same in a lot of ways, but they deviate a little bit. Like, I don't know if I'd agree with that. Do you like Lenin, though? Some of us love Lenin. I don't have a strong opinion on Lenin. I understand, like, the attachment to communism. I could comment more about my opinion on Marx than Lenin, which I think Marx was right about a lot of stuff in the ways that he's critical of capitalism, but I also think capitalism is the best way of organizing an economy. So, like, I think I would, if I wanted to be like somewhat obtuse and like or not obtuse, but like in some ways I identify both as a Marxist and a capitalist, but like people don't like to hear that. That triggers everyone when I say that. The thing is, Bernie is good at statesman, but as a leader he's not too much like Jeremy Corbyn. Had good ideas on paper, but when you actually look at it bankrupted the US, UK and US. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think I like Bernie. I think he's out of touch. I also think there's a lot of things that are just pandering to like corporatism that are bankrupting the US too. And so if you just stop doing those, like that would help out a lot. No, I mean, for everyone, I'm Danish, and I really don't feel the actions of America that much. I see myself as privileged, for sure. Okay. Communists exist, Julian. Communists definitely do exist. I think they're less common in actually, among the younger people in the United States, they're actually a lot more common, but, like, I am definitely not a communist. But I like, yeah. Here we have a discussion about communism. Let's see it. Communism is a classless society where the means of production are owned by the workers. Show me anywhere where that is the case. Well, a lot of people have tried it, saying that they're going to try that. This is what they are doing, and then they've had very unsuccessful countries. And so, if people say that they belong to a certain ideology, and this happens a lot, and then they do something, and then it turns out badly every time. I think communism works if you have 200 or fewer people. What about RFK, Jill Stein, or West? You in Cali? I am in Cali. I don't know who I'm going to write in yet. I haven't figured that out. I think RFK is a little bit of a nut, though. I'd have to learn more about Jill Stein or West. I haven't decided who I'm writing in yet. To some extent, like, it matters less who I write in. I might just write in the candidate that I think I actually might just write in whichever candidate is performing, like, third best, is kind of what I think I might do as well. Because if this is if Trump loses or wins the primary. If Trump loses the primary, I'm voting for whoever's the Republican, regardless of anything. Because I'm voting against the incumbent because they didn't do anything to overturn Citizens United or like take the money out of politics. I think you Americans should stop voting for someone so old. I agree. Politics chat is great. No, man. I do wish the Electoral College was gone. I kind of do, but then coming back to, that's what everyone agreed to in the first place. And so, like, if the majority of people who agreed to it, people being, like, the states that agreed to it, don't want to swap it, I'm a fan of keeping up with the previous agreement. But if I were to construct a government from the ground up, I definitely would not do the Electoral College. I do think it should be illegal that you can have faithless electors. I think that's terrible. I think that the state should have to go to whoever wins the state, not that each rep and senator can actually vote however they want if they want to vote against the state. Marxist historical materialism is basically just Victoria 3. Yeah, basically. I also think Marx was wrong about the historical materialism and like the progression of history and it being like an essentially like it's going to happen like this no matter what. Like I think that part of Marx's analysis is just wrong. Also, like the start of history stuff in Das Kapital is like strange and interesting, but I think that analysis also fails. But I'm so far removed from reading that I can't comment too much on it. When the average age of National Congress is literally the same as the retirement age in a lot of countries, yeah, I think that it's yeah, I'm not a fan of the age of both the people who are looking like they're gonna win. What about Ralph Nader? I don't have a strong opinion on Ralph Nader. A lot of these guys that you're mentioning are like third-party candidates from when I paid less attention, but I mean, I was a fan of Ron Paul. I thought he had a lot of integrity. I was a fan of John McCain. Like, if we want to talk about Republicans, I like, but or more right-leaning people, more conservative people. But is it simply enough to say you're a part of something if those actions follow that ideology? I mean, socialism has been tried, but it reached communism, or if actions don't follow. Yeah, I also don't like the people who are, like, pro-revolution, generally speaking, which a lot of, like, communists are. I think that they just want to engage in something subversive more so than, like... I think that everyone who is, like, thinks that communism is pure evil should actually read a decent amount of Marx, and I think everyone who thinks that communism is the best should study economics. And, like, you should see how capitalism creates efficiency. You should see how the structure works from the perspective of the capitalists and not just the perspective of exploitation. And then, like the reverse on the other true. People should read things that they disagree with, and people don't do that. They just read stuff that they agree with, and they get cemented. And it's like stuff has more nuance, and like I think capitalism is inherently unfair because under capitalism you get paid by two things. There are two ways in which you make money. You make money by owning capital, and you make money by doing work, by doing labor, right? And I think the fairest system would be entirely meritocratic where you would get money based on your labor. But the way capitalism works and the way it needs to work is you need to make money from investment. And so when you put money into something, it needs to be possible to get money out. But when that is the state of affairs, that means that you are getting paid money while someone is not getting, like, it's a zero-sum thing. Someone else could have gotten paid money, and it could have been the person doing the labor, and I think the person doing the labor is more deserving. And in that sense, I think capitalism's unfair. But I also think, like, giving everyone the exact same amount of money is unfair. In terms of values, I'm, like, on the meritocratic side when I'm, like, pro-Marx, not on the empathetic, we should have equity side. Which, like, a lot of people conflate, like, being pro-Marxist with, like, not being meritocratic, and that's, like, not where I'm at. Vietnam claims to be communism. Not sure how things work there, but it's pretty fine. Not great, but fine. Yeah, so this is like one of the problems with that sort of discussion where people are like, well, let's look at how communism's performed is like, when you talk to communists, a lot of people who are communists will insist that the countries that have claimed to be communist weren't real communisms. And it's like, well, they said they were. I don't know, like, at a certain point, like, if you're just saying every single one who's performed badly just happens to not be a communism, like there might be a little bit of like confirmation bias in your analysis, right? Or they're trying to implement communism. Maybe communism is great, it's just impossible to implement, in which case, practically speaking, it doesn't exist, right? You can do some odd stuff with agitators. You can do some odd stuff with agitators. People in chat are agitating. They're agitating for communism and capitalism. It's because those born in the 50s to the 70s still make up the largest voting bloc. Yep. Do you think the two-party system is ideal? No. I think the two-party system sucks. I think the two-party system is why we have, like, God, corporatists is not the right word because that actually refers to something else, but we have, like, corporate hacks in both parties that make up the majority of the government in the United States, which, by the way, is not the same as, like, corruption and having to bribe your way to go to the supermarket. Marx was wrong from the start. As the says, the poor get poorer under capitalism, I assume you mean, but in the 60s and 70s when he wrote the thing, SOL was going up, and we're using SOL in chat, was going up, and people were getting richer, so I don't take econ, so I don't take econ. Perfect last sentence. Yeah, like, if you look at the distribution of wealth and the distribution of income and how it's changed over the past 50 years in the United States, the people who make the most money are just making a larger and larger share of the pie. And so if you think the system is meritocratic, then you just think that what they're doing is worth more and more and more, and what the other people are doing worth less and less. But the way value is negotiated under capitalism is based on whoever has the most leverage with which to negotiate value. And so the people with the money generally have more leverage. So while every deal is a win-win in that both sides get more out of it than they put into it, because that's how any sort of exchange works, the margin by which people are winning is different. And so the margin, the people who tend to get the bigger margins of the win-win, because when you hire someone to work for you, right, you both win. The person who got hired is okay with that exchange and they value it and they're like, great, and they gain value from their labor. And then the person who's doing the hiring also gains value. Otherwise, you don't consent. But the thing is the margin by which the person is gaining value tends to be higher for the people who have a lot of, like, wealth, and specifically, like, disgusting amounts of wealth, and not like the people who own a mom and pop coffee shop. That's less what I'm talking about, but more the people who just have the huge margins. And part of this is to do with scalability and other stuff like that. But like so the win-wins will be win more for the people who own capital, is what I'm saying. Generalist is too base. This is nice. That's an interesting one, following me saying I'm a Marxist and a capitalist. This is from a man who's never worked a day in his life. I don't feel like capitalism has delivered on its promises. I think it delivered on promising to get some people really rich. What do you think about that? Like, capitalism can't really function without social policies like regulations. I think that I would want a system that does not exist. So Marx wanted from each according to their ability to each according to their need. I would be satisfied or want a system where it would be from each according to their ability to each according to their ability. I think capitalism does not do that. And that's why... But I also think that there's no system of economy that does do that. So I don't know how you would possibly... And I don't have a proposition for a better alternative to capitalism. And since I don't have a proposition for a better alternative, I'm like pro-capitalism. But I also think that you should try and account for negative externalities. Like when you are dumping pollutants in the river, right, that causes damage to society, you should have to pay for that as a corporation. I think that corporations in general underpay for their negative externalities to society. Like, I think, like, so an example that might be interesting is like, let's say there's a sports center with like, or actually, I worked at a nightclub for a bit, and the nightclub made money. At that nightclub, we often got noise complaint from the neighbors, because guess what? Nightclubs are really loud, and it was across the street from residential. The nightclub probably should have had to pay money, because it was causing a negative externality to other people, like across the street. They probably should not have made as much money as they did, and instead the people who had to endure the loud noises probably should have been compensated in some sort of way financially. Or financially is how I would prefer, not just banning the nightclub. And so you could like distribute the money or redistribute if you want to trigger the capitalists in such a way that like people have to account for their externalities better. There are also some things like that don't happen unless the government does it when they are a non-excludable good, like lighthouses, for example. When there's a lighthouse, it prevents all the ships from crashing on the rocks. The ships do not pay for the lighthouse because you cannot give light to some ships and not to the others, so they have no incentive to pay. There's a free rider problem. And so the government has to provide services like lighthouses because otherwise they would be underprovided, and they provide net benefit to society. So society should in some way pay for this efficiency. I also think having citizens not be idiots and having public education, I think this causes a net gain to society, but everyone's a freeloader on that, and so this should be something, in my opinion, that the government pays for. So in that sense, that's not like a pure meritocracy exchange type system. Ooh. And so, yeah. Yeah, I love watching this. Barely get to watch any live streams because you're Danish and it's already late over here. Yeah, this is why I stream at 9:30, so both the Americans and the Europeans can maybe be able to watch. The issue of primitive accumulation is paramount when considering history of the United States over the last 2 centuries. Do you mean private accumulation, or do you mean primitive? I'm not sure what primitive accumulation refers to. If this is a Marxist theory, I'm a little dusty. But I think that there's effectively like not much social mobility in the United States today as well. And so I think that like one of the ways you solve a lot of the race problems in the United States is actually just increasing social mobility for everyone, because like a lot of which races have a lot of the money is kind of locked in, if that makes sense. I feel like the stock market is ruining a lot of things. I think that your ability to buy a company and sell a company without ever touching the company in this weird abstracted sort of way and make a living off of that, I think people who make money from living and buying and selling companies provide zero value to society through their labor. And so, and they make a lot of money. And you cannot identify a way in which they make society better. Now, people who give people advice on how to manage their retirement accounts, you could say that they're providing value, but like in the system I'm proposing, where everyone would get paid each according to their ability, you would not retire on the back of like saving enough money in the stock market. You would retire because you got paid more during the years you were working, which maybe doesn't work with the way which maybe doesn't work from an efficiency perspective, and how like taking debt and like spending a lot at work. Like I'm saying, like that's the system I'm saying I don't think works in the real world. Capitalism Marxist is somewhat normal under the umbrella of accelerationism, but I think what is meant by Marxist and capitalists here is that Marx had valid critiques of capitalism, but it remains best. Yeah, I think capitalism is the worst way of organizing economy, except for every other way we chose. I'm a big fan of the consensual exchange bit. Technically I would be a libertarian, but the libertarians wouldn't have me, I don't think. That's not what I mean. YouTube is limited in the words, but people, when he wrote the book, were getting richer, where getting like a house and clothes and stuff. Luxury capitalism allowed people to specialize. Capitalism definitely allows people to specialize and definitely has positive things, and the best and allows someone else to do another thing, and best instead of working to forced to be at work on a farm. You can have specialization under different systems as well. But this was what capitalism was doing at the time, and capitalism accelerated that process. And this is like an argument that Marx makes, is that capitalism is necessary to create this hyper-specialization process, but eventually you cash in the chips, and you get people to specialize and have 4-hour work weeks. I think that's the Marx argument. I don't know how much, but the problem is like the price of labor, as a result of how capitalism works, the price of labor will always like tend to go down towards an equilibrium where people are basically just barely hitting subsistence. And there's various things that can kick it up, but this will be the natural trend. And then instead, whenever value is created, it almost entirely goes to the people who own the capital.
I don't think such a system with such production capacity, such as capitalism, but still can't feed anything, can't be the better system. I don't think a system with so much production as capacity as capitalism, but still can't feed everyone, can. You mean can be the better system? Or is that sarcasm? I mean, we've had a separate discussion. I don't think that you can solve the issue of world hunger by just providing food to everyone, but that's like a bit much to unpack, mainly because if you just provide food to people and you don't provide the means by which they can control their populations more, like birth control and like women's hygiene and sanitation products and like these types of things, if you don't provide that, the population of the area just tends to increase, and then you can no longer fix the food problem anymore when the population increases. That's how every ecology works, is when you provide more resources, like the population grows. But you would need to simultaneously provide two things, so I don't think you can necessarily just inject food. I also don't know if it's a solvable problem, like, mechanically speaking. Like, I don't know if the only way economies work if there's, like, some area that's, like, has really low standard of living and high populations. I don't know if this is, like, necessary for the whole thing to work, like, in terms of globalization. Like, you can't, like, run an experiment with the entire global economy, like, or, like, everything is like not directly empirical. I still wonder how Engels and Marx came up with communism, though. Like, they thought of a decent system. They haven't neglected the issue of the human element, though, and I haven't read the manifesto. My reading of Marx was that more than actually giving an analysis of what communism looks like or pro-communist arguments, he just rips on capitalism. And there's not too much in the way of substance of, like, describing exactly how communism would work on a mechanical level, which is why I think communists should have to read books on capitalism, because you can actually look and read how capitalism works on a mechanical level and why it produces value. And then, like, I don't think that I have not been able to read or find something that talks about how implementation works under a communist system that, like, I was impressed by. To be fair, it's not like I'm out looking anymore. I've kind of, like, drawn that conclusion after reading a big chunk of Marxism, and so, like, but I'm not still looking for it. Capitalism also allows for the economy to adapt system and shift to take any other system. So it's important to make you could have a market non-capitalism, like if everything was a cooperative ownership, for example. Prices are still not decided by some central authority, which you would have under a command economy. So you can, like, differentiate on this basis. You could have so the command economy, the state decides prices, and that's tremendously inefficient. And that's what China used to be, and then China transitioned away from that. And China's really now some sort of hybrid, like, laissez-faire type economy where the state controls a lot of firms, and this is, like, a different thing. But you could have a system where no one person owns the entire company. Instead, the company is collectively owned equally by every person who works at the company. Like, theoretically, this is possible, which would not be capitalism. But it would have market mechanisms, and so maybe some system like this would be better. I just don't know, like, that's just such a far... There's some, like, workers' commune type things, but I don't know if, like, that works for every type of company. I don't know how implementation... Like, it works for bike shops. There's, like, a study, or, like, a case study on bike shops where they're pretty good with co-op, but, like, that's not, like, could you run a weapons defense company as a co-op? I kind of doubt it. Not that we need to feed the military-industrial complex, just that strikes me as an example of something you cannot operate as a co-op. Oh my god, chat keeps coming. We're gonna have to wrap it up soon. Primitive accumulation is the Marxist theory of how capitalist class was established through stuff like enclosure. Okay, so I'd have to go back to the initial statement. That sounds about right. I think Marx's theft of wood essay is really good for that particular concept. I just had forgotten how it's... Yeah, so, like... do I have the time to unpack that? Probably not. I'm not gonna... So I think that, like... I think that primitive accumulation is something that everyone who's really pro-capitalist should have to learn about conceptually. I also don't have an alternative to private ownership of stuff, but like the theft of wood essay, like the shortest way of like summarizing it is like you used to be able to go out in the countryside in England and like if you needed firewood, you used to be able to turn your labor into firewood because you would go out and you would chop the tree and you'd get the firewood. Then you have land enclosure phenomenon where everything starts to be becoming owned, and now you can no longer use your labor to make firewood. Instead, you have to buy the rights to get the firewood. And not only that, it's a crime to even go onto the land and get the wood that is already fallen. So you can't even, not only just not fell trees, you can't just pick up dead wood. And so the means by which you can turn your labor into the ability to subsist is removed from you. And so I think that you, in effect, are not going to be left with, you don't have the option to subsist of your own accord now. Now you have to pay money for the right to do something that you used to be able to do, in order to chop firewood. And so, like, all over, though, the means by which you could be self-sufficient are removed from you, and now you're dependent, and you need to pay money to, like, companies, basically, to be able to exist. Or chop firewood. There's, like, way more to unpack there, but... oh my god. Origins of capital. A union could totally work out. It's probably a question of getting with the Norwegians on board. Vicky 3 questions, sorry. I can definitely answer some Vicky 3 questions, although I'm trying to get through all of this chat, but it's getting harder and harder. Have you considered playing with control over investment pool and settings? I have. I don't. I did this during 1.0 and 1.1 before it was before private construction was a thing. I think that the game is more interesting with it because manipulating the queue is part of skillful play, and so I don't want to do that. And also, I think it's a better representation when you have less control. But land taken from the peasants or war reps, pillage are also examples of primitive accumulation. Yeah. I hope to see it in the future in lifetime. We would be so much influence on a global level as one country. Tons of oil. Yeah, well, a lot of people have tried to do the one country thing. There's some problems, though, in deciding who gets to make the one country. Also, like, I think that the people in the United States and the people in Saudi Arabia really don't want to live in the same country. I think there's a lot of people who are not on board with that. Even in theory, if it would be nice if we all had the same beliefs and values and all lived in the same country. The problem is like, I'm not as sure about making people who have way different beliefs and values live in the same country. And I don't think there's I don't think that there's an objective, perfect, or correct value set, but I do have my own, and that's the way I want my country to operate, but that doesn't mean that I think every country should necessarily operate how I think it should. Well, I do, but I'm saying I think I can be wrong, and that because I can be wrong, that you should, it shouldn't be, forced or something like this. The problem with capitalism is it allows for a really smart person to invent tech. That means less need for labor. We need something to... Yeah, that's a whole nother thing, is automation is going to crush world economies over the course of the next 20 years. It's like, if you're coming up, just everything looks more uncertain than it's ever been because labor gets automated. And, but the owning of the concept that does that, you're after you develop the concept, you're no longer producing value. Should you just make infinite money for the rest of your life, and then should the people who gain the rights to whatever it is you invented, your heirs who didn't invent the thing itself, should they get infinite money? Is that meritocratic? No. There's more than enough food for everyone. The problem is getting food to the people who need it. That's not the only problem. If you also got all the food to the people who need it, you would increase the population of all these places, which is what's happened with a lot of the places we send food to. And if the population increases, eventually there's a point where you can't get everyone the food. You need to bring other stuff like education and literacy and birth control, so that people not only get fed, they also don't multiply out of control. If you actually want world hunger to stop happening, it's if you only feed the people, then the population will grow and you'll make the world hunger worse, or you will increase the number of people who are suffering from hunger, in my opinion. If you just feed people, you actually increase net suffering over time. You decrease it in the immediate consequence of you feeding them, but you increase it over time. People with really high SOL tend to have less kids, leading to population decline. Yeah, but I don't know if you can have I don't know if you can have the entire world have a really high SOL in that same way simultaneously. Like, the factors that make Japan not reproduce, like, as well, I don't know if you can have the entire global economy, because Japan is part of the global economy. I don't know if you can have the entire global economy have those factors true simultaneously. A co-op is possible on a small scale, but not on a large scale. This is kind of what I think, but I don't have the empirical feedback. I don't like the idea of human greed being an excuse not to seek the betterment of humankind. Why see capitalism be all end all when capitalism reward human greed so much? Yeah, I can't justify enforced altruism from a moral perspective, and that's a lot to unpack. But I think that a system that is meritocratic is a system that is purely meritocratic to me would be much better than the current system, which I don't think is meritocratic, because I think it rewards stuff other than labor. I think value is produced through labor, like, kind of full stop. And so if you're of that perspective, you will think that capitalism is not fair. To be fair, you don't have to be of that perspective. You can think that value is produced because objects have inherent value, and that capital has inherent value, and, like, it's an exchange of value. And some people just happen to have way more value than others by virtue other than their labor. And you can... That's not how I think, but you can't, like, it's not incoherent. We could solve the issue just by giving people more free time, so we have time for the family. This was kind of Marx's perspective. I also think that, like, I think that there's no human being on Earth whose the value of their labor is, like, worth them having $300 billion. I don't think there are some people who make $3 billion a year. I don't think it's possible for that person to provide more value than 30,000 people working at $100,000 a year, which would be, like, the trade-off. Like, 30,000 is a lot of people. 100,000 is a good amount of money. You could hire competent people for $100,000. There's no shot you're convincing me that one person is better, providing more value for humanity than $30,000, $100,000 a year people could do. We cannot continue with the insane production of capitalism, though. Resources are finite. That's like a mixed bag type of point, because also you acquire new means by which you can exploit resources. Like, if we could start getting resources from, like, comets and the moon and stuff like this. But eventually, everything's finite in some sense, because eventually you will have the heat death of the universe too. And, like, I don't know, you could have a less rampaging capitalism. All land used to be owned by the crown, and whereas there was lots of lands designated for the commons. Yep, now it's owned by private people. To be fair, if it's owned by the crown and then designated for the commons, you have, like, feudalism, right? But, like, under feudalism, which preceded capitalism, you used to be able to turn your labor into firewood. The problem of not having enough children, the main problem is time. When we spend 70-80% of our time, I'm not advocating for the first world countries populating more. I don't think, I think if you're trying to decrease net suffering in the world, that's maybe not the strategy. Remember when automation was just was going to let us work just a couple hours a day at most? Turns out it was yeah. So this is the thing, is efficiency. Efficiency of workers is up by like 50%. Buying power is not up at all, basically, and instead the money goes to the people who own the companies. And so if everything was proportionally right the first time, right, in terms of who should get how much money, then, like, the proportions should go up, like, linearly. Or maybe you think that capitalists are way more important or whatever. No. But, like, I'm sensitive to the idea that when someone starts a company, they're making a risk. I'm generally not talking about the mom and pop one-size furniture manufacturer when I'm being critical of capitalism. I'm talking about the huge behemoths. Less need for labor generates the same wealth with less work, meaning we could... Yeah, exactly. But we need 2.2 children, and when it gets lower than that, it becomes a problem. Yeah, but... we can import them. Where's the migration tab? We can import children from the places where they're starving to death. Yeah. I get what you say. A meritocratic system is not compatible with inheritance. That's what I think. And so I'm a libertarian that is against inheritance, which is one of the reasons why I said libertarians would not take me. I'm pro-freedom, liberty, and fairness, and meritocracy. I think if you want to be completely meritocratic, if you technically want to be completely meritocratic, and this is not my perspective, I don't think that this should be the case, but it's like thought experiment wise, you get a huge benefit from who raises you in terms of your parents, because having a vocabulary that you got from your parents who are well educated in this type of stuff is definitely an advantage in the world, and also having your parents' connections definitely an advantage. If you want a pure meritocracy, the state should raise all the children. I don't think that this is the case. Or, like, for me, this is a bridge too far. But I also recognize that I think in theory it would be better or more meritocratic. I think this is pushing the limits of meritocracy too much in the sense that it fails to account for the importance of being human, and it's fundamentally proposing an inhuman thing for the end of merit, and that, like, it's too subversive to the nature of being human. Guys, the market will solve itself. Invisible hand time just by leaving it alone. But population can't grow forever. The problem is not everywhere it's declining, so migration. I think that, we're almost at the end of the chat. We're almost gonna escape. I think even millions off limit unless that person is literally working at super speed. Look, if someone cures cancer, I'm okay with them being a millionaire. I'm also okay with entertainers making disgusting amounts of money, because I think that their labor is directly translating into other people's enjoyment in a way that the people who are owning the thing is not. However, I think that also entertainers, the people who work around the entertainers, should get paid a lot of money. But, like, I would not necessarily think that sports players and actors should get paid less, for example. Because being the very, very best at something is something that only, like, one person can do, right? I'm not a fan of nepotism in, like, Hollywood, though. I try to watch less movies with stars in it that are the kids of other stars or whatever. If we're going to conquer the universe, yeah, let's get on it. Then we need trillions of people. We need clone people. We need to be a two-planet species, as Musk would say. I think however bad the Earth gets, it's probably going to be easier to fix Earth than terraforming Mars. We can import them, but then you bring in someone who does not have the same values as you. Someone sees one of the problems with having a global society, and that creates conflict. Yep, I agree. I was definitely being facetious when I talked about importing people. I imagine you appreciate John Rawls' theory of justice then. I would appreciate John Rawls. John Rawls is the veil of ignorance, no? Big fan of John Rawls. If he's the guy I'm thinking about. If I was deciding my dice randomly, I would actually prefer to live in a society where the state raises everyone with the exact same resource input, because that would be most equitable. Or no, not equitable. It would be the most fair. The state should distribute waifu. I don't know about that. You will never escape the chat. I'm almost done. Brave New World. Keep trying so you can never leave. Unlike resources, it is infinite. You underestimate my ability to read really fast. Quick chat, more questions. What do you think about the Israel-Palestine conflict? We do not have the time to touch that, but I did conquer God. Actually, that one's really complicated, and I read a book on it, and you can see my other channel where I talk about it for 40 minutes, where I talk about what I read in the book. But I think that neither side really has the political will or capacity to solve the conflict, and that if you wanted to solve the conflict, you would have to do it over long term with, good faith building things that would require multiple generations. If you actually, and no one wants to do this type of thing where you have like integrated schools with Palestinians and Israeli children. Nobody wants to do that, but that's the type of thing you would need to do to solve the problem at this juncture, I think. Or just completely eliminate one side or the other. This would also, in some sense, end it wouldn't end the conflict, but like, if you're being flippant, it ends the conflict, right? I used to be against sports player making millions, then I realized the owner makes billions. Yeah, that's the guy I have the problem with. Off of them, and the owner does nothing while the player puts his health on the line. Not only does it put the health on the line, the the people the people in entertainment are uniquely providing something, and you want that specific person for the entertainment. And to be fair, it could be a different person, and you could have developed this affinity for this other person, but you as the consumer would pay more for that particular person being the guy, right? And so it's like not the same in my mind. Whereas like if you are paying for a good, if you are buying a tool, you don't give a shit who owns the company, generally speaking. I don't know if the state has to raise all the children, but we could advance it just by showing how the current family model, where children are almost property, is poorly designed. I mean, to some extent, the state raises the children 8 hours a day or whatever, but like, it is not merit that gets you your parents' money and your parents' education and this type of stuff. So, we did that in the UK, and Lawn Dad gets acid attacks because a woman walking with a man. Oh, you're talking about integrating? Yeah, everyone who lives in a society thinks that their society has the best morals, generally speaking, or a slight variant on their society has the best morals, and so, like, I don't think it's, that's tragic, but, like, also I don't think you should, I'm pro-multiculturalism, but I'm pro-multiculturalism in the sense that I want to live in a society where other people are pro-multiculturalism, but if your society is not multicultural, I don't necessarily think you should force them to be such. Or like when you have a society with really high tolerance for other people, you like make trade-offs. I don't think it's objectively. Can't get rich without exploiting others. I think you can get. Depends what you mean by rich. F Earth, it's only starting point for humankind. There's so much more to explore. Billions of planets waiting to become new Earths. And then eventually the heat death of the universe, which will be unsustainable for life at any point. Yes. We need a Mao, but for sports. Sports players actually deserve a lot of wealth and status. They actually do a lot of humans. Sports are some of the only rituals we got left, so we got to keep people seeking out sports. Yeah, I don't think the sports people should be necessarily making less, or that the proportion. If there's going to be proportionate changes in income, I don't think the sports people are the people who are going to drop percentage under a meritocratic system are going to drop percentage the most. Your merit doesn't decide whether your parents are abusive or not. It doesn't decide whether or not your parents will feed you right or keep it. Yeah, exactly. This is the point I'm making. Is that this has nothing to do with you, and it affects your outcomes in a profound way. And if the state raised everyone roughly equally, you would get rid of this lack of meritocracy. The problem is the ritual and the process of being raised by a parent, having a parent, and having kids, this is something that's fundamentally human. And so while another system might be more fair, that would be like alienating to the human condition. I think that this would cause more psychological damage than getting more fairness would like benefit. Speaking of multiculturalism, why the heck is it not that in Victoria 3 it should be called assimilation policy? Maybe. That's why we need to advance to the point where we could create new universes. 2 universes, too much philosophy for that. You should check out Shohei Ontai. The dude is literally 2 different plays, small players in one. Interesting. Oh, we got the last comment. Why should a non-Westerner adopt Western values when they see the Westerners violating the same values on a daily basis? I think that's a bit of an oversimplification of some type of thing. But if you're going to live in the Western society and they have a specific value set and they have a specific laws, well, ideally I would want people to be able to choose what society they live in, and then they would have to live by those society's rules. And they can't just say F the rules because they don't like them. They should live somewhere else. It's obviously more complicated than that, but we're expecting them to take our ways at face value when with not much to show for it. But the West is like freedom. You should be free to like do what, or this is what I think is, if you're not hurting someone else, you should be free to do it, pretty much, even in some things. So I do not want to see guys' dongs when I'm walking outside, like some old hairy dudes like we're in the gym locker room. I think I would not be like on a personal level, I would not want public nudity to be a thing. But I think from a theory of my values, I would want public nudity to be a thing, because I think that people should. I don't think it's hurting other people. It would be annoying, but I think that other person's right to be able to do that supersedes my right to like not see it, kind of. To some extent. I maybe have to go back to the drawing board on that, but that's an example. Playing Imperial Russia, are you? We're playing Imperial Paraguay. I just pointed out that a problem of immigration, that's all. I love people from different cultures, yeah. But I understand the importance for humans. Did someone say last comment? Alright, it's more how insanely hard he pushes himself. Dude doesn't even seem that interested in money to see how his contract works. Interesting. Well, that is the last comment, so I will bid you guys adieu before we have another comment. I hope you enjoyed. Feel free to like, comment, subscribe. It does help out, juice the YouTube algorithm and stuff, etc., mostly etc., and have a good one. Bye-bye now.